History of Madness. Michel Foucault. Biography of Michel Foucault. Michel Foucault was born in Poitiers on June 15, 1926, the son of a doctor. He finished his secondary education in Paris at the Lycée Henri IV in 1946 and went on to study philosophy at the prestigious École Normale Supérieure, attending in particular the lectures of Maurice Merleau-Ponty and working with Jean Hippolyte on Hegel and with Louis Althusser. Despite suffering from sporadic bouts of depression and a suicide attempt in 1948, Foucault secured degrees in philosophy in 1948 and in psychology in 1950. He passed his agrégation in philosophy in 1951. He joined the French Communist Party in 1950 and quit in 1952. Lecturing at the École Normale Supérieure and working as a psychologist at the Hôpital Sainte-Anne, in the early 1950s, he became dissatisfied with the confines of French academic life and held diplomatic and academic posts in Sweden, where he met and worked with Georges Dumézil, Poland and Germany, whilst working on his thesis Folie et de raison, Histoire de la folie à l'âge classique. Initially rejected by Gallimard, it was published in 1961 by the great historian Philippe Aries at Libre Plan, the publisher of Claude Lévi-Strauss. It was hailed as magnificent by Fernand Braudel. Several other now famous works followed, including The Birth of the Clinic, The Order of Things, and The Archaeology of Knowledge. In 1968, Foucault was appointed to a chair at the new, experimental, University of Vincennes and, in 1970, was elected to a prestigious chair at the Collège de France where he taught the history of systems of thought. While producing a very large and influential body of research during the 1960s and 1970s, Foucault threw himself into political and social activism. He campaigned in particular on behalf of homosexuals and for prison reform. In 1975 he published one of his most famous works, Discipline and Punish, Birth of the Prison. Foucault traveled to North America in the late 1970s and early 1980s, teaching annually at the University of California at Berkeley. Freely experimenting with LSD and the liberal sexual environment, he lived what he termed limit experiences. During that period, in addition to many articles, published posthumously in 4 volumes, he wrote the 3 volumes of his History of Sexuality. Fatally ill with AIDS, Michel Foucault died in Paris on June 25, 1984 in the Salpêtrière Hospital at the age of 57. After his death, the French Prime Minister issued a tribute and memorial homages featured on the front pages of all the national press. In his obituary, Georges Dumézil wrote, "Foucault's intelligence literally knew no limits." Foreword. Ian Hacking. Thank goodness this enormous book is finally available in English. A masterpiece needs no foreword, so I shall hardly go beyond the title. The original one is a bit like Alice's Cheshire Cat, of which nothing is left but the grin. It starts out as Madness and Unreason, History of Madness in the Classical Age, and fades away so that we are left with our present history of madness. I shall go through the steps. It is a gradual disappearing act, and I shall point you in the direction of the disappeared unreason, not to explain it, but to encourage you to notice it. In the tale of the titles and of unreason, there are all the signs of Foucault changing his mind about madness. The exact title in 1961 was Folie et de raison. Histoire de la folie à l'âge classique. Very often only the first word of a French title is capitalized. In 1961 the second noun, de raison, was also given a capital letter. Daniel Deford, Foucault's longtime intellectual colleague, companion, and posthumous editor, laid emphasis on the exact title of the original. He does so in his incredibly valuable date list, far richer than any ordinary chronology, at the beginning of Dits et Écrits, the collection of Foucault's published essays, interviews, speeches, and prefaces. Unreason was right up there alongside Madness. The Big Book of 1961 was severely abridged, and appeared as a paperback in 1964. Half of the first preface was suppressed. On the cover we see only Histoire de la folie. On the title page the full 1961 title appears in block letters, but with folie et de raison in smaller print than the subtitle. Fading, like the cat. This version was translated into many languages, while only an Italian publisher did the unabridged book. For the 1965 English version, Foucault restored a little material that he had cut from the 1964 French abridgment. For a moment, a flicker more of the cat's face came back. For here are the most vivid assertions about unreason to be found in the entire work. They will hardly make sense out of context, so I refer you to the pages in question which were suppressed and then restored, pages 225 to 250. You will find sentences like this: how can we avoid summing up this experience by the single word unreason? By that we mean all that for which reason is at once nearest and most distant, fullest and most empty. In 1972 Foucault published a second edition of the entire book, plus 3 appendices, but with a substitute preface. The French title had become what was formerly the subtitle, History of Madness in the Classical Age. What is the de raison that dropped from the title but was still all over the text? Unreason is not identical to madness but something that contrasts with it. For example, in the anxiety of the second half of the 18th century, the fear of madness grew at the same rate as the dread of unreason, and for that reason the twin obsessions constantly lent each other mutual support. p. 362. Later we read that since the end of the 18th century the life of unreason no longer manifests itself except in the flashes of lightning found in works like those of Hölderlin, Nerval, Nietzsche, and Artaud, which resisted through their own strength that gigantic moral imprisonment. Standard French history and iconography of psychiatry represents Pinel casting off the chains of madmen soon after the Bastille had fallen, so that is a story of liberating the mad. Here we are told that the new moral treatment of insanity was also the imprisonment of unreason that had flashed so openly on the canvases of Hieronymus Bosch. Casual reference books diagnose Hölderlin as a schizophrenic poet, Nietzsche as a philosopher suffering from dementia caused by terminal syphilis, and Artaud as a bipolar, manic-depressive, playwright. Nerval killed himself. We say suicide is caused by severe depressive illness. It is a central thesis of this book that, far from these being inevitable ways of conceiving of 4 very strange men, it requires a specific organization of thought to categorize them and so many other people in terms of mental disorder. Foucault does not pander to the thought that genius and mental disturbance are of a piece. The art of these men, as he shouts at the end of the book, is the exact opposite of insanity. Where there is an oeuvre, there is no madness, p. 577. Alongside madness there is also unreason. It had much fuller play in the Renaissance, an unreason that Foucault evokes by the Ship of Fools and the paintings of Bosch, especially the Temptation of Saint Anthony. Foucault is marvelous with paintings. Look how much he draws from Goya at the end of the book, and one knows the tour de force on Velázquez that open the order of things. He even says that in the early days of confining the mad, the experience of unreason smothered something else, the consciousness of madness, p. 362. But then 2 distinct obsessions emerged, he tells us, madness and unreason. The fear of one and the dread of the other were tamed in the asylum. The life of unreason could break through the resulting silence only in the voices of those who were classified among the mad but who, through their art, rose above madness to act as standards to which the sane and classifying world is unable to answer. A romantic fantasy lurks here, the purity of the possessed, those who not only speak the truth in paradox, like the fools in Shakespeare, but who are also themselves the truth. The fantasy leaps out at you from the 1961 preface, in words suppressed in 1964, a madness whose wild state can never be reconstituted, but in the absence of that inaccessible primitive purity, pxxxii. There it is, the inaccessible primitive purity. That is what made the book so attractive to the British anti-psychiatric movement. So much is clear from the end of David Cooper's preface to the English, as opposed to the American edition, version of 1967, and it was Cooper who had coined the neologism anti-psychiatry in 1962. By 1964, half the preface was cut, and by 1972 it had all gone. In a new, splendidly brief, and seemingly transparent preface, Michel Foucault speaks, as was then his wont, of a book being an event, which if it lives, lives through repeated doublings and simulacra. It has its own life, free of the author. Doublings, I suggest that you hold in your hands two distinct books. The main text of each is the same. It is all too easy to compare these two books to the two Don Quixote invented by Borges, the one written by Cervantes, the other, identical in words, written much later by an imagined Pierre Menard. Despite the words being the same, so much has happened that the meaning is different. 1. One of these books is governed by an idea of déraison, in which there lurks a dream of madness in the wild, as something prediscursive, inaccessible, pure. The other book is what the first became, stripped of romantic illusion. The 1961 preface promised an archaeology of a silence and not an archaeology of psychiatry, that monologue of reason about madness. What Foucault named archaeology shows, in part, how a discourse becomes possible. He did not show how the psychiatric monologue became possible, he merely recorded that it came into being. The silence was silence about unreason. That causes us difficulty. Unreason is still a word, but it is no longer part of daily language. Much the same goes for French déraison, p. 156. From the very first paragraph of this foreword you will have been wondering what it means. Rightly so. Madness is the visible grin, unreason the cat that has faded away. Archaeology of a silence, that is from the part of the 1961 preface that remained in 1964, but then disappeared. Once Foucault's idea of archaeology had matured, it appears that an archaeology can only be of what is said. If so, the second book, of the two identical texts, is no longer an archaeology of silence. It is the work of an author who is no longer obsessed by the fear of madness and dread of unreason. He has made peace with both, and has moved on to the greatest of his archaeologies, The Order of Things, 1966. Introduction. Jean Calfat. Foucault's History of Madness has yet to be read. Madness and Civilization, the English translation of Histoire de la Folie, was based on an abridged French edition from which roughly 300 pages had been removed, together with most of the scholarly apparatus, about 800 footnotes and the bibliography. 1. Most interpretations and criticisms made of the book in the English-speaking world were therefore based on a partial perspective. Additionally, because of the historical circumstances of its appearance, the book was largely confined to debates surrounding the anti-psychiatric movement. The introduction to the English edition was written by David Cooper, and the reader's note R.D. Lang had written for Routledge, reproduced here, was used for the back cover. It is true that Foucault did not mark his distance from such readings, perhaps because his desire was, he said, that this object event, almost imperceptible among so many others, should recopy, fragment, repeat, simulate and replicate itself, and finally disappear without the person who happened to produce it ever being able to claim the right to be its master, and impose what he wished to say, or say what he wanted it to be. 1972 Preface. Rereading it today, and in the way it requests that historical events should be understood, that is by referring them to the conditions of their genesis and not to their aftermath, it appears much more complex than these readings implied. First, it is without doubt an analysis of the history of madness considered as a cultural, legal, political, philosophical, and then medical construct, from the Renaissance to the beginning of the 19th century. But it is also a reflection on the notion of history and on the methodology of the historian, a reflection influenced by Nietzsche's criticism of historical teleologies. 2. The book, from this point of view, shows how a non-teleological approach to historical phenomena can denaturalize what is to us most familiar by unearthing its long-forgotten and often unpalatable origins through the study of forgotten archives, traces of a reality often very removed from what was to become the dominant. Narrative. From a philosophical point of view, this book is the moment when Foucault's thought starts to look beyond phenomenology and towards structuralism, moving from a theory of forms of consciousness to a description of historical systems of thoughts. Most of its vocabulary is phenomenological and its avowed object is a particular experience, that of the other as mad, to try to recapture, in history, this degree zero of the history of madness, when it was undifferentiated experience, the still undivided experience of the division itself. 1961 Preface. Yet the idea is that specific structures of power determine this experience differently at different moments. Finally, this book also marks the rejection of a particular conception of philosophy as irreducible to the material circumstances of its production. This is what is at stake in the violent debate with Derrida on Descartes' exclusion of the insane. Foucault's texts on this topic are reproduced in the appendices to the present edition. Madness. As a history, the thesis of this book is that whether madness is described as a religious or philosophical phenomenon, an experience of inspiration, a loss of mind, etc., or as an objective medical essence, as in all the classifications of types of madness that have been developed by psychiatry, these conceptions are not discoveries but historical constructions of meaning. When comparing the conceptions of madness prevailing in different civilizations, Foucault realized that there could be a history of madness itself, in other words that it was a phenomenon of civilization, as variable, as floating as any other phenomenon of culture and, as a consequence, that curing the mad is not the only possible reaction to the phenomenon of madness. There is a moment in history when madness started to be perceived as a disease, as an object of scientific inquiry, and if this transformation is interesting from the point of view of the history of psychiatry and of medicine in general, it is perhaps more important in what it tells us about what must have changed in a society as a whole for such a transformation to occur. In other words, Foucault does not look at madness from the point of view of the classical historian of a scientific discipline, here psychiatry, who would trace the development of a science from inchoate early notions towards its modern, rational state. Rather, he is interested in decisions, limits, and exclusions which took place at particular points in time and indicate shifts in the way certain phenomena were experienced. These shifts often coincided or overlapped with other transformations coming from different parts of a society, but made their way into ruptures of which we are no longer aware precisely because what they excluded, an earlier experience of madness, has disappeared. So the history of madness is not the history of a disease, of what we now consider to be such, of its treatments and of the institutions developed to deal with it. Rather, and in order to grasp what is no longer directly accessible, it is the history of the gesture of partage, division, separation, through each of its moments, incarnations, or figures, to use the Hegelian vocabulary so present throughout the book, and still so dominant in French philosophy at the time of its writing, to describe a process of division through which a reality splits into radically different parts until a new realization takes place, a synthesis which in itself is a new reality. Foucault distinguishes three periods in the separation between madness and reason, or in the construction of madness as unreason, as the title of the first French edition, of 1961, made clear, Folie et de raison. Histoire de la folie à l'âge classique. First, the Renaissance, when the conversation between reason and madness which dominated in the Middle Ages is subtly transformed into a reflection on wisdom, then the radical separation of reason and madness in what he calls the classical age, that is, roughly, the 17th century and a large part of the 18th, when most of the social institutions of confinement are created, a period he calls tragic because it stages a contradiction without any hope of a reconciliation, and finally, the modern experience of madness, where madness is now perceived as factual or positive, an object of science, as a disease or a series of diseases, a period which starts at the end of the 18th century and which, Foucault indicates, has already been transformed in some respects by a new, literary experience of madness, obvious in late Romantic works, Nerval, and in some of the avant-garde of the 20th century, Roussel, Artaud. The main thesis of the book, as a work of history, is that the passage from one phase to the other is not a progression from obscure or inhuman conceptions to a final understanding of the truth about madness, as a disease, the object of a medicine of the soul, a psychiatry. In fact, each phase reflects for Foucault a different mode of production of society itself through a different system of exclusion. Thus, for him, the modern medical positivism which developed from the end of the 18th century is based on an attempt at objectifying madness which, when looked at in detail, in particular in the institutions it accompanies, is a new mode of social control. This is not to say that for Foucault the construction of modern Western society could be conceived simply as based on an exclusion of madness. He will later on consider many other types of ruptures and exclusions. But studying madness allows one to recognize deeper and much larger transformations. In the first phase, the Renaissance, Foucault focuses initially on the works of artists, to show that madness was perceived as a sort of knowledge, akin to some religious experience, that of a possible chaos of the world, obvious in particular in depictions of the apocalypse. The mad would be those who have the tragic experience of possible worlds which constantly menace the real one and of the essential frailty of human institutions. Able to perceive forces which, from the inside, threaten the great organization of the world and of humanity, the mad seem to reveal and belong to the limits of our world. This experience is what the proliferation of images relating to madness during the Renaissance attempts to convey. But at the same time Foucault notes that another form of consciousness of madness seems to emerge, in texts this time, and it is no longer tragic but critical. The role of madness is to indicate a discrepancy between what men are and what they pretend to be, a great theme in humanist writing, for example Montaigne, Rabelais, or Erasmus. Wise is the man who can see that there is a madness in all claims by reason to have found an absolute truth. From a Christian point of view, human reason is madness compared to the reason of God, but divine reason appears as madness to human reason. So here there is still a presence of unreason within reason, but both are looked at from a superior point of view, that of a wisdom which would understand the limits of reason, while earlier madness was experienced, so to speak, from the inside. A first, embryonic division between two forms of experience of madness has thus occurred. Point 3. The classical experience of madness, 17th and 18th centuries, is very different. Now madness is perceived as unreason, that is, the absolute opposite of reason. This is the time when the mad are locked up instead of being sent out of the cities to live at their limits, when the movement towards the exclusion of the irrational by society meets le grand renfermement, the moment when, from the middle of the 17th century onwards, places of confinement are created all over Europe. Foucault insists that these institutions were not perceived as medical establishments and that what happened inside them was unrelated to the medical knowledge and practices of the time. In them the mad were locked up with the blasphemous and the unemployed, with prostitutes and other deviants, and were considered as having freely chosen the path of mistake, against truth and reason. The perspective was ethical, not medical. They were made to reverse this choice by a meticulously described system of physical constraints and rewards. But, as in the first phase, in the Renaissance, alongside these institutional developments, another movement occurs. While for the powers which had organized their internment the mad were guilty because they had made the choice to reject nature, for medical doctors, madness was becoming a natural object. The mad were no longer perceived as an aberration but as a phenomenon worthy of scientific study. Foucault envisages several reasons for this development, but an important one, important precisely in that it gives its full role to the contingent in history, is that the mad, because they were now locked up, could precisely be an object of observation, which of course raises the question, why did they become the object of the medical gaze while prostitutes, vagrants, etc. became the object of other disciplines in the making, for instance sociology or criminology? The division or partage between reason and madness has clearly taken place. There is no longer a surface of contact between them as there was during the Renaissance, and this division parallels the social division instituted by the house of confinement. Of course there are many ways to interpret the social causes of this great movement of confinement of all those who did not work, regulation of the number of the unemployed and of prices. The workhouses where people were barely paid served to keep prices down, getting rid of undesirable characters through means that sidestepped the normal judiciary procedures. Internment could be decreed by royal lettre de cachet, and the hôpital général, an institutional space of legal exception, was beyond the reach of judicial authorities, fulfillment of the charitable purposes of the Church, etc. Such explanations of confinement by its social function are true for Foucault, who declared that social sensibility to madness changed as a function of the rise of mercantilism and the bourgeois family, but they refer to specific decisions which always presuppose a specific form of awareness or the experience of the other and of a group as unreasonable, as fundamentally alien to the norm. Here, however, what really interests Foucault is that the act of exclusion is in fact contemporary to or even predates and in a sense produces the alienation. Suddenly a new figure becomes perceptible, and this perception will in turn have new effects. The third, modern phase emerges at the end of the 18th century with the end of the hôpitaux généraux and the creation of institutions exclusively dedicated to the care of the mad. Madness has now become the exclusive object of a medical perception. The lunatic asylum or psychiatric hospital is the result of a synthesis between the newly perceived need to cure the mad whom their family cannot afford to treat at home and the old need to protect society. But this synthesis of a space of cure and a place of exclusion is soon forgotten in its historical origin and becomes perceived as natural. The mad are now locked up in order to be cured. At first, internment was perceived confusedly as a reflection of the nature of madness viewed as a loss of the natural freedom of man. Now it is the only space where the necessary treatments to protect this freedom and restore it can be administered. Madness, which has been alienated by society, is now defined as psychological alienation, an alienation of the self from itself, and the space of confinement a space where the self can gather itself again. So in important respects, for Foucault, the medical liberation of the mad by philanthropists, for instance Tuque in England and Pinel in France, famous for having removed their chains, this sudden and real understanding of madness, is a myth, based, like all myths, on the forgetting of historical origins. The transformation of the exclusion space into a medical space made it possible for madness to become an object of scientific observation and experimentation. To objectify the mad was to master them, since they were defined as the product of natural causalities, and in practice it clearly became a new way of exerting a power upon them, of which the invention of the straitjacket is a model, analyzed in depth by Foucault. In the end, the asylum, where man could be systematically perceived and studied, was one of the birthplaces of the idea of the human sciences. But Foucault's target here is not scientific truth in itself, but the claims to scientificity of disciplines which take as natural an object that they have in fact shaped in ways and for reasons that are often largely exterior to the object itself. In that, his approach is similar to that of Maurice Merleau-Ponty in his criticism of behaviorism as a false science in the structure of behavior, or to that of Georges Canguilhem in his studies on the construction of scientific concepts. Point 4. History. Foucault describes the book as a history of the conditions of possibility of psychology. The first dimension of the history of madness was to trace the origins of our conception of human beings as psychological subjects from the moment when a radical separation between madness and reason had taken place, the classical age, and when the possibility of a science of this new object appears. This clearly shows the aims of the particular brand of historiography that Foucault named, in this book, the archaeology of knowledge. What we spontaneously see as the final elimination of archaic and largely incomprehensible visions of the mad by the modern medical truth was not the fruit of a linear progress. Rather, it resulted from a complex series of transformations where the evolution of structures of social control gave rise to new forms of consciousness which in turn produced new structures of control. So, however Hegelian the vocabulary, and however prophetic or apocalyptic the tone sometimes is, Foucault constantly rejected the idea that the trajectory of madness was determined from the beginning and attempted to avoid the illusions born from a retrospective gaze which necessarily naturalizes the present. Point 5. But in addition to this historical analysis of madness and its institutions, and to a reflection on Western historiography, the book also contains the germs of a reflection on history in general. The reason is that the exclusion of madness coincided for Foucault with the birth of a certain conception of historical time as unified, directed, and meaningful, as opposed to the chaotic violence, the monotonous repetition of a meaningless fury, the paradoxical tale told by an idiot. The history of madness was thus also implicitly a history of the conditions of the possibility of history taken in this sense. It saw in the exclusion of the mad through the construction of madness as unreason one of these conditions, a dimension particularly emphasized in the first preface. The necessity of madness throughout the history of the West is linked to that decisive action that extracts a significant language from the background noise and its continuous monotony, a language which is transmitted and culminates in time. It is, in short, linked to the possibility of history. Philosophy. A third dimension of this book is that it marks the passage between two philosophical perspectives. The vocabulary of the phenomenological approach is still common here, in particular in the first preface, and what is at stake is described as a particular experience. This word is perhaps the most common in the book. Point 6 But there are several experiences or forms of experience of madness, and they are historically very different even though they interfere and overlap. They are not used as indicators of the structures of a transcendental subjectivity but, rather, described as historically constructed, as forms of culture. In fact, when reading the book closely, it is soon obvious that the means through which these experiences are accessed by Foucault, the archives, the different types of documents which form the material of the historical inquiry, become its real object. When he mentions an experience, he never does anything other than to point to a difference in historical configurations of practices, beliefs, and institutions. Thus, when writing about the two major forms of the experiences of madness that were juxtaposed throughout the classical age and both follow their own chronological index, he notes that the formulations that justify confinement are not presentiments of our modern diseases, but represent instead an experience of madness that intersects with our pathological analyses, but which could never coincide with them in any coherent manner. The purpose of history is therefore no longer to extract the real meaning of documents which would have so far remained obscure, here, to decipher, behind the crude descriptions of the registers of confinement, archaic ways of seeing the reality analyzed by modern taxonomies of mental diseases, but to see rather how those specific descriptions articulate with certain norms or principles, in particular moral and religious, of their time. Rather than simply seeking to identify an obsessional neurosis behind the description of the deranged mind inventing its own devotion, the aim is to understand the moral order against which this disturbance is perceived as madness. The introduction to Foucault's major methodological text, The Archaeology of Knowledge, noted that the passage to an archaeological analysis applied to the history of ideas, thought or science, has broken up the long series formed by the progress of consciousness, or the teleology of reason, or the evolution of human thought. Thus, in place of the continuous chronology of reason, which was invariably traced back to some inaccessible origin, its founding opening, there have appeared scales that are sometimes very brief, distinct from one another, irreducible to a single law, scales that bear a type of history peculiar to each one, and which cannot be reduced to the general model of a consciousness that acquires, progresses, and remembers. p8. A spectacular consequence of this shift from an analysis of experience to an analysis of structures and practices is the connection established by Foucault at the beginning of the second chapter of the first part of the History of Madness, between the refusal by Descartes to consider the possibility of his own madness as a legitimate reason for doubting the reality of the world and of his own existence, and the invention of vast houses of confinement roughly at the same time. These would be two aspects of the same event. One of the questions Descartes asks, in his systematic exploration of the reasons for scepticism, is, how do I know that I am not mad? But instead of examining the question, Descartes dismisses it in an exclamation all the more astonishing when coming from a philosopher who defined the two causes of error as prejudice and precipitation. But such people are insane, and I would be thought equally mad if I took anything from them as a model for myself. Metaphysical Meditations, 1641. The French translation, reviewed and approved by Descartes, is even stronger. It can in turn be translated as, I would be equally mad if I took anything from them as a model for myself. Foucault seems to have been the first modern reader of Descartes to note this gap in an otherwise watertight argument. Point 7 He sees the a priori exclusion of madness from the process of thought, where the mad, as insane, are characterized solely by what they lack, as symptomatic of the parallel formation of modern rationalism and of institutions of confinement, both forming the two sides of what he calls the classical event. This connection established between the detail of an argument within the canonical exposition of Descartes' philosophy and extraordinarily methodical and meticulous metaphysical meditation, and a large-scale historical social transformation, drew the attention of Jacques Derrida, who published in 1964 a critique of madness and unreason, under the title Cogito and History of Madness 8, initiating a violent debate which led Foucault to clarify his basic assumptions. In substance, Derrida raised two objections. First, he rejected Foucault's reading. If Descartes moves so quickly from the argument of madness to the argument of the dream, an essential moment in the consideration of sceptical arguments, since the experience of the dream shows that there is no criterion we could use, within the field of consciousness, to assert the reality of an existence exterior to this field, it is because the experience of the dream is common and perhaps universal, as opposed to the experience of madness. The voice which excludes the mad from the field of rational inquiry would thus not be that of the philosopher but of the layman, in the hypothetical dialogue which would be contained in this meditation. This man would never consider as serious the argument of madness, but would easily be shaken, as any philosophy teacher knows, by the argument of the dream. So, for Derrida, the strength of madness as a radical questioning of beliefs in whatever exists, in its proximity therefore to the sceptical moment of philosophy, is here, in Descartes, triumphant in the hyperbole of the dream itself. Far from indicating a gesture of exclusion, the substitution of the argument of the dream, claims Derrida, is the hyperbolic exasperation of the hypothesis of madness. The second important point of Derrida's critique is of a much more general nature. He sees in what he calls the hyperbolic audacity of the Cartesian cogito, its mad audacity, a fundamental move, which is the essence of philosophical thought itself. It is the point of certainty from which the possibility of Foucault's narration, as well as of the narration of the totality, in fact the project of thinking this totality by escaping it, is embedded. That audacity in Descartes comes from beyond Descartes, and it should not be pinned down to any particular moment in history, because it is the condition, says Derrida, of all histories or all narration. This audacity is philosophy, or, more precisely, the initial excess or extravagance of the philosophical gesture when it questions the totality of what exists, and therefore can ask the question of the nature and meaning of being, whatever the answer is, theological or not. By doing that, he adds, this initial gesture opens up a space at the same time for madness and for reason, and also for history, as history is always a meaning imposed onto the infinite multiplicity of the real. In other words, what Foucault attributes to a moment in time, the division reason/unreason, the idea of history as a meaningful whole, is in fact the initial philosophical gesture, without which Foucault could not have written his book. For this gesture of freedom which questions the totality of being as such, as in the first of Descartes' metaphysical meditation, is in excess of, or takes place before a discursive practice has started, before a book has been written to answer it, and therefore cannot be totally reduced to the historical conditions under which books are written or thoughts expressed. Ignoring that would be a sign on the part of Foucault of what Derrida calls a historicist totalitarianism, which would reduce all thought to the conditions of its production and would therefore ipso facto endanger its own claim to truthfulness. Point 9. Foucault responded in 1972, in the second edition of the book, by then called History of Madness, in two ways. First, he removed the preface of 1961, on which Derrida had concentrated his more general attack, and second, he added to the book an important appendix, My Body, This Paper, This Fire, which is a systematic rebuttal of Derrida's argument, so violent in tone that the two writers stopped communicating for 10 years. We publish here both prefaces and this text together with a second appendix Foucault inserted in the 1972 edition, at the insistence of Gilles Deleuze, which reformulates and develops some of the themes of the first preface, madness, the absence of an oeuvre. This text was originally published in May 1964. The present edition also contains an earlier and different version of Foucault's answer to Derrida, published in the Japanese journal Paideia in February 1972. There is little doubt that on the textual analysis of Descartes Foucault has no difficulty countering Derrida's argument. The meditation as a type of discursive practice is radically different from the dialogue, and it is only through distortions of the text that Derrida can claim otherwise. Point 10 in particular, he does not see that in the movement of the meditation, the very act of thinking about the dream, the particular steps of this thought as events within the meditative process, are an essential element in blurring the border between dream and reality and operate a transformation of the meditating subject himself. In other words, Derrida fails to see that in Descartes' text meditation is action as much as demonstration, as the cogito itself will again demonstrate in the second meditation. Hence the violent conclusion. It was not at all on account of their inattentiveness that classical scholars omitted, before Derrida and like him, this passage from Descartes. It is part of a system of which Derrida is today the most decisive representative, in its final explosion, a reduction of discursive practices to textual traces, the elision of events that are produced there, leaving only the marks for a reading, the invention of voices behind the text, so as not to have to examine the modes of implication of the subject in discourses, the assignation of the originary as said and not said in the text in order to avoid replacing discursive practices in the field of transformation where they are carried out. Foucault goes on to say that the very statement of an a priori irreducibility of the opening of a critical, philosophical, thought to the historical conditions of its emergence is itself a discursive practice, reducible to the conditions of its emergence. I would say that it is a historically well-determined little pedagogy, which manifests itself here in a very visible manner. A pedagogy which teaches the student that there is nothing outside the text, but that in it, in its interstices, in its blanks and silences, the reserve of the origin reigns, that it is never necessary to look beyond it, but that here, not in the words of course, but in words as crossings out, in their lattice, what is said is the meaning of being. A pedagogy that inversely gives to the voice of the masters that unlimited sovereignty that allows it to indefinitely re-say the text. In its defense of the methods of the new historiography of ideas, with its insistence on thresholds, mutations, independent systems, and limited series, the archaeology of knowledge explains the violence of Foucault's reaction and the importance of Descartes in this debate. If the history of thought could remain the locus of uninterrupted continuities, if it could endlessly forge connections that no analysis could undo without abstraction, if it could weave around everything that men say and do, obscure synthesis that anticipate for him, prepare him, and lead him endlessly towards his future, it would provide a privileged shelter for the sovereignty of consciousness. p. 12. But then Foucault's answer does not explain in this book how it is possible for a thought that claims to be doing an archaeology of systems of thoughts, which thus must study accurately the conditions of its own production and the constraints that bear on its own exercise, a thought therefore that can neither postulate for itself an absolute origin, say in the act of institution of a ratio, nor a detachment from its own time, how it is possible for such a thought to explain the freedom within which it operates and the truthfulness of the structures it constructs when studying history. Must philosophy postulate the transcendence of thought to history? This is the question of this book, since as a history of modern conceptions of madness it also opens up the possibility of a history of forms of rationality. One could read a large part of Foucault's later work as an attempt to address this question. Preface to the 1961 edition. Pascal, men are so necessarily mad, that not being mad would be being mad through another trick that madness played one and that other. Text, by Dostoevsky, from a writer's diary. It is not by locking up one's neighbor that one convinces oneself of one's own good sense. We need a history of that other trick that madness plays, that other trick through which men, in the gesture of sovereign reason that locks up their neighbor, communicate and recognize each other in the merciless language of non-madness, we need to identify the moment of that expulsion too before it was definitely established in the reign of truth, before it was brought back to life by the lyricism of protestation. To try to recapture, in history, this degree zero of the history of madness, when it was undifferentiated experience, the still undivided experience of the division itself. To describe, from the origin of its curve, that other trick which, on either side of its movement, allows reason and madness to fall away, like things henceforth foreign to each other, deaf to any exchange, almost dead to each other. It is, no doubt, an uncomfortable region. To pass through it we must renounce the comforts of terminal truths and never allow ourselves to be guided by what we might know of madness. None of the concepts of psychopathology, even and above all in the implicit play of retrospection, can be allowed to play an organizing role. The gesture that divides madness is the constitutive one, not the science that grows up in the calm that returns after the division has been made. The caesura that establishes the distance between reason and non-reason is the origin, the grip in which reason holds non-reason to extract its truth as madness, fault, or sickness derives from that, and much further off. We must therefore speak of this primitive debate without supposing a victory, nor the right to victory. We must speak of these repeated gestures in history, leaving in suspense anything that might take on the appearance of an ending, or of rest in truth, and speak of that gesture of severance, the distance taken, the void installed between reason and that which it is not, without ever leaning on the plenitude of what reason pretends to be. Then, and only then, will that domain be able to appear, where men of madness and men of reason, departing from each other and not yet separate, can open, in a language more original, much rougher and much more matutinal than that of science, the dialogue of their rupture, which proves, in a fleeting fashion, that they are still on speaking terms. There, madness and non-madness, reason and unreason are confusedly implicated in each other, inseparable as they do not yet exist, and existing for each other, in relation to each other, in the exchange that separates them. In the midst of the serene world of mental illness, modern man no longer communicates with the madman. On the one hand is the man of reason, who delegates madness to the doctor, thereby authorizing no relation other than through the abstract universality of illness, and on the other is the man of madness, who only communicates with the other through the intermediary of a reason that is no less abstract, which is order, physical and moral constraint, the anonymous pressure of the group, the demand for conformity. There is no common language, or rather, it no longer exists. The constitution of madness as mental illness, at the end of the 18th century, bears witness to a rupture in a dialogue, gives the separation as already enacted, and expels from the memory all those imperfect words, of no fixed syntax, spoken falteringly, in which the exchange between madness and reason was carried out. The language of psychiatry, which is a monologue by reason about madness, could only have come into existence in such a silence. My intention was not to write the history of that language, but rather draw up the archaeology of that silence. Asterisk. The Greeks had a relation to a thing they called hubris. The relation was not solely one of condemnation. The existence of Thrasymachus, or that of Callicles, is proof enough of that, even if their discourse comes down to us already enveloped in the reassuring dialectics of Socrates. But the Greek logos had no opposite. European man, since the depths of the Middle Ages, has had a relation to a thing that is confusedly termed madness, dementia, or unreason. It is perhaps to that obscure presence that Western reason owes something of its depth, as with the threat of hubris, the sigma omega phi omicron sigma upsilon nu eta, sophro sign, of Socratic speech makers. In any case, the reason-unreason relation constitutes for Western culture one of the dimensions of its originality. It accompanied it long before Hieronymus Bosch, and will follow it long after Nietzsche and Artaud. But what then is this confrontation below the language of reason? Where might this interrogation lead, following not reason in its horizontal becoming, but seeking to retrace in time this constant verticality, which, the length of Western culture, confronts it with what it is not, measuring it with its own extravagance. Towards what region might it take us, which was neither the history of knowledge nor history plain and simple, which was commanded neither by the teleology of the truth nor the rational concatenation of causes, which only have value or meaning beyond the division. A region, no doubt, where it would be a question more of the limits than of the identity of a culture. We could write a history of limits of those obscure gestures, necessarily forgotten as soon as they are accomplished, through which a culture rejects something which for it will be the exterior, and throughout its history, this hollowed out void, this white space by means of which it isolates itself, identifies it as clearly as its values. For those values are received, and maintained in the continuity of history, but in the region of which we would speak, it makes its essential choices, operating the division which gives a culture the face of its positivity. This is the originary thickness in which a culture takes shape. To interrogate a culture about its limit experiences is to question it at the confines of history about a tier that is something like the very birth of its history. Point 3. There, in a tension that is constantly on the verge of resolution, we find the temporal continuity of a dialectical analysis confronted with the revelation, at the doors of time, of a tragic structure. At the center of these limit experiences of the Western world is the explosion, of course, of the tragic itself, Nietzsche having shown that the tragic structure from which the history of the Western world is made is nothing other than the refusal, the forgetting and the silent collapse of tragedy. Around that experience, which is central as it knots the tragic to the dialectic of history in the very refusal of tragedy by history, many other experiences gravitate. Each one, at the frontiers of our culture, traces a limit that simultaneously signifies an original division. In the universality of the Western ratio, there is this division which is the Orient, thought of as the origin, dreamt of as the vertiginous point from which nostalgia and promises of return are born, the Orient offered to the colonizing reason of the Occident, but indefinitely inaccessible, for it always remains the limit, the night of the beginning, in which the Occident was formed, but in which it traced a dividing line. The Orient is for the Occident everything that it is not, while remaining the place in which its primitive truth must be sought. What is required is a history of this great divide, all along this Occidental becoming, following it in its continuity and its exchanges, while also allowing it to appear in its tragic hieratism. Other divisions must also be told, in the luminous unity of appearance, the absolute division of dreams, which man cannot prevent himself from questioning in search of his own truth, be it that of his destiny or that of his heart, but which he only questions beyond an essential refusal that constitutes it and pushes it into the derision of the oniric. It will also be necessary to write the history of sexual prohibitions, and not simply in terms of ethnology, and speak, in our culture itself, of the continuously mobile and obstinate forms of repression, not to write a chronicle of morality or tolerance, but to reveal, as a limit of our Occidental world and the origin of its morality, the tragic division of the happy world of desire. Finally, and firstly, we must speak of the experience of madness. The following study will only be the first, and probably the easiest, in this long line of inquiry which, beneath the sun of the great Nietzschean quest, would confront the dialectics of history with the immobile structures of the tragic. Asterisk. What then is madness, in its most general but most concrete form, for anyone who immediately challenges any hold that knowledge might have upon it? In all probability, nothing other than the absence of an oeuvre. What place could the existence of madness have in becoming? What is its wake? Quite probably very narrow, a few mildly worrying lines, which leave the great reasonable calm of history unchanged. What weight might they have, in the face of the few decisive words that wove the becoming of Western reason, these vain words, these dossiers of indecipherable delirium, juxtaposed by chance to the words of reason in prisons and libraries? Is there any place in the universe of our discourses for the thousands of pages where Thorin, an almost illiterate lackey and frenzied madman, transcribed, at the close of the 17th century, his fugitive visions and the roaring of his terror, for all that is merely fallen time, the poor presumption of a passage refused by the future, a thing in becoming which is irreparably less than history? It is that less than that we must investigate, immediately freeing it of any association with the pejorative. From its originary formulation, historical time imposes silence on a thing that we can no longer apprehend, other than by addressing it as void, vanity, nothingness. History is only possible against the backdrop of the absence of history, in the midst of a great space of murmurings, that silence watches like its vocation and its truth. I will call desert this castle that you were, night this voice, absence your face 5 an obscure, equivocal region, pure origin, as it is from there that the language of history would be born, slowly conquering so much confusion with the forms of its syntax and the consistency of its vocabulary and ultimate residue, a sterile beach of words, sand that has run its course and is immediately forgotten, keeping nothing, in its passivity, other than the empty imprints of abstracted figures. The great oeuvre of the history of the world is indelibly accompanied by the absence of an oeuvre, which renews itself at every instant, but which runs unaltered in its inevitable void the length of history, and from before history, as it is already there in the primitive decision, and after it again, as it will triumph in the last word uttered by history. The plenitude of history is only possible in the space, both empty and peopled at the same time, of all the words without language that appear to anyone who lends an ear, as a dull sound from beneath history, the obstinate murmur of a language talking to itself without any speaking subject and without an interlocutor, wrapped up in itself, with a lump in its throat, collapsing before it ever reaches any formulation and returning without a fuss to the silence that it never shook off. The charred root of meaning. That is not yet madness, but the first caesura from which the division of madness became possible. That division is its repetition and intensification, its organization in the tight unity of the present. The perception that Western man has of his own time and space allows a structure of refusal to appear, on the basis of which a discourse is denounced as not being language, a gesture as not being an oeuvre, a figure as having no rightful place in history. This structure is constitutive of what is sense and nonsense, or rather of that reciprocity through which the one is bound to the other. It alone can account for the general fact that in our culture there can be no reason without madness, even though the rational knowledge that we have of madness reduces it and disarms it by lending it the slender status of pathological accident. The necessity of madness throughout the history of the West is linked to that decisive action that extracts a significant language from the background noise and its continuous monotony, a language which is transmitted and culminates in time. It is, in short, linked to the possibility of history. This structure of the experience of madness, which is history through and through, but whose seat is at its margins, where its decisions are made, is the object of this study. Which means that it is not at all a history of knowledge, but of the rudimentary movements of an experience. A history not of psychiatry, but of madness itself, in all its vivacity, before it is captured by knowledge. We need to strain our ears, and bend down towards this murmuring of the world, and try to perceive so many images that have never been poetry, so many fantasies that have never attained the colors of day. But it is, no doubt, a doubly impossible task, as it would require us to reconstitute the dust of this concrete pain, and those insane words that nothing anchors in time, and above all because that pain and those words only exist, and are only apparent to themselves and to others in the act of division that already denounces and masters them. It is only in the act of separation, and from it, that we can think of them as dust that has not yet been separated. Any perception that aims to apprehend them in their wild state necessarily belongs to a world that has captured them already. The liberty of madness can only be heard from the heights of the fortress in which it is imprisoned. There, freedom has only the morose registry of its prisons, and its wordless experience as a persecuted thing. All we have is its description as an escaped convict. 6. To write the history of madness will therefore mean making a structural study of the historical ensemble notions, institutions, judicial and police measures, scientific concepts which hold captive a madness whose wild state can never be reconstituted, but in the absence of that inaccessible primitive purity, the structural study must go back to that decision that both bound and separated reason and madness. It must tend to discover the perpetual exchange, the obscure common root, the Originary confrontation that gives meaning to the unity and the opposition of sense and senselessness. That will allow that lightning flash decision to appear once more, heterogeneous with the time of history, but ungraspable outside it, which separates the murmur of dark insects from the language of reason and the promises of time. Asterisk. Should we be surprised that this structure was above all visible during the 150 years that preceded and prepared the formation of a psychiatry considered by us as positive? The classical age from Willis to Pinel, from the Fury of Orris to the Quinta del Sordo and Juliet covers precisely that period when the exchange between madness and reason modifies its language, in a radical manner. In the history of madness, two events signal this change with singular clarity: in 1657, the founding of the Hospital General, and the great confinement of the poor, and in 1794, the liberation of the mad in chains at Bicetre. Between these two singular and symmetrical events, something happened, whose ambiguity has perplexed historians of medicine: blind repression in an absolutist regime, according to some, and, according to others, the progressive discovery, by science and philanthropy, of madness in its positive truth. In fact, beneath these reversible meanings, a structure was taking shape, which did not undo that ambiguity but was decisive for it. This structure explains the passage from the medieval and humanist experience of madness to the experience that is our own, which confines madness in mental illness. In the Middle Ages, and up until the Renaissance, the debate between man and madness was a dramatic debate that confronted man with the dark powers of the world, and the experience of madness was absorbed in images that spoke of the fall and the end of all things, of the beast, of metamorphosis, and of all the marvelous secrets of knowledge. In our time, the experience of madness is made in the calm of a knowledge which, through knowing it too much, passes it over. But in the movement from the one experience to the other, the passage is made through a world without images or positivity, in a sort of silent transparency that allows a great immobile structure to appear, like a wordless institution, a gesture without commentary, an immediate knowledge. This structure is neither that of drama nor of knowledge, it is the point at which history freezes, in the tragic mode that both founds it and calls it into question. At the center of this attempt to re-establish the value of the classical experience of madness, in its rights and its becoming, there is therefore a motionless figure to be found, the simple division into daylight and obscurity, shadow and light, dream and waking, the truth of the sun and the power of midnight. An elementary figure, which only accepts time as the indefinite return of a limit. Another effect of that figure was to lead man into a powerful forgetting. He was to learn to dominate that great division, and bring it down to his own level, and make in himself the day and the night, and order the sun of the truth to the pale light of his truth. Having mastered his madness, and having freed it by capturing it in the jails of his gaze and his morality, having disarmed it by pushing it into a corner of himself, finally allowed man to establish that sort of relation to the self that is known as psychology. It had been necessary for madness to cease being night, and become a fleeting shadow within consciousness, for man to be able to pretend to grasp its truth and untangle it in knowledge. In the reconstitution of this experience of madness, a history of the conditions of possibility of psychology wrote itself as though of its own accord. Asterisk. In the course of writing this book, I sometimes had recourse to material that had been already gathered together by other authors. I did this as little as possible, and only in cases when I was unable to gain access to the document itself. Beyond any reference to a psychiatric truth, the aim was to allow these words and texts, which came from beneath the surface of language, and were not produced to accede to language, to speak of themselves. Perhaps, to my mind, the most important part of this work is the space I have left to the texts of the archives themselves. For the rest, it was necessary to ensure that I remained in a sort of relativity without recourse, never looking for a way out in any psychological coup de force, which might have turned over the cards and denounced some unrecognized truth. It was necessary to speak of madness only through that other trick that allows men to not be mad, and that other trick could only be described, for its part, in the primitive vivacity that engages it in an indefinite debate regarding madness. A language without support was therefore necessary, a language that entered the game, but was to authorize the exchange, a language that constantly corrected itself to proceed, in a continuous movement, to the very bottom. The aim was to keep the relative at all costs, and to be absolutely understood. There, in that simple problem of elocution, the greatest difficulty that faced the enterprise hid and expressed itself. It was necessary to bring to the surface of the language of reason a division and a debate that must of necessity remain on the near side of it, as that language only has meaning well beyond them. What was required was therefore a language that was quite neutral, fairly free from scientific terminology, and social or moral options, in order to approach most closely these primitively tangled words, and so that that distance through which modern man shores himself up against madness might be abolished, but a language that remained sufficiently open for the decisive words through which the truth of madness and of reason are constituted to find their place without being betrayed. Of rules and methods, I retained only one, summed up in a text by Char, where the definition of the most pressing and the most contained truth can be read. I removed from things the illusion they produce to protect themselves from us, and I left them the part that they concede us. 7. Asterisk. In this task, which was inevitably a slightly solitary one, many came to my assistance and have a right to my gratitude. First of all M. Georges Dumézil, without whom the work would never have been begun, neither begun in the course of a Swedish night, nor finished in the stubborn, bright sun of Polish liberty. I must also thank M. Jean Hippolyte, and above all M. Georges Canguilhem, who read this work in a still unformed state, advised me when things were not simple, saved me from many errors, and showed me the value of being heard. My friend Robert Mause, a great authority on the 18th century, provided much of the knowledge that I was lacking. I should also name many others who appear not to matter. Yet they know, these friends from Sweden and these Polish friends, that there is something of their presence in these pages. May they pardon me for making such demands on them and their happiness, they who were so close to a work that spoke only of distant sufferings, and the slightly dusty archives of pain. Asterisk. Companions in pathos, who barely murmur, go with your lamp spent and return the jewels. A new mystery sings in your bones. Cultivate your legitimate strangeness. 8. Hamburg, February 5, 1960. Preface to the 1972 edition. I really ought to write a new preface for this book, which is old already. But the idea I find rather unattractive. For whatever I tried to do, I would always end up trying to justify it for what it was, and reinsert it, insofar as such a thing might be possible, in what is going on today. Perhaps that would be possible, perhaps not. I might do it with varying degrees of success, but it would not be an honest course of action. And above all, that wouldn't be in keeping with what should be, regarding a book, the preserve of the person who wrote it. A book is produced, it is a minuscule event, an object that fits into the hand. But at that moment, it takes its place in an incessant game of repetitions, for its doubles, both near and far, start to multiply. Each reading gives it for an instant an impalpable, unique body, fragments of it pass into circulation and are passed off as the real thing, purporting to contain the book in its entirety, and the book itself sometimes ends up taking refuge in such summaries. Commentaries double the text still further, creating even more discourses where, it is claimed, the book is itself at last, avowing all that it refused to say, delivering itself from all that which it so loudly pretended to be. A reissue in another place and in another time is yet another of these doubles, something which is neither totally an illusion, nor totally an identical object. The temptation is great for the person who wrote the book to lay down the law regarding these flickering simulacra, and prescribe a form for them, to give them the ballast of an identity, imposing a unique mark that would give them all a certain constant value. I am the author, look at my face or my profile. This is what all these doubled figures that are going to circulate under my name should look like. Those who stray from it are worthless, and it is from their degree of resemblance that you should measure the value of the others. I am the name, the law, the soul, the secret, and the balance in which these doubles should be weighed. So speaks the preface, the first act in which the monarchy of the author is established, a declaration of tyranny. My intention should be your precept, you must bend your reading, your analyses, your criticisms to what I was trying to do, and take note of my modesty. When I speak of the limits of my enterprise, I mean to set a boundary for your freedom, and if I claim that I feel I was not up to the task, it is because I don't want to leave you the privilege of substituting my book with the fantasy of a different one, close to it, but more beautiful than the book itself. I am the monarch of the things that I have said, and I keep an eminent sovereignty over them, that of my intention, and the meaning that I wish to give to them. My desire is that a book, at least for the person who wrote it, should be nothing other than the sentences of which it is made, that it should not be doubled by that first simulacrum of itself which is a preface, whose intention is to lay down the law for all the simulacra which are to be formed in the future on its basis. My desire is that this objective end, almost imperceptible among so many others, should recopy, fragment, repeat, simulate and replicate itself, and finally disappear without the person who happened to produce it ever being able to claim the right to be its master, and impose what he wished to say, or say what he wanted it to be. In short, my desire is that a book should not create of its own accord that status of text to which teaching and criticism will all too probably reduce it, but that it should have the easy confidence to present itself as discourse, as both battle and weapon, strategy and shock, struggle and trophy or wound, conjuncture and vestige, strange meeting and repeatable scene. For these reasons, when I was asked to write a new preface for this book, which is being reissued, I could only answer that the previous one should be removed. That would be the honest course. We should not try to justify the old book, nor reinsert it into the present. The series of events to which it belongs, and which are its true law, are far from being over. As for novelty, we should not pretend to discover in it a secret reserve or a richness that initially escaped detection. Its only novelty is the things that have been said about it, and the events in which it has been caught up. I will add only two texts, one, already published, where I expand on a phrase I ventured rather blindly, madness, the absence of an oeuvre; the other, unpublished in France, where I try to address a remarkable criticism by Derrida. But you have just written a preface. At least it's short. Michel Foucault. Part 1. I. Stultifero navis. At the end of the Middle Ages, leprosy disappeared from the Western world. At the edges of the community, at town gates, large, barren, uninhabitable areas appeared, where the disease no longer reigned but its ghost still hovered. For centuries, these spaces would belong to the domain of the inhuman. From the 14th to the 17th century, by means of strange incantations, they conjured up a new incarnation of evil, another grinning mask of fear, home to the constantly renewed magic of purification and exclusion. From the High Middle Ages until the end of the Crusades, leprosaria had sprung up and multiplied across the surface of Europe. The exact figure is unknown, but according to Matthew Paris, there were some 19,000 of these cities of the damned spread throughout Christendom. 1 In the years leading up to 1266, when Louis XIII ordered a set of statutes to be drawn up for the lazar houses, there were more than 2,000 such institutions in France. They numbered 43 in one diocese in Paris alone, and Bourg-la-Reine, Corbeil, Saint-Valery, and the sinister Champoury, Rotten Row, all figure on the list. Charenton, a name that would resonate down the centuries, is there too. The two largest houses, Saint-Germain and Saint-Lazare, were on the immediate outskirts of Paris, and their names too will crop up in the history of another sickness. 2 From the turn of the 15th century, a new emptiness appears. Saint-Germain becomes a home for young offenders the following century, and before Saint Vincent, Saint-Lazare counted only one leper, Leceur Langlois, a practitioner in the civil court. The leprosarium in Nancy, which had been one of the largest in Europe, had only 4 inmates during the regency of Marie de Médicis. The memoirs of Catel recount that there were 29 hospitals in Toulouse at the end of the medieval period. 7 of which were leprosaria, but at the end of the 17th century the number had shrunk to 3. Saint Cyprien, Arnaud Bernard, and Saint Michel. 3 Festivities were widespread to celebrate the disappearance of leprosy. In 1635, for instance, the inhabitants of Reims processed solemnly to thank God for delivering their town from its plight. 4. By that time, the French crown had already been reorganizing the immense land bank that the leper houses represented for more than a century. François I had ordered a census and an inventory of all such institutions on December 19, 1543, to put an end to the great disorder apparent in leper houses, and in his turn Henry IV decreed in 1606 that the accounts of such institutions be revised and that revenue accruing from this review be used for the upkeep of poor gentlemen and invalid soldiers. Another such overview was ordered on October 24, 1612, with the idea that this time the surplus revenue be used to feed the poor. 5. In fact, the leprosaria question wouldn't be settled in France before the close of the 17th century, and the economic importance of the question would be at the base of many a conflict. In 1677, there were still 44 leprosaria in the province of Dauphine alone. 6 On February 20, 1672, Louis XIV transferred control of all military and hospital orders to the orders of Saint Lazare and Mont Carmel, which were entrusted with the administration of all the remaining leprosaria in the kingdom. 7 20 years later the 1672 edict was revoked and, by means of series of measures that came into force from March 1693 to July 1695, the goods of the leper houses were redistributed among other hospitals and institutions for the succoring of the afflicted. The few lepers who still inhabited the 1,200 leprosaria that remained were grouped together in Saint Mesmin near Orleans. 8 These new orders were first brought into force in Paris, where Parliament transferred the revenue in question to the Hôpital General, and the example was soon being followed in the provinces. In Toulouse, all leprosy possessions were redirected to the Hospital for Incurables. In 1696, revenue from Beaulieu in Normandy was transferred to the main hospital in Caen, and in Volley, the money was transferred to the Saint Foy Hospital. 9 Together with Saint Mesmin, only Les Gainets near Bordeaux retained its former status. For their 1.5 million inhabitants in the 12th century, England and Scotland had opened 220 leper houses. But even by the 14th century they were beginning to empty. When Richard III ordered an inquiry into the state of Ripon Hospital in 1342, it emerged that there were no more lepers, and the foundation was charged with the care of the poor instead. By 1434, in the hospital founded in the late 12th century by Archbishop Puzel, there were only 2 remaining beds reserved for lepers, and they were often unoccupied. 10 In 1348 the great leper house of St. Alban had only 3 inhabitants. Romanol Hospital in Kent was abandoned 24 years later as no more lepers could be found. In Chatham, the St. Bartholomew leper house founded in 1078 had been one of the biggest in the country. By the time of Queen Elizabeth it had only 2 inmates, and it was finally closed altogether in 1627.11. The same regression of the disease was witnessed in Germany, although there the process was slightly slower. As in England, the Reformation hastened the transfer of control of the leper houses to local city authorities, who converted them into houses for the poor or hospitals, as was the case in Leipzig, Munich, and Hamburg. In 1542, all possessions of the leper houses of Schleswig-Holstein were handed over to hospitals. In Stuttgart, a magistrate's report indicated in 1589 that no leper had been recorded in the city's Lazarhaus for more than 50 years. In Lipplingen, the Lazarhaus was soon peopled with the insane and the incurably ill. 12. This strange disappearance was probably not the long sought-after result of obscure medical practices, but rather a spontaneous result of segregation, and the consequence, with the coming of the end of the Crusades, of cutting the cord that led to the main source of infection in the Middle East. Leprosy retreated, and the lowly spaces set aside for it, together with the rituals that had grown up not to suppress it but to keep it at a sacred distance, suddenly had no purpose. But what lasted longer than leprosy, and persisted for years after the Lazar houses had been emptied, were the values and images attached to the leper, and the importance for society of this insistent, fearsome figure, who was carefully excluded only after a magic circle had been drawn around him. If lepers were socially excluded and removed from the community of the visible church, their existence still made God manifest, as they showed both his anger and his bounty. Dearly beloved, says a ritual from a church in Vienne in the south of France, it has pleased God to afflict you with this disease, and the Lord is gracious for bringing punishment upon you for the evil that you have done in this world. The leper was then dragged out of the church by the priest and his acolytes Gressu retrogrado, but he was assured that he was God's witness. However removed from the church and the company of the saints, you are never separated from the grace of God. Bruegel's lepers watch from afar, but forever, as Christ climbs Mount Calvary accompanied by a whole people. Hieratic witnesses of evil, their salvation is assured by their exclusion. In a strange reversal quite opposed to merit and prayers, they are saved by the hand that is not offered. The sinner who abandons the leper to his fate thereby opens the door to his salvation. Thus be patient in your sickness, for the Lord does not underestimate your ills, nor separate you from his company. If you have patience, so shall you be saved, like the leper who died outside the door of the rich man, and was carried straight up to heaven. 13 Abandonment is his salvation, and exclusion offers an unusual form of communion. Once leprosy had gone, and the figure of the leper was no more than a distant memory, these structures still remained. The game of exclusion would be played again, often in these same places, in an oddly similar fashion 2 or 3 centuries later. The role of the leper was to be played by the poor and by the vagrant, by prisoners and by the alienated, and the sword of salvation at stake for both parties in this game of exclusion is the matter of this study. The forms this exclusion took would continue, in a radically different culture and with a new meaning, but remaining essentially the major form of a rigorous division, at the same time social exclusion and spiritual reintegration. Asterisk. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The role that leprosy had played was first taken by venereal disease. Such diseases were the natural heir to leprosy in the late 15th century, and the disease was treated in several leper hospitals. Under François I, an attempt was made to confine it to the hospital of the parish of Saint Eustache, and then in the parish of Saint Nicholas, both of which had served as lazar houses. Twice more, under Charles VIII and again in 1559, various buildings and outhouses at Saint-Germain-des-Prés previously used for lepers were converted for venereal diseases. 14 Soon the disease was so common that the construction of special buildings was being considered in certain spacious areas surrounding towns and suburbs, segregated from passers-by. 15 A new leprosy was born, which took the place of the former, but not without difficulty or conflicts. For these new lepers too struck fear into the hearts of the old. Lepers were far from overjoyed at being forced to share their space with these newcomers to the world of horror. Est mirabilis contagiosa et nemis formidanda infirmitas, quam entium detestantur leprosy et ea infecto siccum habitare non permittant. This astonishing and contagious disease is much to be feared. Even the lepers themselves reject it in horror, and refuse to permit those who have contracted the disease to keep their company. 16 But despite their long-standing right to stay in these segregated areas, there were too few of them to make their voices heard, and the venereal, more or less everywhere, had soon taken their place. Yet in the classical age it was not venereal diseases that would take over the role that leprosy had played in medieval culture. Despite these initial measures of exclusion, venereal disease was soon classed as simply another disease once more, and despite the reservations of the population, sufferers were soon being treated in hospitals. They were taken in at the Hôtel Dieu in Paris 17, and despite several attempts to expel them, they soon blended in with the other sick. 18 In Germany, special houses were built for them not to ensure their exclusion, but so that appropriate treatment could be given, and the Fuggers in Augsburg set up 2 such hospitals. The city of Nuremberg appointed a special physician who claimed to able to control the French malady. 19 The major difference with leprosy was that venereal diseases became a medical affair very early on, to be dealt with by doctors. Treatments sprang up on all sides, The order of Saint Come followed the Arab example and used mercury 20, whereas in the Hôtel Dieu in Paris treatment relied mainly on theriac, the classical world's cure for snake bite. Then came the great vogue for Gaiac, more precious than American gold, if Ulrich von Hutten and Freycaster's syphilides are to be believed. Sweat cures were practiced everywhere. In the course of the 16th century, venereal diseases took their place among other ills requiring medical treatment. The place of venereal diseases was fixed in a whole network of moral judgments, but that horizon brought only minor modifications to the essentially medical apprehension of the disease. 21. Curiously, it was only under the influence of the world of confinement in the 17th century that venereal disease became detached to some extent from this medical context, and like madness entered a space of social and moral exclusion. It is not in venereal disease that the true air of leprosy should be sought, but in a highly complex phenomenon that medicine would take far longer to appropriate. That phenomenon is madness. 22. But only after a long latency period of almost 2 centuries did that new obsession take the place of the fear that leprosy had instilled in the masses, and elicit similar reactions of division, exclusion, and purification, which are akin to madness itself. But before madness was brought under control towards the mid-17th century, and before ancient rituals were resuscitated in its honor, it was linked obstinately to many of the major experiences of the Renaissance. A brief overview of this presence and some of the essential figures is now in order. Asterisk. The simplest of these figures is also the most symbolic. A new object made its appearance in the imaginary landscape of the Renaissance, and it was not long before it occupied a privileged place there. This was the ship of fools, a strange drunken boat that wound its way down the wide, slow-moving rivers of the Rhineland and round the canals of Flanders. This Narren skiff was clearly a literary invention, and was probably borrowed from the ancient cycle of the Argonauts that had recently been given a new lease of life among mythological themes, and in the states of Burgundy at least now had an institutional function. Such ships were a literary commonplace, with a crew of imaginary heroes, moral models, or carefully defined social types set out on a great symbolic voyage that brought them, if not fortune, at the very least, the figure of their destiny or of their truth. Symphorian Champier, for example, composed successively a ship of princes and battles of the nobility in 1502 and a ship of virtuous ladies the following year. There is also a ship of health, together with Jacob van Oostvoorn's Blauwe Skjold of 1413, Brandt's Narrenskiff of 1497 and Jossie Bade's Stultiferine Aviculi Scaphi Fatuarum Mulierum of 1498. Naturally, Bosch's painting belongs to this same oniric flotilla. But among these satirical and novelistic ships, the Narrenskiff alone had a genuine existence, for they really did exist, these boats that drifted from one town to another with their senseless cargo. An itinerant existence was often the lot of the mad. 23. It was common practice for towns to banish them from inside the city walls, leaving them to run wild in the distant countryside or entrusting them to the care of traveling merchants or pilgrims. The custom was most common in Germany. In Nuremberg during the first half of the 14th century the presence of 62 madmen was recorded, and 31 were chased out of town. There were 21 more enforced departures over the 50 years that followed, and this was merely for madmen arrested by the municipal authorities. 24. They were often entrusted to the care of the river boatmen. In Frankfurt in 1399, boatmen were given the task of ridding the city of a madman who walked around naked, and in the earliest years of the following century a criminal madman was expelled in the same manner from Mainz. Sometimes the boatmen put these difficult passengers back ashore earlier than they had promised. One Frankfurt blacksmith returned twice from being expelled in such manner, before being definitively escorted to Kreuznach. 25. The arrival in the great cities of Europe of these ships of fools must have been quite a common sight. It is hard to pin down the precise meaning of the practice. It is tempting to think of it as a general means of expulsion used by the municipalities to punish vagabondage among the mad, but that hypothesis doesn't quite fit the facts, as this was a fate that only befell certain madmen, as some were treated in hospitals, even before the construction of special houses for the insane began. In the Hôtel Dieu in Paris they had specifically allocated bunks in some dormitories reserved for them 26, and in most of the great cities of Europe throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance there was always a special place reserved for the detention of the insane, like the Malun Châtelet 27 or the famous Tour Auxiliary Fous in Caen. 28 In Germany there were countless Narterm, like the gates of Lübeck or the Hamburg Junkfer. 29 So the mad were not systematically run out of town. It could be argued that only foreign madmen were expelled, and that each town only took responsibility for its own citizens who had lost their wits, and indeed in the accounts of various medieval cities there are records of funds put aside for the mad, and donations made in favor of the insane. 30 But the problem is not so simple, for there were centers where the insane, more numerous than elsewhere, were certainly not indigenous. To the fore here were centers of pilgrimage like Saint Mathurin de l'Archange, Saint Hildevert de Gournay, Besançon, and Gilles. Such trips were organized and even paid for by cities and hospitals. 31 And it may be that these ships of fools, which haunted the imagination of the early Renaissance, were in fact ships of pilgrimage, highly symbolic ships filled with the senseless in search of their reason. Some went down the rivers of the Rhineland towards Belgium and Gilles, while others went up the Rhine to Besançon and the Jura. But there were other towns, like Nuremberg, which were certainly not places of pilgrimage, yet which contained a higher than average number of madmen, far more than the city itself could have furnished. These madmen were lodged and paid for out of the city coffers, but were not cared for, they were simply thrown into prison. 32 It may be the case that in some big cities where there were markets and many people who came and went the mad were brought in considerable numbers by merchants and river boatmen, and that there they were forgotten, thereby cleansing their hometown of their presence. Perhaps these places of counter-pilgrimage became confused with places where the insane really were taken as pilgrims. The concern with cure and exclusion fused within the sacred space of the miraculous. It is possible that the town of Gilles developed in this manner a place of pilgrimage that became a place of confinement, a holy land where madness awaited its deliverance, but where it seems that man enacted the ancient ritual of division. This constant circulation of the insane, the gesture of banishment and enforced embarkation, was not merely aimed at social utility, or the safety of citizens. Its meanings were closer to rituals, and their trace is still discernible. So it was for instance that the insane were barred entry to churches. 33 While ecclesiastical law allowed them to partake of the sacraments. 34 The church took no sanctions against priests who lost their reason, but in Nuremberg in 1421 a mad priest was expelled with particular solemnity, as though the impurity was multiplied by the sacred nature of the character, yet the town paid the money that was to serve for his viaticum. 35 On occasions, the insane were publicly whipped, and in a sort of simulated hunt were chased out of town while being beaten with sticks. 36 All of which indicates that the departure of the mad belonged with other rituals of exile. So the ship of fools was heavily loaded with meaning, and clearly carried a great social force. On the one hand, it had incontestably practical functions, as entrusting a madman to the care of boatmen meant that he would no longer roam around the city walls, and ensured that he would travel far and be a prisoner of his own departure. But there was more. Water brought its own dark symbolic charge, carrying away, but purifying too. Navigation brought man face to face with the uncertainty of destiny, where each is left to himself and every departure might always be the last. The madman on his crazy boat sets sail for the other world, and it is from the other world that he comes when he disembarks. This enforced navigation is both rigorous division and absolute passage, serving to underline in real and imaginary terms the liminal situation of the mad in medieval society. It was a highly symbolic role, made clear by the mental geography involved, where the madman was confined at the gates of the cities. His exclusion was his confinement, and if he had no prison other than the threshold itself he was still detained at this place of passage. In a highly symbolic position he is placed on the inside of the outside, or vice versa. A posture that is still his today, if we admit that what was once the visible fortress of social order is now the castle of our own consciousness. Water and navigation had that role to play. Locked in the ship from which he could not escape, the madman was handed over to the thousand-armed river, to the sea where all paths cross, and the great uncertainty that surrounds all things. A prisoner in the midst of the ultimate freedom, on the most open road of all, chained solidly to the infinite crossroads. He is the passenger par excellence, the prisoner of the passage. It is not known where he will land, and when he lands, he knows not whence he came. His truth and his home are the barren wasteland between two lands that can never be his own. 37 Perhaps this ritual lies at the origin of the imaginary kinship common throughout the culture of the West. Or perhaps it was this kinship that called for and then fixed the ritual of embarkation whose origins are lost in the mists of civilization. But one thing is certain, the link between water and madness is deeply rooted in the dream of the Western man. In the medieval romance of Tristan et Iseult, Tristan is put ashore by the boatman on the coast of Cornwall, disguised as a madman. On his arrival at the castle of King Mark, he is recognized by no one, and no one knows where he has come from. But his conversation is too strange, distant, and familiar, and he is too aware of the well-kept secrets of this world not to have come from another very close by. He is not from dry land, with its solid cities, but from the unceasing restlessness of the sea, whose unknown paths reveal such strange truths, that fantastic plane, the flip side of the world. Iseult is the first to realize that this madman is a son of the sea, and that he's been put ashore by unrepentant sailors, making him a harbinger of bad luck. Damn the sailors who brought this madman, would that they had thrown him in the sea. 38 She cries. The theme reappears many times throughout the ages. For the mystics of the 15th century, it was the idea of the soul as bark, tossed on the sea of infinite desires, surrounded by sterile attachments and ignorance on all sides, and distracted by the meretricious sparkles of knowledge, in the midst of the great unreason of the world, a boat at the mercy of the great madness of the sea, unless he drops anchor on the solid ground of faith, or spreads its spiritual sails so that the breath of God might bring it home to port. 39 In the late 16th century, de Lancre blamed the demoniacal calling of a whole people on the sea, the uncertain furrow of the wake, the exclusive trust placed in the stars, the secret knowledge that passed from mariner to mariner, the distance from women and the ceaselessly shifting plane of the surface of the sea made men lose faith in God, and cast off the shackles of their attachment to their homeland, thereby opening the door to the devil and the ocean of his ruses. 40 The classical era was content to blame the English melancholy on the influence of a marine climate, the cold, wet, fickle weather and the fine droplets of water that entered the vessels and the fibers of the human body made a body lose its firmness, predisposing it to madness. 41 And finally, ignoring the huge literary tradition that stretches from Ophelia to the Lorelei, it is perhaps enough to quote the anthropo-cosmological analyses of Hein Roth, where madness is the manifestation in man of an obscure, aquatic element, a dark, disordered, shifting chaos, the germ and death of all things as opposed to the luminous, adult stability of the mind. 42. So the ship of fools resonates in the Western imagination with immemorial motifs. But why then, towards the 15th century, do we get this sudden formulation of the theme in literature and iconography? What made the silhouette of the ship of fools and its mad cargo loom so large against familiar landscapes? Why, from the old alliance of water and madness, was this ship born, and what made it appear at that very moment? Asterisk. The ship is a symbol of a sudden unease that appears on the horizon of European culture towards the end of the Middle Ages. Madness and the figure of the madman take on a new importance for the ambiguousness of their role. They are both threat and derision, the vertiginous unreason of the world, and the shallow ridiculousness of men. The first thing of interest is a literature of stories and morality tales. Its origins, no doubt, were far distant, but at the end of the Middle Ages it became a considerable mass, a long series of follies which as in the past stigmatized vices or faults but blamed them not on pride, a lack of charity or the neglect of Christian virtues but on a great unreason which could be blamed on no one in particular but which dragged everyone along in its wake in a sort of tacit agreement. 43 The denouncing of madness became a general form of moral critique. In farces and soties, the character of the fool, idiot, or simpleton took on an ever greater importance. 44 He was no longer familiar and ridiculous, but exterior to the action. 45 And took center stage as the harbinger of truth, playing the complementary, inverse role of the figure of the fool in tales and satires. If madness drags everyone into a blindness where all bearings are lost, then the madman by contrast brings everyone back to their own truth. In comedy, where everyone deceives someone else and lies to themselves, he is a comedy of the second degree, a deception that is itself deceptive. Reasoning has no place in his sottish language, but his words bring a reason that comically undoes the comedy. To lovers he speaks of love. 46 He teaches the truth about life to the young. 47 And the sad reality of things to the proud, the insolent, and those who bear false witness. 48 Even the old feasts of fools, so popular in Flanders and Northern Europe, became theatrical events, and were organized into social and moral criticism, whatever they may have contained of spontaneous religious parody. In high culture too folly was at work, at the heart of reason and truth. In Van Oostvoorens blauwe skut and Brandt's Narenskip madness takes all mankind aboard the foolish ship and whisks it off on a communal odyssey. The evil reign of madness is railed against by Murner in Naren Besquerung, and madness joins forces with love in Carat's satire Contre Fol Amour, and competes with love in a rhetorical joust to see who came first, and who makes the other possible and dictates his conduct at will, as in Louise Le Best Débat de Folie et d'Amour. Madness too made an appearance in the academic arena, becoming a self-reflexive object of discourse. Madness was denounced and defended, and proclaimed to be nearer to happiness and truth than reason itself. Wimp Feeling wrote Monopolium Philosophorum 49 and Judicus Gallus brought out Monopolium et Societas, Vulgo Delictibus. 50 Against the backdrop of these serious games, two great humanist texts stand out, Flater's Moria Rediviva of 1527, and Erasmus' Praise of Folly from 1509. Facing the sea of words, with their tireless dialectics and their endless variations and repetitions, stands a long dynasty of images, from Hieronymus Bosch's The Cure of Madness and The Ship of Fools to Bruegel's Mad Meg. Engravings and woodcuts show what literature and the theatre have already taken up, the interwoven themes of the festival and the dance of the Mad 51 from the 15th century onwards. The face of madness never ceased to haunt the imagination of the West. The succession of dates speaks for itself. The Dance of Death in the Innocents Cemetery in Paris probably dates from the early years of the 15th century, while the example in the Chaise Dieu was probably made around 1460, and in 1485 Guillaume Marchand published his Danse Macabre. 52 There is no doubt that this 60-year period was dominated by grinning death's head imagery. In 1492, Brandt wrote the Narenskip, and 5 years later it was translated into Latin. At the very end of the century Bosch painted his Ship of Fools. The Praise of Folly is from 1509, and the order of succession is clear. Up until the end of the 15th century, or perhaps slightly beyond it, the death theme reigns supreme. The end of mankind and the end of time are seen in war and the plagues. Hanging over human existence is an order and an end that no man can escape, a menacing presence from within the world itself. Suddenly, as the century drew to a close, that great uncertainty spun on its axis, and the derision of madness took over from the seriousness of death. From the knowledge of that fatal necessity that reduces man to dust we pass to a contemptuous contemplation of the nothingness that is life itself. The fear before the absolute limit of death becomes interiorized in a continual process of ironization. Fear was disarmed in advance, made derisory by being tamed and rendered banal, and constantly paraded in the spectacle of life. Suddenly, it was there to be discerned in the mannerisms, failings and vices of normal people. Death as the destruction of all things no longer had meaning when life was revealed to be a fatuous sequence of empty words, the hollow jingle of a jester's cap and bells. The death's head showed itself to be a vessel already empty, for madness was the being already there of death. 53 Death's conquered presence, sketched out in these everyday signs, showed not only that its reign had already begun, but also that its prize was a meager one. Death unmasked the mask of life, and nothing more, to show the skull beneath the skin it had no need to remove beauty or truth, but merely to remove the plaster or the tawdry clothes. The carnival mask and the cadaver share the same fixed smile. But the laugh of madness is an anticipation of the rictus grin of death, and the fool, that harbinger of the macabre, draws death's sting. In the High Renaissance, the cries of Mad Meg conquer the triumph of death that decorates the late medieval walls of the Campo Santo in Pisa. The substitution of the theme of madness for that of death is not the sign of a rupture, but rather of a new twist within the same preoccupation. It is still the nothingness of existence that is at stake, but this nothingness is no longer experienced as an end exterior to being, a threat and a conclusion. It is felt from within, as a continuous and unchanging form of life. Whereas previously the madness of men had been their incapacity to see that the end of life was always near, and it had therefore been necessary to call them back to the path of wisdom by means of the spectacle of death, now wisdom meant denouncing folly wherever it was to be found, and teaching men that they were already no more than the legions of the dead, and that if the end of life was approaching, it was merely a reminder that a universal madness would soon unite with death. This much was prophesied by poets like Eustache Deschamps. We are cowardly, ill-formed, and weak. Aged, envious and evil-spoken. I see only fools and sots. Truly the end is nigh. All goes ill. 54. The terms of the argument were therefore now reversed. It was no longer the end of time and the end of the world that would demonstrate that it was madness not to have worried about such things. Rather, the rise of madness, its insidious, creeping presence showed that the final catastrophe was always near. The madness of men brought it nigh and made it a foregone conclusion. The bond between madness and nothingness was tied so tight in the 15th century that it would last for a very long time indeed, so much so that it will still be found at the heart of the experience of madness in the classical age. 55. Asterisk. In various guises, in literary forms and visual representations, this experience of the senseless seems extremely coherent. Text and painting constantly answer each other and swap roles, now as commentary, now as illustration. The Narentans or Dance of Fools is a theme found time and again in popular balls, theatrical performances, and engravings, and the last part of the Praise of Folly is built on the model of a long dance where the professions and orders file past and form the eternal round of unreason. It is likely that in the Lisbon Temptation, many of the fantastical figures who cover the canvas are borrowed from traditional masks, and some of them may even be transposed from the Malleus Maleficarum. 56. Bosch's Ship of Fools is a direct transposition of Brandt's Narrenskiv, whose title it bears, and it seems to illustrate in precise fashion the 27th canto, which stigmatizes potatores et aces, drunkards and gluttons. It has even been suggested that Bosch's painting was originally part of a whole series of pictures illustrating the principal cantos of Brandt's poem. 57. In fact, we should not be taken in by this continuity in themes, nor should we suppose more than history allows. 58. It would no longer be possible to do an analysis of the subject along the lines of those done by Émile Mail for previous ages, particularly where the theme of death is concerned. The beautiful unity between word and image, between that which was figured in language and said by plastic means, was beginning to disappear, and they no longer shared a single, unique signification that was immediately discernible. Although it was still the case that the vocation of the image was essentially to say, and its role was to transmit something that was consubstantial with language, the time had nonetheless come when it no longer said exactly the same thing. By its own means painting was beginning the long process of experimentation that would take it ever further from language, regardless of the superficial identity of a theme. Language and figure still illustrate the same fable of madness in the moral world, but they are beginning to take different directions, indicating, through a crack that was still barely perceptible, the great divide that was yet to come in the Western experience of madness. The rise of madness on the Renaissance horizon is first noticeable in this decay of Gothic symbolism, as though a network of tightly ordered spiritual significations was beginning to become undone, revealing figures with meanings only perceptible as insane. Gothic forms lived on, but little by little they fell silent, ceasing to speak, to recall, or instruct. The forms remained familiar, but all understanding was lost, leaving nothing but a fantastical presence, and freed from the wisdom and morality it was intended to transmit, the image began to gravitate around its own insanity. Paradoxically, this liberation was the fruit of a luxuriant growth in meanings, a multiplication of signification, as the web of connections between objects became ever more complex. Meaning created links so numerous, so rich, and involved that only esoteric knowledge could possibly have the necessary key. Objects became so weighed down with attributes, connections, and associations that they lost their own original face. Meaning was no longer read in an immediate perception, and accordingly objects ceased to speak directly. Between the knowledge that animated the figures of objects and the forms they were transformed into, a divide began to appear, opening the way for a symbolism more often associated with the world of dreams. One book demonstrates well this mad proliferation of meanings at the end of the Gothic Age, the Speculum Humani Salvationis, or Mirror of Human Salvation, which together with the traditional symbolism of the Church Fathers draws up a whole network of connections between the Old and New Testaments, not so much of the order of prophecy as of a world of imaginary equivalence. 59 The Passion of Christ is no longer simply prefigured by the sacrifice of Abraham, but calls up all the prestige of torture and innumerable dreams associated therewith, so that Tubal, the blacksmith, and Isaiah's will take their place around the cross, going beyond all the lessons about sacrifice to form a fantastical tableau of pain and relentlessly tortured bodies. The image becomes overburdened with supplementary meanings, and constrained to deliver them up. But dreams, senselessness, and unreason could slip all too easily into this excess of meaning. Symbolic figures easily became nightmarish silhouettes. A case in point was the traditional German image of wisdom as long-necked bird that circulated widely in engravings. The bird's thoughts, which start in its heart and finish in its head, travel slowly up the neck and thus have all the time necessary to be carefully considered and judged. 60 But the symbol became too heavily charged with meaning as its values were emphasized. The long path of reflection became a still where arcane thoughts were concentrated into a quintessence of knowledge. The neck, which in early versions simply belonged to a Gutamensch, became infinitely lengthened to symbolize not only wisdom but the real mediations of learning, and the symbolic man became a fantastical bird whose long neck folds round on itself repeatedly, a senseless being halfway between animal and object, glorying more in imaginative possibilities than in any rigorous meaning. Symbolic wisdom wound up a prisoner of the madness of dreams. The world of images therefore underwent a fundamental change. The obligation for multiple meanings freed it from rigorous order. The profusion of diverse meanings lurking beneath the surface of the image meant that its visible face became ever more enigmatic. Its power was no longer that of instruction but more of fascination. This is well demonstrated by the changes undergone in the representation of the Grillos, a familiar figure in the Middle Ages in English psalters and in Chartres and Bourges. It originally taught how in men ruled by their desires the soul became a prisoner of the beast. These grotesque faces found on the bellies of monsters belonged to the world of the grand Platonic metaphor, denouncing the abasement of the spirit in the madness of sin. But in the 15th century, the Grillos, a symbol of human madness, became a preponderant figure in the innumerable temptations. The hermit's tranquility is assailed not by objects of desire but by demented forms locked into their own secrets, who have risen up from dream and sit on the surface of a world, silent and furtive. In the Lisbon temptation facing Saint Anthony sits one such figure born of madness, its solitude, its penitence, and its deprivation. A thin smile spreads across its disembodied face, the pure presence of worry in the guise of an agile grimace. This nightmarish silhouette is both the subject and the object of the temptation, captivating the hermit's glance. Both of them are prisoners of a mirroring interrogative process, where response is indefinitely suspended, in a silence broken only by the restive growl of the monsters that surround them. 61 The Grillos no longer recalls, even in a satirical mode, the spiritual vocation of man forgotten in the madness of desire. The Grillos is madness made temptation, all that there is in him of the impossible, fantastical, and inhuman, all that indicates that which goes against nature or the seething mass of a senseless presence immanent in the earth is the source of his strange power. For men of the 15th century, the fearsome freedom of dreams and the fantasies born of madness held a power of attraction stronger than the pull of the desires of mortal flesh. The strange fascination that lurks in these images of madness can be explained in a number of ways. First of all, men seem to discover in these fantastical figures one of the secret vocations of their nature. In the thought of the Middle Ages, the legions of the animals that Adam had named once and for all had symbolic human values. 62 But in the early Renaissance, that process of signification underwent a reversal. The beasts were let loose, and they made their escape from the world of legend or moral instruction and took on a fantastical life of their own. In an astonishing reversal, it was mankind that began to feel itself the object of the animal's gaze, as they took control and showed him his own truth. Impossible animals, the fruit of mad imaginings, became the secret nature of man, and in images of the Last Judgment, when man appears in the hideous nudity of his fallen state, he has taken on the monstrous face of a delirious animal. Screech owls with toad-like bodies mingle with the naked bodies of the damned in Thierry Baud's Hell. The work of Stefan Lochner pullulates with winged insects, cat-headed butterflies, and sphinxes with mayfly wing cases, and birds with handed wings that instill panic, while in Grunewald's Temptation there prowls a beast of prey with gnarled, knotty claws. The animal realm has moved out of range of all domesticating human symbolism, and while it fascinates mankind with its disorder, its fury, and its plethora of monstrous impossibilities, it also serves to reveal the dark rage and sterile folly that lurks in the heart of mankind. At the opposite pole to this nature of darkness, madness also exerts a fascination because it is knowledge. And that is because these absurd figures are in reality the elements that make up a difficult, hermetic, esoteric knowledge. These strange forms belong from the outset to the great secret, and Saint Anthony is tempted by them because he has fallen prey not to the violence of desire but rather to the far more insidious vice of curiosity, tempted by the lure of this knowledge which is just beyond his reach, offered and withdrawn at the same instant by the smile on the face of the Grillos. His instinctive pulling backward is the movement that prevents him from stepping over the line into the territory of forbidden knowledge, for he already knows, as Jerome Cardan was later to say, that wisdom, like all precious materials, must be ripped from the entrails of the earth and that desire is what his temptation is. 63 This is the inaccessible, fearsome knowledge that the madman, in his innocent foolishness, already possesses. While men of reason and wisdom see only fragmentary figures that are all the more frightening for their incompleteness, the madman sees a whole, unbroken sphere. For him, the crystal ball empty for others is filled with invisible knowledge. In Bruegel's Flemish proverbs, the sick man who attempts to enter the crystal ball is an object of ridicule, but it is the same iridescent bubble of infinite knowledge that swings around on that derisory but infinitely precious lantern slung over the shoulder of Mad Meg. And the same ball figures on the reverse of the garden of earthly delights. The tree, another symbol of knowledge, like the forbidden fruit tree, the tree of promised immortality or the tree of sin, once planted in the middle of the earthly paradise, is uprooted and forms the mast of the ship of fools, as can be seen in the engraving that illustrates Jossi Bates Stultiferi Naviculi, and doubtless it is the same tree that sways around above Bosch's ship of fools. So what, precisely, is the knowledge that madness brings? Most probably, as it is forbidden knowledge, it predicts both the reign of Satan and the end of the world, ultimate happiness and supreme punishment, omnipotence on earth and the descent into hell. The ship of fools passes through a landscape of delights where all is offered to desire, a paradise regained of sorts, as men once more become strangers to necessity and want, yet without a return to a state of innocence. This false happiness is the diabolical triumph of the Antichrist, the end that is ever nigh. True, there was little new in the apocalyptic dreams of the 15th century, and yet these images are of a different nature from all that went before. In the vaguely fantastical iconography of the 14th century, where castles could be knocked down like houses of cards, and the beast was always the traditional dragon that the Virgin could keep at a safe distance, the coming of the kingdom of God was always visible. But the following century brought a vision of the world where knowledge and wisdom were destroyed. This was the great Sabbath of nature, where the mountains were washed away, bones poked up from graves and the earth vomited up its dead, the stars fell from the sky, the earth caught fire and all life died away as the reign of death began. 64 This end was neither a passing moment nor a promise, but the coming of a night in which the ancient season of the world finally passed away. The four horsemen of the apocalypse in the Dürer engraving have indeed been sent by God, but they are no angels of triumph or reconciliation, nor heralds of serene justice, they are bloodthirsty warriors out for mad vengeance. The world is sliding into universal fury, and the victor will be neither God nor the devil, but madness itself. The fantastic images that madness inspired were no fugitive appearance that quickly vanished from the surface of things. Man was fascinated by madness on all sides. By a strange paradox, that which was born of the most singular delirium was already hidden, like a secret inaccessible truth, buried in the bowels of the earth. When the arbitrary nature of madness was exhibited, man encountered the somber necessity of the world. The animal that haunted nightmares and visions born of ascetic deprivation was man's own nature, revealed in the unpitying truth of hell. The vain images of blind foolishness turned out to be the truth of the world, and in this grand disorder, this mad universe, the cruelty that lay in the day of judgment began to appear. These mad images are an expression of hidden Renaissance worries about the menacing secrets of the world, and it was those fears that gave the fantastic images such coherence and lent them such power. Asterisk. During this same period, literary, philosophical and moral aspects of madness were in an altogether different vein. The Middle Ages had placed madness or folly in its hierarchy of vices. From the 13th century onwards it was common to see folly enlisted in the wicked soldiery of the Psychomachia. 65 In Paris and Amiens, madness is there among the 12 evil soldiers who fight against their antithesis for dominion over the human soul, faith and idolatry, hope and despair, charity and avarice, chastity and lust, prudence and folly, patience and anger, sweetness and harshness, concord and discord, obedience and rebelliousness, perseverance and inconstancy, fortitude and cowardice, humility and pride. During the Renaissance, folly left that modest place and took center stage. In the work of Hugues de Saint Victor, the genealogical tree of vices, that of old Adam, had pride as its root. 66 But now it was madness that led the joyful choir of human weaknesses. The uncontested leader, madness, leads the troop, naming her partners and ordering the dance. This one you see how she raises her eyebrows is obviously philautia, self-love. The one you see here, with smiling eyes and clapping hands, is cholachia, flattery. This one, dosing and half asleep, is lethe, forgetfulness. This one, leaning on her elbows with her hands clasped, is misoponia, laziness. This one, wreathed with roses and drenched with sweet-smelling lotions, is hedon, pleasure. This one, with the restless glance and the rolling eyes, is anoia, madness. This one, with the smooth complexion and the plump, well-rounded figure, is triv, luxury. You also see two gods among the girls, one is called komos, rowdiness, the other nigriton hypnon, sweet sleep. 67. Madness now has an absolute privilege, and reigns over all the negative aspects of the human character. It also controls indirectly all the possible aspirations to good, the ambition that creates wise politicians, the greed that causes wealth to grow, and the indiscreet curiosity that fires the research of philosophers and men of science. Louise Labe repeats it after Erasmus, and Mercury implores the gods on her behalf, "Don't let this beautiful lady who has given you such pleasure slip away." 68. But this new dominion has little in common with the dark kingdom mentioned above, which linked madness to the powerful tragic forces that controlled the world. This literary folly is an attraction, but hardly a fascination. It governs all that is facile, joyous, or light-hearted in the world. It is a madness that causes men to make merry and rejoice, just as it gave the classical gods spirit and youthfulness, Bacchus, Silenus, and that quiet guardian of gardens. 69 Madness was a shiny, reflective surface, with no dark secrets lurking below. Undoubtedly, it did have links with some of the darker byways of knowledge. The first canto of Brandt's Narrenskiff tells of books and bookmen, and in the engraving that illustrates the passage in the Latin edition of 1497, perched on his throne and surrounded by books, a master with his doctoral bonnet can be seen, and behind his hat is a fool's cap sewn with bells. In his great dance of the mad, Erasmus reserved pride of place for the learned. After the grammarians come the poets, the rhetoricians, and the writers, then the lawyers and the philosophers venerable with their beards and robes, followed at last by a hurried multitude of theologians. 70 But if knowledge is important for madness, it is not because madness might hold some vital secrets, on the contrary, it is the punishment for useless, unregulated knowledge. If it is the truth about knowledge, then all it reveals is that knowledge is derisory, and that rather than addressing the great book of experience, learning has become lost in the dust of books and in sterile discussions, knowledge made mad by an excess of false science. O vos doctors, qui grandia nomina furtis. Respicat antiquos patris, jurisque peritos. Non incandidules pensabant dogmata libris. Arte sed ingenuus citibundum pectus albant. 71. O ye men of science, who bear great names. Look back at the ancient fathers, learned in law. They did not weigh dogmas in shining white books, but fed their thirsty hearts with natural skill. As in the theme so long familiar in popular satire, madness appears here as the comic punishment of knowledge and its ignorant presumption. For in a general manner madness here is not linked to the world and its subterranean forms, but rather to man and his frailties, his dreams and illusions. The dark cosmic forces at work in madness that are so apparent in the work of Bosch are absent in Erasmus. Madness no longer lies in wait for man at every crossroads, rather, it slips into him, or is in fact a subtle relationship that man has with himself. In Erasmus, the mythological personification of madness is no more than literary artifice. Here, rather than madness, there are only follies, human forms of madness. I considered that as many statues have been set up for me as there are men who display, sometimes unwillingly, a living image of me. 72 When he turns his attention to even the wisest and best governed cities, wherever you look they abound in so many forms of folly, and they think up so many new ones from day to day, 1,000 Democrituses would not be enough to laugh at them. 73 Madness is only in each man, as it lies in the attachments that men have to themselves, and the illusions that they entertain about themselves. Philautia or self-love is the first among the figures that folly leads on its dance, but that is because these two forms are linked to each other above all others. An attachment to oneself is the first sign of madness, and it is through that attachment to oneself that man takes error for truth, lies for reality, violence and ugliness for beauty and justice. One man who is uglier than any monkey is quite confident that he is as handsome as Nereus. Another, as soon as he can draw 3 lines with a compass, immediately thinks he is another Euclid. Another, who sounds like an ass playing a harp, and who sings no better than the bird that gives the hen uxorious nips, still thinks he is another Hermogenes. 74. In this imaginary adhesion to the self, madness is born like a mirage. From now on, the symbol of madness was to be a mirror, which reflected nothing real, but secretly showed the presumptuous dreams of all who gazed into it to contemplate themselves. Madness here was not about truth or the world, but rather about man and the truth about himself that he can perceive. In that respect, madness now opens out onto an entirely moral universe. Evil was no longer a punishment or the end of time, but merely a fault or flaw. In Brandt's poem, 116 cantos are devoted to drawing a portrait of the insane cargo aboard the boat. There are misers, liars, drunkards, those given to debauchery or disorder, adulterers, and those who read scripture awry. In his Latin preface, Brandt's translator Locker outlined the project that lay behind the work, and the desire to show qui mala, qui bona sint, quid vitia, quo virtus, quo ferat error, what evil there may be, what good, what vices, whither virtue, whither vices might lead, and this by berating, in the measure appropriate to the evil in each case, impios, superbos, avaros, luxuriosos, lascivos, delicates, iracondos, gulasos, etases, invidos, veneficos, fidephrasis, the unholy, the proud, the greedy, the extravagant, the debauched, the voluptuous, the quick-tempered, the gluttonous, the voracious, the envious, the poisoners, the faith-breakers, 75 in short, every possible irregularity invented by man himself. In the domain of literature and philosophy, the experience of madness in the 15th century takes on above all the appearance of a moral satire. There is little there to recall the overwhelming threat of invasion that haunted the imagination of the painters. On the contrary, care was taken to neutralize that threat. Literature and philosophy are quite simply talking of a different experience. Erasmus turns attention away from that madness sent up from the underworld by the avenging Furies whenever they dart forth their serpents, for the folly that he set out to praise was of a different order. His concern is with the most desirable form that occurs whenever a certain pleasant mental distraction relieves the heart from its anxieties and cares and at the same time soothes with the balm of manifold pleasures. 76 A world of calm, without secret, that is easily mastered and fully displays its naive reductions to the eyes of the wise, who keep their distance easily through laughter. Whereas Bosch, Brueghel, and Dürer were earthly spectators pulled into the madness that they saw seething around them, Erasmus observes it from a distance that ensures that he is never drawn in. Like an Olympian god he observes it from on high, and if he sings its praises, it is because his laughter is the inexhaustible good humor of the gods themselves. For the madness of man is a sight for divine eyes. In brief, if you could look down from the moon, as Menippus once did, and see the innumerable broils of mortals, you would think you were looking at a great cloud of flies or gnats quarreling among themselves, warring, plotting, plundering, playing, frisking, being born, declining, dying. It is downright incredible what tumults, what tragedies can be stirred up by such a tiny creature, so frail and short-lived. 77. Madness is no longer the familiar strangeness of the world, but a spectacle well known to the observer from outside, not a figure of the cosmos, but merely of the order of the evoum. Asterisk. That then, somewhat hastily reconstructed, is the schema of the opposition between the cosmic experience of madness in the proximity of fascinating forms, and a critical experience of the same madness, as seen from across the unbridgeable gap of irony. Doubtless, in reality, the opposition was neither as clear-cut nor as immediately discernible. For a long time the two threads were intertwined, and there were constant exchanges between them. The theme of the end of the world, and of the great final violence, was also a part of the critical experience of madness such as it was formulated in literature. Ronsard speaks of the struggles of these last days, in the void left by the departure of reason. Justice and reason have flown back up to heaven. And in their place, alas, reign brigandage, hatred, rancor, blood, and carnage. 78. Towards the end of Brandt's poem, an entire chapter is taken over with the apocalyptic theme of the Antichrist. A terrible storm carries away the ship of fools on a senseless course that is identical to the end of the world. 79. Conversely, many figures of moral rhetoric are illustrated in a direct manner in the cosmic images of madness. Bosch's famous doctor is far more insane than the patient he is attempting to cure, and his false knowledge does nothing more than reveal the worst excesses of a madness immediately apparent to all but himself. For his contemporaries and for the generations that followed, Bosch was above all a moralist, and his work was a series of moral lessons. His figures were born of this world, but they demonstrated the monstrous contents of the human heart. The difference between the paintings of this man and those of others is that others usually portray man as he appears from the outside, Bosch alone dares paint them as they are within, said Joseph de Sigenka. 80. And it was that unsettling irony, that desire of wisdom to denounce all folly, that the same early 17th century commentator saw in almost all of Bosch's paintings, in the clear symbolism of the burning torch, the never-sleeping vigil of contemplative thought, and the owl, whose strange, fixed stare keeps watch in the calm and the silence of the night, consuming oil, not wine. 81. Despite these crossovers, the division is nonetheless made, and from now on the gap between these two radically different visions of madness will not cease to widen. The paths taken by the figure of the cosmic vision and the incisive movement that is moral reflection, between the tragic and the critical elements, now constantly diverge, creating a gap in the fabric of the experience of madness that will never be repaired. On the one side is the ship of fools, where mad faces slowly slip away into the night of the world, in landscapes that speak of strange alchemies of knowledge, of the dark menace of bestiality, and the end of time. On the other is the ship of fools that is merely there for the instruction of the wise, an exemplary, didactic odyssey whose purpose is to highlight faults in the human character. Bosch, Brueghel, Thierry Bouts, and Dürer line up beside their silent images. For madness unleashes its fury in the space of pure vision. Fantasies and threats, the fleeting fragments of dreams and the secret destiny of the world, where madness has a primitive, prophetic force, revealing that the dreamlike is real and that a thin surface of illusion opens onto bottomless depths, and that the glittering surface of images opens the way to worrying figures that shine forever in the darkness. The inverse revelation, no less painful, is that the reality of the world will one day be absorbed into the fantastic image, at that delirious moment between being and nothingness which is pure destruction. When at last the world will be no more, but night and silence have not yet closed over, and all will flame up in a blinding flash, in the extremity of disorder that will precede the ordered monotony of the end of all things. The truth of the world resides in that last fleeting image. This weave of experience and secrecy, of immediate images and hidden enigmas, is unfurled in 15th century painting as the tragic madness of the world. By contrast, in Brandt, Erasmus, and the whole humanist tradition, madness is confined to the universe of discourse. There it becomes ever more refined, more subtle, and is slowly disarmed. It changes scale, born in the hearts of men, it rules and disrupts their conduct. When it rules cities, the calm truth of things and nature herself are unaware of its existence. It disappears fast when essential issues like life and death or justice and truth appear. It may hold every man in its control, but its reign is narrow and relative as its mediocre truth is constantly unmasked by the penetrating gaze of the savant. For such men of science, it becomes a mere object, and in the worst possible manner, as it often winds up an object of ridicule, they tamed it by the act of praising it. Even if madness was wiser than science, it would still find itself obliged to bow down before wisdom itself, the condition of its being. Now and then it might have the last word, but it never was the last word about the truth of the world, for its self-justificatory discourse is bound up with the critical consciousness of man. This conflict between critical consciousness and tragic experience underlies all that was felt and formulated on the theme of madness at the beginning of the Renaissance. 82 But it was short-lived, and a century later, this grandiose structure, which at the beginning of the 16th century was so evident and clear-cut, had almost entirely disappeared. Disappearance is perhaps not the best term to describe exactly what happened. Rather, it is a question of the ever-increasing importance that the Renaissance accorded to one of the elements in the system, the vision of madness as an experience within the domain of language, where man was confronted with his moral truth, the laws of human nature and human truth. In short, the critical consciousness of madness was increasingly brought out into the light, while its more tragic components retreated ever further into the shadows, soon to almost vanish entirely. Only much later can a trace of the tragic element be again discerned, and a few pages in Sada and the work of Goya bear witness to the fact that this disappearance was merely an eclipse. The dark, tragic experience lived on in dreams and in the dark night of thoughts, and what happened in the 16th century was not a radical destruction but a mere occultation. The cosmic, tragic experience of madness was hidden by the exclusive privileges of a critical consciousness. For that reason the experience of the classical age, and by extension the modern experience of madness, cannot be considered as a total figure, which would thus finally reach its positive truth. 83 It is rather a fragmentary figure that is erroneously taken as complete, an ensemble unbalanced by all that it lacks, or rather all that obscures it. Behind the critical consciousness of madness in all its philosophical, scientific, moral, and medicinal guises lurks a second, tragic consciousness of madness, which has never really gone away. It is that tragic consciousness that is visible in the last words of Nietzsche and the last visions of Van Gogh. It is that same element that Freud began to perceive at the furthest point of his journey, the great wound that he tried to symbolize in the mythological struggle between the libido and the death instinct. And it is that same consciousness that finds expression in the work of Antonin Artaud. If the thinkers of the 20th century paid more attention, they would find in Artaud's work one of the most pertinent questions of the age, and whose clutches are the most difficult to escape. Artaud never ceased to claim that Western culture lost its tragic focus the moment it finally forgot what he termed the great solar madness of the world, the violent ceremonies which enacted the life and death of the great fire Satan. It is only by examining such extreme discoveries that we can finally come to understand that the experience of madness common since the 16th century owes its particular face, and the origin of its meaning, to that absence, to that dark night and all that fills it. The linearity that led rationalist thought to consider madness as a form of mental illness must be reinterpreted in a vertical dimension. Only then does it become apparent that each of its incarnations is a more complete, but more perilous masking of tragic experience, an experience that it nonetheless failed to obliterate. When constraints were at their most oppressive, an explosion was necessary, and that is what we have seen since Nietzsche. Asterisk. But how did this pride of place awarded to critical reflection come into being in the 16th century? How did it end up being the case that madness was appropriated by reason, so much so that at the dawn of the classical age all the tragic images previously associated with madness suddenly passed into shadow? How ended the movement that caused Artaud to write, "The Renaissance of the 16th century made a clean break with a reality that had laws both natural and superhuman, and the Renaissance humanism that resulted was not an expansion but a restriction for mankind." 84. A brief resume of this evolution is perhaps in order, for a clear understanding of what the classical age did to madness. One, madness becomes a form related to reason, or more precisely madness and reason enter into a perpetually reversible relationship which implies that all madness has its own reason by which it is judged and mastered, and all reason has its madness in which it finds its own derisory truth. Each is a measure of the other, and in this movement of reciprocal reference, each rejects the other but is logically dependent upon it. In the 16th century, this tight-knit dialectic gave a new lease of life to the old Christian theme of the world being madness in the eyes of God. Man believes that he sees clearly, and that he is the measure of all things, while the knowledge that he thinks he has of the world locks him into his complacency. If, at midday, we either look down to the ground, or on the surrounding objects which lie open to our view, we think ourselves endowed with a very strong and piercing eyesight, but then if we turn our eyes towards the sun, we are obliged to confess that our acuteness in discerning terrestrial objects is mere dimness when applied to the sun. Yet this almost Platonic conversion towards the Son of Being does not reveal truth and the foundation of appearances, it merely lays bare the abyss of our own unreason. But should we once begin to raise our thoughts to God, what strangely imposed upon us under the name of wisdom will disgust by its extreme folly, and what presented the appearance of virtuous energy will be condemned as the most miserable impotence. 85. Rising up in spirit towards God and sounding the bottomless depths into which we find ourselves plunged are one and the same, and in Calvin's experience madness is the measure of man when he is compared to the boundless reason of God. In its finitude, man's spirit is less a shaft of the great light than a fragment of shadow. The partial and transitory truth of appearances is not available to his limited intelligence, his madness discovers but the reverse of things, their dark side, the immediate contradiction of their truth. In his journey to God, man must do more than surpass himself, he must rip himself away from his essential weakness, and in one bound cross from the things of this world to their divine essence, For whatever transpires of truth in appearances is not its reflection but a cruel contradiction. Everything has two faces, says Sebastian Frank. For God is resolved to oppose himself to this world, leaving appearances here and keeping the truth and essence of things to himself. For that reason things are the opposite of the way they appear in this world, and open Silenus. 86. The abyss of folly into which men are plunged is such that the appearance of truth that men find there is in fact its complete opposite. But there was more. The contradiction between truth and appearances was present in appearance itself, for if appearance was coherent with itself, at least it would be an allusion to the truth, or some form of hollow echo. So it was rather within things themselves that this reversal was to be found, a reversal that henceforth was to be without a clear direction or pre-established end. The movement was not to be from an appearance towards truth, but towards another one, which negates it, and then towards all that denied or contested that negation, so that the process could never come to an end. Before that great moment of conversion that Calvin and Frank expect, Erasmus finds himself trapped by the myriad tiny conversions that appearances provide him with on their own level. Silenus opened up is not a symbol of the truth that God has removed, but much more and much less a symbol, on an earthly level, of things themselves, an indication of the contradictions that deprive us, perhaps for all eternity, of the simple path towards truth. All human affairs, he says, like the Silene of Alcibiades, have two aspects quite different from each other. Hence, what appears at first blush, as they say, to be death will, if you examine it more closely, turn out to be life. Conversely, life will turn out to be death, beauty will become ugliness, riches will turn to poverty, notoriety will become fame, learning will be ignorance. In brief, you will find everything reversed if you open the Silenus. 87. All is plunged into immediate contradiction, and man is urged to embrace only his own madness. When measured against the truth of essences and God, human order is nothing but madness. 88. And in this human order, the movement through which man tries to break free of his earthly bonds becomes just another form of madness. In the 16th century, more so than at any other moment, Paul's second epistle to the Corinthians shone with incomparable prestige. I speak as a fool. 89. The renunciation of the world becomes an act of folly, like the total abandonment of the self to the obscure will of God, a mad quest that seemingly has no end, as the mystics had long acknowledged. Tauler wrote of this path, where the madness of the world is renounced for darker and more desolate follies, the small vessel leads to the larger, and as man finds himself in a state of desolation, anguished sentiments, temptations, images, and misery in all forms rise up within him. 90. Nicholas of Cusa describes a similar experience. When man abandons the realm of the senses, his soul falls prey to a kind of dementia. Marching towards God, man is more open than ever to madness, and that haven of truth towards which grace will give him the final push. What else could it be for him than an abyss of unreason? The wisdom of God, when man is blinded by it, is not a reason that has long been concealed by a veil, but depth without measure. There the secret is still fully secret, and contradiction contradicts itself, for at the heart of its all-surpassing comprehension is this wisdom that seems vertiginous folly. Lord, thy counsels are as a great deep. 91. What Erasmus glimpsed from afar when he dryly noted that God had hidden salvation even from the eyes of the wise and saved the world through folly. 92. Nicholas of Cusa had explored all along, losing the weak reason of man, which is but folly, in the abysmal madness of the wisdom of God. It is unutterable in any language, unintelligible to every intellect, and immeasurable by every measure. It cannot be limited by any limit, nor bounded by any boundary. No proportion is proportionate to it. No comparison can be compared to it, nor can it be conformed to any conformation. It cannot be formed by any formation, and it cannot be moved by any motion. Because it cannot be expressed in any speech, no limit to such modes of expression can be grasped. This is because that wisdom by which, in which, and from which all things exist is unthinkable in any thought. 93. So closed a great circle. Compared to wisdom, the reason of man is nothing but folly, compared to the shallow wisdom of men, the reason of God is caught up in the essential movement of madness. On the great scale of things, all things are madness; on the small scale, the whole itself is madness. Which means that if madness can only exist in reference to some form of reason, the whole truth of reason is to allow a form of unreason to appear and to oppose it, only to disappear in turn in a madness that engulfs all. In one sense, madness is nothing at all, the madness of men, a nothingness faced with the supreme form of reason that alone delineates being, and the abyss of fundamental madness, nothing, as it is such only for the fragile reason of men. But reason is nothing, as the reason in whose name the folly of human reason is denounced, when it is finally glimpsed, reveals itself to be nothing other than a vertiginous chasm where reason itself must remain silent. And so, under the powerful influence of Christian thought, the great peril faced by the 15th century was kept at bay. Madness was no longer a dark power that threatened to undo the world, revealing fantastical seductions, and no longer showed, in the twilight of time, the violence of bestiality, or the great struggle between knowledge and interdiction. It is caught up instead in the indefinite cycle that attaches it to reason; they deny and affirm each other. Madness is robbed of its absolute existence in the night of the world, and now only exists in relation to reason, and this mutual process of redemption is the undoing of both. Madness then becomes a form of reason. It becomes integral to it, forming either part of its secret strength, one of the moments of its manifestation, or a paradoxical form where reason becomes conscious of itself. In either case madness only has meaning or value in relation to the field of reason. The natural, original distemper of man is presumption. Man is the most blighted and frail of all creatures and, moreover, the most given to pride. This creature knows and sees that he is lodged down here, among the mire and shit of the world, bound and nailed to the deadest, most stagnant part of the universe, in the lowest story of the building, the farthest from the vault of heaven. His characteristics place him in the third and lowest category of animate creatures, yet, in thought, he sets himself above the circle of the moon, bringing the very heavens under his feet. The vanity of this same thought makes him equal himself to God. 94. Such is the worst madness of man, the inability to recognize the misery of his confinement, the weakness that prevents him from ascending to the true and the good, and not knowing which part of madness is his own. His turning his back on unreason is a sure sign of his condition, in that it prevents him from ever using his reason in a reasonable manner. For if reason does exist, it lies precisely in the acceptance of the unbroken circle joining wisdom and folly, in the clear consciousness of their reciprocity and the impossibility of dividing them. True reason is not free of the contamination of madness, but on the contrary, it borrows some of the trails first carved out by madness. Be present, then, you daughters of Jove, for a bit, while I show that no one can reach the heights of wisdom, and the very inner sanctum, as they themselves say, of happiness, except with the guidance of folly. 95. But such a path, even when it fails to reach any final wisdom, and when the promised citadel reveals itself to be nothing more than a mirage or a new incarnation of folly, remains the path to wisdom when those who follow it are well aware that it leads to madness. The vain spectacle, the frivolous sounds and the maelstrom of noise and color that make up the world is only ever the world of madness, and that must be accepted. This artificiality of the world must be welcomed, in the knowledge that that shallowness belongs not only to the spectacle but to the spectator as well, and that to appreciate it what is required is not the serious ear reserved for the truth, but that more light-hearted form of attention more usually reserved for a fair-ground spectacle or a circus act, blending irony, complicity, a readiness to learn and the secret knowledge that does not allow itself to be taken in. Give me your attention, not the kind you give to godly preachers, but rather the kind you give to pitchmen, low comedians, and jokesters. In short, lend me your ears, just as my protege Midas did long ago to Pan. 96. Here, in the midst of that colorful, noisy immediacy, in that easy acceptance which is also an imperceptible refusal, the essence of wisdom is to be found more surely than in any lengthy search for the hidden truth. Subtly, through the welcome it reserves for it, Wisdom invests madness, besieges it, becomes conscious of it and is able to situate it. Where else could it be found, other than within reason itself, as one of its forms, and perhaps even one of its resources? For there is no doubt that between certain forms of madness and certain forms of reason, the resemblances are manifold. And worrying, how can a distinction be made between a wise act carried out by a madman, and a senseless act of folly carried out by a man usually in full possession of his wits? Wisdom and folly are surprisingly close. It's but a half turn from the one to the other. That much can be discerned from the actions of men who have lost their wits. 97 Such a resemblance, despite the fact that it sows confusion among reasonable men, serves reason itself. And by dragging into its movement the great violence that madness brings, reason can attain the greatest heights. Visiting Tasso in his delirium, Montaigne felt that disappointment even more than pity, but the most powerful emotion he experienced was admiration. Is there anyone who does not know how imperceptible are the divisions separating madness from the spiritual alacrity of a soul set free, or from actions arising from supreme and extraordinary virtue? Montaigne experiences a paradoxical admiration, for in the depths of that madness, reason finds the strangest resources. For if Tasso, fashioned in the pure poetry of the atmosphere of antiquity, who showed more judgment and genius than any other Italian for many a long year, now finds himself in so wretched a state, surviving himself, it was also because his agile and lively mind has overthrown him, the light has made him blind, his reason's grasp was so precise and so intense that it has left him quite irrational, his quest for knowledge, eager and exacting, has led to his becoming like a dumb beast, his rare aptitude for the activities of the soul has left him with no activity. And no soul. 98. If madness comes to sanction the efforts of reason, it is because madness was already part of those efforts. The liveliness of images, the violence of passion, the great retreating of the spirit into itself are all part of madness, but are also the most powerful, and therefore the most dangerous, tools that reason can use. There is no reason so strong that it does not put itself at risk in venturing into madness to carry out its task to the full. There is no great spirit who is not tempered by a touch of madness. Many wise men and countless brave poets have ventured into madness, and some have become lost there. 99 Madness is a hard but essential moment in the labor of reason. Through it, and through its apparent victories, reason makes itself manifest and triumphs. Madness, for reason, was nothing more than a secret life and a source of strength. 100. Little by little, madness finds itself disarmed and the same steps are displaced, invested by reason. It is as though it is welcomed in and planted within it. Such was the ambiguous role of sceptical thought, or rather of a form of reason that was vividly conscious of the forms that limited it and the forces that contradicted it. It discovered madness as one of its own figures, one way of warding off anything that may have formed an exterior power, irreducible hostility, or a sign of transcendence, while by the same token placing madness at the heart of its work and indicating it to be an essential moment in its own nature. Beyond Montaigne and Charon, in that same movement of the insertion of madness into the nature of reason itself, the outline of the thought of Pascal begins to become discernible. Men are so necessarily mad, that not being mad would be being mad through another trick that madness played. 101 That thought is the distillation of the long process of reflection that began with Erasmus, the discovery of a form of madness immanent within reason, and from there a process of doubling on the one hand a madness that turns its back on the madness that properly belongs to reason, and which through that rejection, redoubles its power, and through that redoubling falls into the simplest, most hermetic, and most immediate forms of madness, and on the other hand a wise madness which welcomes the madness of reason, listens to it, recognizes its right of abode and allows itself to be penetrated by all its vivid power, thereby protecting itself from madness in a manner far more effective than any obstinate refusal, which is condemned to failure in advance. Now the truth of madness is at one with the victory of reason and its definitive mastery, for the truth of madness is to be interior to reason, to be one of its figures, a strength, and a momentary need to ascertain itself. Asterisk. Perhaps that provides one explanation for its multiple presence in the literature of the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century, an art which, in its effort to master this reason in search of itself, recognizes the presence of madness, its own madness, circumscribes it, invests itself in it and finally triumphs over it. These are the games of a Baroque age. But in art as in thought, a whole process is accomplished which will also lead to the confirmation of the tragic experience of madness inside a critical consciousness. But let us ignore that for a moment, and concentrate instead on the indifference that is apparent in figures in Don Quixote, as well as in the novels of Scudery, King Lear, and in the theatre of Rotro or Tristan el Hermite. Foremost among these and most durable, the 18th century still recognized its traces. 102 was madness through literary identification. Its features were fixed once and for all by Cervantes, but the theme was taken up time and again. There were direct adaptations. Guerin de Busquel's Don Quixote first played in 1639, 2 years later the same author brought out Le Gouvernement de Sancho Panza, reinterpretations of a particular episode. Pico's Les Folies de Cardenio are a variation on the theme of the Ragged Knight of the Sierra Morena, or in less direct fashion, satires on fantastical novels, as in the Julie d'Arviane episode in Subline's La Fosclule. From writer to reader, the chimera pass, but the fantasy of the one becomes the phantasm of the other, and the writer's ruse is naively taken up as a figure of the real. On the surface, such novels are nothing more than a gentle critique of the fantastical novel form, but on a deeper level they bear witness to a more profound preoccupation with the links in a work of art between the real and the imaginary, and perhaps too between the fantastical imaginings of a creative mind at work and the fascination inside delirium. We owe the invention of the arts to deranged imaginations. The caprice of painters, poets, and musicians is only a name moderated in civility to express their madness. 103 A madness where the values of another age, another art and another morality are all called into question, but also where all the forms of human imagination, even the most distant ones, are reflected in a glass darkly, strangely transformed into a common hallucination. Hard on the heels of this first form comes the madness of vain presumption. Here the madman identifies not with a literary model, but with an imaginatively transformed version of his own self, where all the qualities, virtues, and powers that he lacks are present. He is the inheritor of Erasmus Philotia. Poor, he finds himself rich; ugly, he sees himself as beautiful, and with his feet in chains he believes himself to be the all-powerful. One example is Cervantes' Osuna graduate, who took himself for Neptune. 104 It is also the destiny of the 7 characters in Des Merits de Saint Sarlans Les Visionnaires 105 of Chateaufort in Cyrano de Bergerac's Le Pedant Jou and of M. de Richessource in Saint Evremond's Sur Politique. A vast form of madness, with as many faces as there are characters, ambitions, or necessary illusions in the world. Even at its limits, it is the least extreme form of madness, for in every man's heart this madness is the imaginary relation that man has with his own self. The most ordinary faults are born out of this form of madness, and it is the first and ultimate object of any form of moral criticism. It is also to that moral universe that the madness of just punishment belongs. This form of madness chastises the disorder of the heart with disorder of the spirit. But it has other powers. The punishment it inflicts multiplies of its own accord, in that as it progresses it reveals the truth. The justice of this form of madness lies precisely in its capacity to unveil the truth. Its truthfulness lies in the fact that in the vain delirium of his hallucinations, the guilty party already feels what will be for all eternity the pain of his punishment. In Corneille's Melite, Arist already sees himself pursued by the Furies and condemned by Minos. Truthfulness also lies in the fact that the crime that was hidden from all becomes apparent in the night of this strange punishment. Madness, through the senseless words that are not mastered, speaks its own meaning through the strange visions revealing the hidden truth. The cries of madness speak for the conscience. So the delirium of Lady Macbeth reveals to those who have known what they should not words long uttered only to deaf pillows. 106. The last form of madness is the madness of desperate passion. Love disappointed in its excess, or more commonly a love undone by the inevitability of death, leads inexorably towards dementia. So long as it had an object, mad love was still more love than madness, but left to its own devices it continues in a delirious void. The punishment, perhaps, of a passion too given to its own violence, but a punishment that is also a calming of the pains of love, peopling the irreparable absence with imaginary presences, or finding the disappearing form in the paradox of innocent joys or the heroism of senseless pursuits. If this form of madness leads to death, it is to a death where lovers will be reunited for all eternity. This madness is the last song of Ophelia, Arist's delirium in La Folie du Sage, and above all the bittersweet dementia of King Lear. The madness to be found in the work of Shakespeare leads to death and murder, while the forms we see in Cervantes are linked rather to presumption or the compensations of the imagination. But they are the high models that imitators inflect and weaken. Both in all probability still bear witness to the tragic experience of madness born in the 15th century more than they reflect the critical or moral experience of unreason that is nonetheless a product of their era. Through time, they connect with a kind of madness that is in the process of disappearing, and which will live on only under the cover of darkness. But a comparison between their work and what it maintains and the new forms to be found in their contemporaries or their imitators will show what is happening in this early part of the 17th century, in the literary experience of madness. In Cervantes and Shakespeare, madness occupies an extreme position in that it is invariably without issue. There is no going back to truth or reason. It opens only onto a tear in the fabric of the world, and therefore onto death. Madness, in its empty words, is not vanity, the void that fills it is disease beyond my practice as the doctor says of Lady Macbeth, and it is already the plenitude that death brings, a madness that does not need a doctor, but divine forgiveness. 107 The sweet joy that Ophelia finds at the end has little to do with happiness, and her senseless song is as near the essential as the cry of women announcing in the corridors of Macbeth's castle that the queen is dead. The death of Don Quixote takes place in an atmosphere of calm, where links with reason and truth have at last been renewed. The Don's madness has become aware of itself at a stroke, and falls away as stupidity before his very eyes. But the onlookers are unconvinced, they were certain that he was in the grip of some new madness. This indefinitely reversible ambiguity can only be decided by death. Madness dissipated blends seamlessly into the imminence of the end. One of the signs that he was really dying was the ease with which he had turned from a madman into a sane man. 108 But death brings no peace, and madness will triumph again, a truth derisory in its eternity, beyond the end of a life delivered from madness only by its own ending. The senselessness of his life pursues him, and ironically he is immortalized only by his madness, which becomes his imperishable life in death. This is a doughty knight's repose. So high his matchless courage rose, that as it's plain enough to see, he granted death no victory. Not even when in death's last throes. 109. But early on, madness leaves these extreme regions where Cervantes and Shakespeare had placed it, and in the literature of the early 17th century its preferred place is median, forming the core of the action rather than an ending, and is an adventure rather than the ultimate imminence. Displaced in the structures of novels and plays, it now allows both a manifestation of truth and a calm return to reason. Henceforth it is no longer to be considered in its tragic reality, as the absolute tear in the fabric of this world that opens onto the other, but simply in the irony of the illusions it brings. Madness is no longer a genuine punishment, but an image of a punishment, and therefore a false one. It can only be linked to what is a crime in appearance, or the illusion of a death. Arist, in La Folie du Sage, goes mad on hearing the news of his daughter's death, but only because she is not really dead, and when Arist, in Melite, is pursued by the Furies and dragged before Minos, it is for a double crime that he could have committed, that he would have wanted to commit, but which in fact resulted in no blood being shed. Madness is stripped of its dramatic seriousness, and is no longer a punishment or cause of despair other than as error. Its dramatic function only survives as a false drama, a chimerical form where faults are merely supposed, Murders are illusory and disappearances lead inevitably to reunions. Yet despite this absence of seriousness, it is still essential, even more essential than before, in that it brings illusion to its limits, and it is from there that the process of illusion is undone. In the madness to which the error of their ways confines them, characters pick up the thread in spite of themselves. In accusing themselves, they begin to speak the truth regardless of their intentions. Again in Melite, all the clever ploys the hero uses to deceive his companions turn against him, and he is the first victim in that he genuinely believes himself to be guilty of the murder of his rival and his mistress. But in his delirium, he accuses himself of having invented a whole lover's correspondence, and the truth emerges in and through the madness brought on by the illusion of an ending, a madness which in fact undoes the real imbroglio of which it is both the cause and the effect. In other words, madness is the false punishment for a false ending, but through its own virtues it also reveals the real problem, which can then be brought to a proper conclusion. It covers the secret machinations of truth under the veil of error. It is to this ambiguous yet central function of madness that the author of El Hospital de Fous is referring when he shows two lovers who feign madness to throw off their pursuers, taking refuge amongst a group of mad people. In a simulated fit of madness, the young girl, dressed as a boy, pretends to believe that she really is a girl, which of course, in fact, she is, thereby asserting, by the process in which two ruses cancel each other out, the truth that will indeed triumph in the end. Madness is the purest and most complete form of quid pro quo. It takes the false for the true, death for life, man for woman, a lover for the Furies, and the victim for Minos. But it is also the most rigorously necessary form of quid pro quo within the dramatic structure, for it has no need of an external element to reach its final conclusion. All that needs to be done is to push the illusion until it reaches the truth. At the heart of the structure, in its mechanical center, it is at once a feigned conclusion that holds within it the promise of a new beginning, and an initiation to what will be recognized as reconciliation with truth and reason. It marks the vanishing point where the tragic destinies of the characters apparently converge, and where the real lines leading to a happy ending all have their origins. Equilibrium begins in madness, but madness hides that equilibrium in a cloud of illusion and feigned disorder, camouflaging the rigor of the architecture beneath a cleverly arranged violent disorder. This unexpected vivacity, this wind of madness that suddenly shakes gestures or words, breaks the mood or blows through the curtains when the fabric is in fact stretched tight, is a typical instance of the Baroque trompe-l'œil. Madness is the great trompe-l'œil in the tragic comic structure of pre-classical literature. 110. Georges de Scudery was well aware of this, as he shows in the Comédie de Comédiens, where by turning the theatre into a theatre he situates his play inside the illusions of madness. One section of the cast is to take the role of spectators, while the remainder play the actors. One side must then pretend to take the set for reality, and acting for real life, while acting on a set that is real enough, and the other must pretend to act and imitate players, being in fact nothing other than actors playing roles. In this double game every element is doubled, leading to a constant process of exchange between reality and illusion, which is also the dramatic sense of madness. "I don't know," says Mondori in the prologue to Scudery's play, "what extravagance has taken hold of my companions today, but it is so powerful that I am forced to believe that some spell has robbed them of their wits, and the worst of it is that they're trying to make me and you lose our reason too. They're trying to convince me that I'm not in a theater, but that this is the city of Lyon, that there's an inn over there and a tennis court here, and that some actors, who aren't us but whom we nevertheless are in the middle of playing a pastoral. 111. In this extravaganza, theater develops its truth, which is to be an illusion. And that, strictly speaking, is what madness is. Asterisk. And so the classical experience of madness comes into being. The great threat that appeared on the horizon in the 15th century begins to fade, and the dark power that lurked in the paintings of Bosch begins to lose its violence. The forms live on, now transparent and docile, forming part of the great cortege of reason. Madness has ceased to be an eschatological figure at the edge of the world of mankind and of death, and that darkness into which man stared and made out impossible forms has slowly begun to retreat. A great forgetting falls on the world that was crisscrossed by the free slavery of the ship of fools, and madness is no longer a strange passage from here to the hereafter, no more that fugitive and absolute limit. The ship of fools is solidly anchored in the world of people and things, berthed at the quay. No longer a boat at all, but a hospital. Scarcely a century after the fashion for those ships, the literary theme of the hospital for the mad is born. There each empty head, bound and classified by the true reason of men, speaks of contradiction and irony, in the double language of wisdom. The hospital for the incurably mad, where, point by point, all possible types of madness and all the maladies of the spirit are carefully mapped out, in both men and women, an enterprise that is both amusing and useful, and forms the only path to the acquisition of true wisdom. 112. There each form of madness has its place ready and waiting, its sign and its protective god. For frenzy and ranting madness, there is the fool strapped to the chair under the watchful eye of Minerva. For the somber melancholics who haunt the countryside like hungry lone wolves there is Jupiter, the master of animal metamorphoses, and then there are the drunkard madmen with no memory or understanding, drowsy or half-dead madmen and stale or empty-headed madmen. A whole world of disorder, where every man has his place, and the praise of reason is sung in the manner of Erasmus. Already, in these primitive hospitals, embarkation has given way to confinement. Tamed, madness still keeps up the appearance of its rule. It has become part of the measures of reason, and of the labor of truth. It plays on the surface of things in the glittering light of day, on all games of appearance, on the equivocation between the real and the illusory, and on the constantly broken and mended thread of the weave that unites and separates truth and appearance. It hides and shows, speaks truth and lies, and is both shadow and light. A central yet indulgent figure, it flickers and shimmers, an already precarious figure of this Baroque age. And it constantly returns, in both fiction and writing for the theatre. The figure of the madman really does stalk through the streets, and François Colletet came across it again and again. I see in that avenue an innocent followed by children. Let us admire the wretch. This poor madman, what could he want with so many rags? I have seen so many of these gruff madmen singing their foul ditties in the streets. 113. Madness becomes a familiar silhouette on the social landscape. There was a new, intense pleasure to be had from these brotherhoods of fools, their parties, meetings and speeches. A burning issue of the day was the case of Nicolas Joubert, better known as Engoulevent, who declared himself the Prince of Fools, only to find that his title was contested by Valenti Leconte and Jacques Risno. Pamphlets, passionate defenses, and law cases followed. His lawyer certified him to be an empty head, a hollowed-out pumpkin free of all common sense, a reed, a dismembered brain without a single spring or will in place. 114 Bluet d'Arbres, who took the name Comte de Permission, was protected by some of the most noble families in France, such as the Criquys, the Lestiguilleries, the Bouillons, and the Nemours, and in 1602 he published, or had published for him, works where he claimed to be unable to either read or write, and has never learned but found himself filled with inspiration from God and the angels. 115 Pierre Dupuy, who is mentioned by Renier in his sixth satire 116, is in the words of Brascambille an arch madman in a long coat. 117 And he himself in his Remontrance sur le Réveil de Maître Guillaume declares that his spirit is so elevated, it is in the antechamber of the third degree of the moon. There are many similar figures in Renier's 14th satire. The world of the early 17th century is strangely hospitable to madness. Madness is there, in the hearts of men and at the heart of things, an ironic sign blurring the distinction between the real and the chimerical, but with barely a memory of the great tragic threat. More a cause of hesitation than genuine confusion, a derisory agitation in society, mobility of reason. But new demands are being born. Hundreds of times I walked out with my lantern into the full midday Sunday. 118. 2. The Great Confinement. Compel inter. After defusing its violence, the Renaissance had liberated the voice of madness. The Age of Reason, in a strange takeover, was then to reduce it to silence. On the methodical path of his doubt, Descartes came across madness beside dreams and all the other forms of error. Might the possibility of his own madness rob him of his own body, in the manner in which the outside world occasionally disappears through an error of the senses, or in which consciousness sleeps while we dream? How could it be denied that these hands or this whole body are mine? Unless perhaps I were to liken myself to madmen, whose brains are so damaged by the persistent vapors of melancholia that they firmly maintain they are kings when they are paupers, or say they are dressed in purple when they are naked, or that their heads are made of earthenware, or that they are pumpkins, or made of glass. 1. But Descartes does not evade the danger of madness in the same way that he sidesteps the possibility of dream or error. However deceptive they might be, the senses can only alter things that are barely perceptible, or at a great distance, and however strong the illusion, there is still a residue of truth assuring him that he is sitting by the fire, wearing a dressing gown. Dreams, like the imaginings of painters, can represent sirens and satyrs, by strange, extraordinary, shapes, but of their own accord, they can never create simpler or more universal things that make fantastical images possible. Corporeal nature, and its extension, are of this class of things. The fictitiousness of such things is so slight that they lend dreams their verisimilitude, and they are the inevitable marks of a truth that dreams themselves can never undo. Thus neither sleep peopled with images nor the clear consciousness that the senses are deceived can lead doubt to its most universal point. We might admit that our eyes can deceive us, and suppose that we are asleep, but the truth will never slip away entirely into darkness. Madness is an altogether different affair. If its dangers compromise neither the enterprise nor the essential truth that is found, this is not because this thing, even in the thoughts of a madman, cannot be untrue, but rather because I, when I think, cannot be considered insane. When I think I have a body, can I be certain that my grasp on the truth is stronger than that of the man who believes his body to be made of glass? Assuredly, says Descartes, such people are insane, and I would be thought equally mad if I took anything from them as a model for myself. It is not the permanence of truth that ensures that thought is not madness, in the way that it freed it from an error of perception or a dream. It is an impossibility of being mad which is inherent in the thinking subject rather than the object of his thoughts. If one admits the possibility that one might be dreaming, and one identifies with that dreaming subject to find some grounds for doubt, truth still appears, as one of the conditions of possibility for the dream. By contrast, one cannot suppose that one is mad, even in thought, for madness is precisely a condition of impossibility for thought. I would be thought equally mad too. In the economy of doubt, there is a fundamental disequilibrium between on the one hand madness and dreams and errors on the other. Their position is quite different where truth and the seeker of truth are concerned. Dreams and illusions are overcome by the very structure of truth, but madness is simply excluded by the doubting subject, in the same manner that it will soon be excluded that he is not thinking or that he does not exist. A specific decision has been taken since the essays of Montaigne. When the latter went to meet Tasso, there was nothing to assure him that all thought was not haunted by the ghost of unreason. What of the people, the wretched folk taken in by this madness? Perhaps they were no different from anyone else, and the thinking man was also in danger of falling into such eccentricity. He is to be equally pitied, for what reason could make him a judge of madness? Reason has taught me that if you condemn in this way anything whatever as definitely false and quite impossible, you are claiming to know the frontier and bounds of the will of God and the power of nature our mother. It taught me also that there is nothing in the whole world madder than bringing matters down to the measure of our own capacities and potentialities. 3. Amongst all other forms of illusion, madness traces what was still in the 16th century one of the most commonly taken paths of doubt. Man was never certain that he was not dreaming, and never sure that he was not mad. Do we not often feel ourselves to be in contradiction with our own better judgment? 4. Descartes by contrast has now acquired that certainty, and he grasps it firmly. Madness, quite simply, is no longer his concern. It would be an eccentricity for him to suppose that he were eccentric. As a way of thinking, madness implies itself, and thus excludes itself from his project. The perils of madness have been quashed by the exercise of reason, and this new sovereign rules a domain where the only possible enemies are errors and illusions. The process of Descartes' doubt breaks the spells woven by the senses and steers a clear course through the landscape of dreams, constantly guided by the light of true things. But madness is banished in the name of the man who doubts, and who is no more capable of opening himself to unreason than he is of not thinking or not being. Montaigne's problematics of madness are thereby modified, in an almost imperceptible but nonetheless decisive manner. Madness is placed in a zone of exclusion, from which it will only escape in part in Hegel's phenomenology of the spirit. Unreason in the 16th century was a sort of open wound, which in theory constantly posed a threat to the link between subjectivity and truth. The path taken by Cartesian doubt seems to indicate that by the 17th century the danger has been excluded, and that madness is no longer a peril lurking in the domain where the thinking subject holds rights over truth, and for classical thought, that domain is the domain of reason itself. Madness has been banished. While man can still go mad, thought, as the sovereign exercise carried out by a subject seeking the truth, can no longer be devoid of reason. A new dividing line has appeared, rendering that experience so familiar to the Renaissance unreasonable reason, or reasoned unreason impossible. Between Montaigne and Descartes an event has taken place, which concerns the advent of a ratio. But the advent of a ratio in the Western world meant far more than the appearance of a rationalism. More secretly, but in equal measure, it also meant the movement whereby unreason was driven underground, to disappear, indeed, but also take root. And it is to that other aspect of the classical event that we must now turn our attention. Asterisk. More than one sign gives it away, and they don't all come from a philosophical experience of knowledge. What we need to address is a wide cultural surface. This is signaled quite precisely by a series of dates, and with them an ensemble of institutions. It is well known that the 17th century created vast houses of confinement, but it is less well known that in the city of Paris, 1 out of every 100 inhabitants found themselves locked up there within a matter of months. It is also recognized that the authorities made use of lettres de cachet and other arbitrary measures of imprisonment, but the juridical thinking behind such practices is less familiar. 5 Since Pinel, Tuque, and Wagnitz, we know that the mad underwent this process of confinement for a century and a half, until one day they were discovered in the wards of the Hôpital General and in the cells of houses of correction, or among the population of the workhouses and Zuchthäuser. But it is rarely the case that their status there is clarified, or that what was meant by this enforced fraternization between the poor, the unemployed, the criminal, and the insane is clearly understood. It was in these spaces of confinement that Pinel and the psychiatry of the 19th century met the mad, and lest we forget it was there too that they allowed them to remain, while claiming to be their liberators. Since the mid-17th century, madness had been linked to this place of confinement, and to the gesture that designated it as its natural place. We should begin by addressing the facts in their simplest formulation, since the locking up of the insane is the structure most clearly visible in the classical experience of madness, and because it is that practice of confinement that would suddenly seem so scandalous when the experience came to disappear from European culture. I saw them naked and covered in rags, with nothing but straw to protect themselves from the damp cold of the stones on which they lay. I saw them badly fed and deprived of fresh air to breathe and water to quench their thirst, lacking even the basic necessities of life. They were in the charge of jailers, and entirely at the mercy of their brutish ways. I saw them in cramped, dirty places, deprived of air and light, locked up in dens where men would hesitate to keep the wild animals that governments maintain at great cost in the capitals of Europe. 6. A single date serves as a reference point here. In Paris in 1656, the Hôpital General was set up by royal decree. At first glance it looks like a simple process of reform, little more than an administrative reorganization. Various establishments that already existed were grouped together into one common administration, the Salpetriera, which had been rebuilt under the previous reign to be used as an arsenal 7 and Bicetra, which Louis XIII had wanted to place under the Commanderie de St. Louis to make a house of retreat for army invalids. 8 All the houses and hospitals appertaining to La Pitie, the refuge in the Faubourg St. Victor, the Scipio House and Hospital, La Savonnerie, and all the properties, squares, gardens, houses, and buildings that depend upon them. 9 All were now assigned to the poor of Paris, of both sexes, whatever their age or place of origin, regardless of their quality or birth, and in whatever state they present themselves, able or disabled, sick or convalescent, curable or incurable. 10 Their function was to supply food and lodgings to anyone who presented themselves, or was sent there by royal or judicial decree, and to look after the subsistence and good order of anyone else for whom there was no room, but who might in other circumstances find themselves staying at the Hôpital General. These duties were entrusted to directors appointed for life, whose powers over inmates extended beyond the confines of the hospital, in effect to anyone within their jurisdiction. They are granted full powers where authority, direction, administration, commerce, policing, tribunals, correction and punishment are concerned, over all the poor of Paris, both within the hospital and without. 11 The directors were also to appoint a physician, who would be paid an annual fee of £1,000, and who was to reside at La Pitie and carry out visits to each hospital house twice a week. One fact is immediately clear: the Hôpital General was not a medical establishment. It was more of a semi-judicial structure, an administrative entity that was granted powers to deliberate, judge and pass sentence independently of other pre-existing authorities and courts. To that end the directors will have the following at their disposal: gallows, iron collars, prisons and dungeons inside the Hôpital General and dependent buildings, which they may use as they see fit, without there being any recourse to appeal against the judgments they are to promulgate inside the hospital. Judgments made with reference to outside the hospital will be carried in their due form, regardless of any defense or appeals that have been made or are pending, and without prejudice to them. No defense or appeal to any higher court will be accepted. 12. Their sovereignty was thus almost absolute, there was no right of appeal against their jurisdiction, and nothing could prevail against their right of execution. The Hôpital General was a strange power that the king set up halfway between police and justice, at the limits of legality, and forming a third order of repression. This was the world to which the insane whom Pinel was later to find in Bicetre and the Salpetriera belonged. The Hôpital General bore no resemblance to any medical idea in either its purpose or functioning. It was rather an instrument of order, of the new bourgeois and monarchical order that was beginning to take shape in the France of that time. It was directly connected to the power of the king, who had placed it under the authority of the civil government. The royal almonry, which had previously provided ecclesiastical and spiritual mediation in the politics of assistance, suddenly found itself sidelined. The decree stated: "It is our intention to be both the observer and protector of this Hôpital General, and of all the places that depend upon it, as a royal foundation, and nevertheless they will depend in no fashion on the Grand Almoner nor on any of our other officers. They will be totally exempt from the superiority, visit, and jurisdiction of the officers of the General Reformation, or of the Grand Almonry, or of any other, to which we forbid any knowledge or jurisdiction in these matters, in any way conceivable." 13. The origins of the project had been parliamentary. 14 And the first two directors were to be the first president of the Parliament and the Procurator General. But they were quickly joined by the Archbishop of Paris, the President of the Court of Assistance, the President of the Treasury, the Lieutenant of Police and the Provost of Commerce. Soon, the Grand Bureau saw its role reduced to that of little more than a deliberative chamber. The real administration and genuine responsibility had in effect been handed over to controllers who had been co-opted into the role. They were the true governors, the delegates of royal power and bourgeois fortune in the world of poverty. The French Revolution paid homage to them in the following terms: chosen among the high bourgeoisie, they brought disinterested views and pure intentions to this administration. 15. This structure, typical of the monarchical and bourgeois order, which coincided in France with the move towards a more absolute form of monarchy, was soon to be found right across the country. A royal edict dated June 16, 1676 ordered the creation of a hospital general in every city of the kingdom. Sometimes the decision had already been taken by the local authorities. The bourgeoisie of Lyon had been running a charitable establishment that worked along similar lines since 1612.16. The Archbishop of Tours was proud to announce on July 10, 1676 that his metropolitan city had fortunately foreseen the wishes of the king and erected a hospital general called La Charite before the Paris hospital had come into being, with an organization which has long been a model for all hospitals subsequently created, both within the kingdom and beyond. 17. La Charite de Tours had indeed been founded in 1656, and the king had endowed it with £4,000. The new general hospitals began to appear all across France, and on the eve of the Revolution, they were to be found in 32 cities around the country. 18. Despite being deliberately excluded from the organization of the general hospitals, doubtless on account of some complicity between the king and the bourgeoisie. 19. The church was not entirely a stranger to this movement. It began a reform of its hospitable institutions, and redistributed the wealth of its foundations, and created new institutions whose aims were broadly similar to those of the Hospital General. Vincent de Paul reorganized Saint-Lazare, the largest of what were once the leper hospitals of Paris. On January 7, 1632, he signed a new contract with the Priory of Saint-Lazare in the name of the Congregationists of the Mission, to receive people detained on the orders of His Majesty. The Order of the Good Sons opened several hospitals of that ilk in the north of the country. The Brothers of Saint John of God, who had been in France since 1602, founded first the Charite de Paris in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and then Charenton, which opened on May 10, 1645.20 not far from the capital. It was they again who set up the Charite de Senlis, which opened its doors on October 27, 1670.21. A few years earlier, the Duchess of Bouillon had donated the buildings and revenues accruing from the leprosarium that had been founded by Thibaut de Champagne in Château-Thierry in the 14th century. 22. Also under their control were the Charites of Saint-Jean, Pont-Orson, Cadillac and Romans. 23. The year 1699 saw the foundation by the Lazarists of the establishment that was later to become the Saint-Pierre Hospital. In the 18th century, these were followed by Armentières, 1712, Maryville, 1714, the Bon Sauveur in Caen, 1735, and, shortly before the Revolution, Saint Mains in Rennes in 1780. These were curious institutions, and their meaning and status is often difficult to define. Many were in effect still run by religious orders, and yet there were also lay associations that imitated the lifestyle and clothing of the different orders, but were in no manner part of them. 24. In the provinces, the bishop was automatically a member of the General Bureau, but the clergy rarely held a majority, and effective management was mostly in the hands of the bourgeoisie. 25. Yet in each of these houses life was led among highly conventual lines, with readings, religious services, prayers, and meditation. Communal prayers are held mornings and evenings in the dormitories, and at different hours of the day there are spiritual exercises, prayers, and readings from Scripture. 26. And there was more, being vectors of both assistance and repression. These hospitals were intended not only to assist the poor, but also for imprisonment. Almost all of them had cells where prisoners could be detained, and quartiers de force, where inmates were imprisoned at the expense of either the king or their family. No one, on any pretext whatsoever, is to be allowed into the detainment areas of these religious charitable hospitals, other than those sent there on the orders of the king or judicial authority. Often these new houses of confinement were built within the walls of what had previously been the Lazare houses, and they inherited their belongings, either through an ecclesiastical decision, as was the case for Saint-Lazare, or by one of the royal decrees of the end of the century. 27 But they were also supported by the public coffers in that they received donations from the king and a proportion of fines collected by the treasury. 28 These institutions were thus places where conflicts were not uncommon. As the ancient privileges of the Church in matters of social assistance and rights of hospitality were mixed with the bourgeois will to bring order to the world of poverty. Together with a desire to assist was a need to repress, a duty of charity and a will to punish. The result was an ambiguous practice whose meaning needs elucidation, best symbolized by the lazar houses, which had been empty since the Renaissance but were now swiftly put to a new use, and found themselves rearmed with mysterious powers. The Classical Age invented confinement in the way that the Middle Ages had invented the segregation of lepers, and the empty space left by the disappearance of leprosy was now peopled with new characters in the Western world, the internees. The significance of leprosy had gone far beyond a mere medical classification, and the gesture of banishment to these spaces reserved for the damned had had many other functions. The gesture of confinement was equally complex, and it too had social, political, religious, economic, and moral meanings. In all probability, they concerned certain essential structures of the Classical Age as a whole. The phenomenon went far beyond France, and was truly European in its dimensions. The constitution of the absolute monarchy and the strong Catholic revival at the time of the Counter-Reformation meant that it had a particular character in France, where civic power and the power of the Church found themselves both in competition and complicitous on many issues. 29 In other countries its form was quite different, but the moment was equally precise. The great hospitals, the houses of confinement, the civic and religious institutions for assistance and punishment, for charity and governmental assistance are a fact of the Classical Age, as universal as that age itself and contemporaneous with its birth. In German-speaking countries it was the Zuchthäuser, or houses of correction, the first of which preceded the French houses of confinement, with the exception of the Lyon Charite, opening in Hamburg around 1620.30. Others were created in the second half of the century, Basel in 1667, Breslau in 1668, Frankfurt in 1684, Spandau the same year and Königsberg in 1691. They continued to multiply in the 18th century, first with Leipzig in 1701, then Halle and Kassel in 1717 and 1720, later Brieg and Osnabrück in 1756, and finally Torgau in 1771.31. In England, the roots of confinement can be traced back considerably further. A 1575 Act, 18 LEC.3, which concerned the punishment of vagabonds and relief of the poor, ordered the construction of houses of correction, at least one of which was to be built in each county. Their upkeep was to be paid by a tax, but the public were also encouraged to make donations. 32 It would appear that in that form the measures were hardly ever applied, as within a few years the same function could be carried out by private enterprise. It was no longer necessary to have an official permit delivered to open a hospital or a house of correction, and anyone could do it if they wished. 33 A general reorganization took place at the beginning of the 17th century, and a fine of £5 was to be levied on any justice of the peace who did not have a house of correction in his jurisdiction. There was an obligation to install looms and set up workshops and factories, for milling, spinning or weaving, to help the upkeep of the institution, and ensure that its inmates had work. Who deserved to be sent there was left to the discretion of the judges. 34 In fact these bridewells were less widespread than might be supposed, and often they were progressively absorbed by an adjoining prison. 35 They were not known in Scotland. 36 But workhouses, by contrast, which date from the second half of the 17th century, were far more successful. 37 A 1670 Act, 22-23 Car 2C.18, defining the status of the workhouses, ordered officers of justice to audit the taxes collected and the management of the funds required for their functioning, and entrusted ultimate control of their administration to a justice of the peace. In 1697, several Bristol parishes united to form the first English workhouse, and to appoint the corporation that would run the institution. 38 Another was set up in Worcester in 1703, and a third that same year in Dublin. 39 Followed by Plymouth, Norwich, Hull, and Exeter. By the end of the 18th century, their number had risen to 126. The 1792 Gilbert Act granted parishes the power to create new workhouses, and the control and authority of the Justice of the Peace was simultaneously reinforced. To keep workhouses from turning into hospitals, it was recommended that internees with contagious diseases should be expelled. Within a few years, a whole network had spread across Europe. At the end of the 18th century, John Howard decided to tour them, and he proceeded to make a pilgrimage of prisons, jails, and hospitals, the high places of confinement in England, Holland, Germany, France, Italy and Spain. He was indignant at what he found, his philanthropic instincts shocked that common criminals were locked up with young men who had showed themselves to be spendthrifts, or troubled the peace of their family, with vagrants, or with the insane. His reaction was proof perhaps that a certain category of order in the classical age had lost its obviousness. Suddenly confinement, which had sprung up with such rapidity and spontaneity across Europe, no longer seemed so obviously right. After 150 years, confinement appeared to be an ill-conceived blend of heterogeneous elements. Yet at its origins, its unity must have been self-evident, justifying the haste with which it was brought into effect. Between the varied forms that it took and the classical age there must be a principle of coherence, which it is wrong to ignore under the scandalous mask of the pre-revolutionary sensibility. What was the reality targeted by the confinement of an entire sector of the population who almost overnight found themselves locked up and banished far more rigorously than the lepers of the Middle Ages? We do well to remember that within a few years of its opening its doors, the Hôpital General in Paris was home to more than 6,000 people, which was approximately 1% of the population. 40 For that to happen, a Europe-wide social sensibility must have almost imperceptibly taken shape, probably over many years beforehand, until suddenly it became manifest in the second half of the 17th century. It was that sensibility that suddenly isolated the category destined to people these places of confinement. To our eyes, the population designated to fill the space long left empty by lepers seems a strange amalgam, but what appears to us as a confused sensibility was evidently a clearly articulated perception to the mind of the classical age. And it is this mode of perception that needs to be addressed for any understanding of the sensibility to madness of the period we often term the Age of Reason. For that act of drawing a line around a space of confinement, of giving it a special power of segregation and assigning madness a new land, however coherent and willful it may appear at first glance, is anything but simple. This complex unity brings together a new sensibility to poverty and the duty to relieve it, new forms of reaction to the economic problems of unemployment and idleness, a new work ethic, and the dream of a city where moral obligations go hand in hand with civic duties, all held together by the authoritarian forms of constraint. Those themes all lurk behind the construction and organization of these spaces of confinement, and it is they that give meaning to this ritual, and explain in part how madness was perceived, and lived, by the classical age. Asterisk. The practice of confinement demonstrates a new reaction to poverty and indigence, a strange, novel form of pathos, a different relationship between mankind and all that can be inhuman in his existence. In the course of the 16th century, the figure of the pauper, and those who could not be responsible for their own existence, gradually assumed a role that the Middle Ages would have failed to recognize altogether. The Renaissance had stripped poverty of what had previously been a positive, mystical charge. This came from a dual movement of thought that stripped poverty of its absolute meaning, and stripped charity of its value. From Luther's point of view, and even more so to Calvin's way of thinking, the specific volitions of God, God's singular bounty towards each man, meant that happiness and suffering, poverty and riches or glory and misery no longer spoke in their own right. Misery was no longer the humiliated lady, rescued from the mud by the husband who then proceeded to exalt her. She too had her own place in the world, a place that testified as much to God as that of riches. God was present everywhere, his generous hand as near to abundance as it is to famine, according as it is the pleasure of God to nourish one child more liberally, and another more sparingly. 41 The specific volitions of God concerning the poor no longer spoke of the promise of glories to come, but only of predestination. Gone were the days when God was thought to exalt the poor in a process of inverse glorification. Now he humbled them in his anger and hatred, the hatred that he had brought to bear on Esau from even before he was born, dispossessing him of the flocks to which his primogeniture gave him right. Poverty signified punishment. It is by his command the heaven becomes hard as iron, the crops are destroyed by mildew and other evils, that storms and hail, in devastating the fields, are signs of sure and special vengeance. 42 Poverty and riches were now equal signs of the Almighty's omnipotence. The poor could only show that the Lord was not pleased, for their lives bore the signs of his ire. For that reason it was important to exhort the poor to patient endurance, seeing that those who are discontented with their lot endeavor to shake off a burden which God has imposed upon them. 43. Under such circumstances, it might be wondered what value charitable works could have. It came not from the relief of poverty, as poverty no longer had any intrinsic glory, nor from the action of assistance itself, as the gesture was nothing more than another specific will of God being carried out. It was not the good work itself that provided the justification for such actions, but the faith that connected it to God. Men may not be justified before God by their efforts, their merits, or their works, but only through Christ and by faith. 44 Luther's position on good works was well known, and his proclamation on the matter reverberated throughout Protestant thought: no, good works are not necessary, and they serve no purpose for sanctity. But that refusal only has a bearing on the meaning of good works where their relationship with God and salvation were concerned. Like all human actions, they bear the signs of finitude and the stigma of the fall, and in that respect they are nothing more than sin and uncleanliness. 45 But on a human level they had a meaning, inefficacious for salvation. They serve as testimony and an indication of faith. Faith is the root from which all good works originate, and cannot, by any means, make us slothful about them. 46 That serves to explain the common Reformation trend where the property that belonged to the Church was turned over to lay charities. In 1525, Michel Geismeyer proposed that all monasteries be transformed into hospitals, and the following year at the Diet of Speyer a list of grievances was presented, demanding the abolition of convents and the confiscation of their goods, which were to be used instead for the succoring of the poor. 47 And it was in buildings that had previously been convents and monasteries that the majority of the great asylums of England and Germany were set up. One of the first hospitals for the mad in a Lutheran country, Armwahnsinnige und Prestschaft, was set up by the Landgraf Philip of Hainaut in 1533, in a Cistercian monastery that had been dissolved a decade earlier. 48 Cities and states took over poor relief from the Church. Taxes were levied, collections taken up, donations solicited, and legacies encouraged. In Lübeck, in 1601, it was decided that all wills involving substantial sums had to contain a clause in favor of the poor of the city. 49 In England, the use of the poor rate became widespread in the 16th century, and cities that had set up houses of correction or workhouses were granted the right to levy a special tax, with justices of the peace appointing an administrator known as the guardian of the poor to manage the finances and share out the benefits. To say that in Protestant countries the Reformation led to a progressive secularization of charity is something of a commonplace. But through this process of taking responsibility for the poor and unable, cities and states prepared the way to a new form of sensibility to poverty. A new form of pathos came into being, which no longer spoke of a glorification of pain, nor of salvation proper both to charity and to poverty, but concerned rather the idea of civic duty, and showed the poor and destitute to be both a consequence of disorder and an obstacle to order. The aim therefore was no longer to glorify poverty in the act of relieving it, but quite simply to dispose of it altogether. Bound to poverty as such, charity too suddenly seemed to be a kind of disorder. But if private enterprise, as a 1575 Act demanded in England, helped the state repress poverty, it became part of the social order and acquired meaning. 50 Shortly before the 1662 Settlement Act, the most important text of the 17th century regarding the English poor, Sir Matthew Hale had written a discourse touching provision for the poor 51, which was a clear indication of the new manner in which the meaning of poverty was perceived. To Hale, helping to make poverty disappear was necessary, and becomes us both as men and Christians. He recommended that the mission should be entrusted to officers of the peace, who should subdivide counties, group parishes together and set up compulsory workhouses. No one should then beg, no man will be so vain, and indeed hurtful to the public as to give to such as beg, and thereby encourage them. 52. Poverty is no longer part of a dialectic of humiliation and glorification, but rather of the relationship of disorder to order, and is now locked in guilt. After Calvin and Luther, poverty bore the marks of an immemorial punishment, and became, in the world of state-assisted charity, self-complacency, and crime against the good order of the state. From being the object of a religious experience and sanctified, poverty became the object of a moral conception that condemned it. The great houses of confinement were a clear result of that evolution. They were indeed the secularization of charity, but in obscure fashion they were also the moral punishment of poverty. By different paths, and not without considerable difficulty, Catholicism too arrived at analogous results, at approximately the time of Matthew Hale, that of the Great Confinement. One result of the Reformation had been the transformation of convents and monasteries into hospitals, and at the Council of Trent, the Catholic Church hoped to obtain a similar result from its own bishops. The Reformation decree recommended that, bonorum omnium operum exemplo passera, pauperum aliorumque miserabilium personarum curam paternam gerere. 53, the poor should be nourished by the example of good works, and anyone worthy of pity should be treated with paternal attention. The Church was giving up nothing of the importance that dogma had traditionally accorded to good works, but it sought to give them a more general social bearing, and evaluate them on their contribution to the good order of the state. Shortly before the council, one of the first entirely profane conceptions of charity in the history of the Catholic Church was put forward by Juan Luis Vives, in which he criticized private aid to the poor, and underlined the dangers of charity, which, he claims, supports evil, and the dangerous proximity between poverty and vice. 54 The problem was to be taken in hand by magistrates. As it is disgraceful for the father of a family in his comfortable home to permit anyone in it to suffer the disgrace of being unclothed or in rags, it is similarly unfitting that the magistrates of a city should tolerate a condition in which citizens are hard pressed by hunger and distress. 55. Vives recommended that magistrates should be nominated in every city, and that they should walk the streets and slums drawing up a register of the poor, and recording their lifestyle and moral outlook, so that the most recalcitrant could be locked up in houses of confinement, and workhouses created for all. Vives was of the opinion that the project could be financed with money from private donors, but that otherwise the more affluent should be taxed. These ideas echoed around the Catholic world, and were taken up and imitated first by Medina, at the time of the Council of Trent 56, and then in the late 16th century by Cristobal Pérez de Herrera. 57 In 1607, a text appeared in France which was both pamphlet and manifesto, the Chimera, or the Spectre of Mendicity, demanding the creation of a hospital for the poor, where they might find life, clothes, a trade, and punishment. The author recommended funding the project through taxes on the wealthy, and that anyone refusing to pay should face a fine of double the amount initially requested. 58. But Catholic thought was reluctant to change, as were the traditions of the Church. These collective forms of assistance met with initial resistance, as they appeared to downgrade the merit of an act of individual assistance, and removed the eminent dignity that was inherent to poverty. The Christian duty of charity was being turned into little more than a civic obligation, and poverty had simply become a crime against public order. These difficulties slowly disappeared, and appeals were made to the universities to address the problem. The University of Paris approved the public forms of organization that were submitted for its assessment. Public assistance, it was noted, was a difficult, but pious, useful, and salubrious activity, authorized by the Gospels, Apostolic Scripture, and by our forebears. 59 Before long, the Catholic world had adopted the mode of perception of poverty that had come to prevail in the world of Protestant thought. In 1657, Vincent de Paul gave his wholehearted approval to the project to group together the poor in one place to look after them, instruct them, and keep them occupied. This is a grand design. He nonetheless hesitated before involving his order, on the grounds that they had as yet no clear evidence that the enterprise had God's blessing. 60 But within the space of a few years, the Catholic Church in France had given its backing to the great confinement ordered by Louis XIV. This meant that the poor were no longer recognized as a pretext sent by God to elicit charity, an opportunity for Catholics to work towards their salvation. Catholics, following the example of the Archbishop of Tours, began to see the poor as the very dregs of the Republic, not on account of their physical poverty, which properly arouses compassion, but for their spiritual indigence, which is a cause of revulsion. 61. The Church had chosen its camp, and in so doing had split the Christian world of poverty, which had previously been sanctified in its totality by the medieval world. 62 On the one side was the realm of good, where poverty submitted and conformed to the order that was imposed upon it, and on the other the realm of evil, where poverty rebelled and tried to escape that order. The former accepted internment, and found its repose there, the latter resisted it, and thereby merited its condition. This reasoning was expounded quite bluntly in a text inspired by the Papal Court in 1693, which was translated into French at the close of the century under the title La mendicite abolie, begging vanquished. 63 The author made a distinction therein between the good and bad poor, those of Christ and those of the devil. Both bear witness to the usefulness of houses of confinement, the former because they gratefully accepted all that the authorities bestowed upon them, patient, humble, modest, content with their station and the assistance that the bureau brings them, and thanking God for his providence. The devil's poor by contrast complained about the general hospital, and the constraints that it imposed upon them. Enemies of good order, lazy, deceitful, lascivious and given over to drink, they speak no language other than that of the devil their father, and curse the bureau's teachers and directors. Therein lay the justification for depriving them of their freedom, a freedom for which they had no use other than the glorification of Satan. Confinement was thus doubly justified, in a movement of undecidable equivocation, both as reward and as punishment, according to the moral standing of the person on whom it was inflicted. Up until the close of the classical age, this ambiguity of the practice of confinement remained, its strange reversibility implying that its meaning could alter in response to the merits or faults of its victims. The good poor, the deserving, saw it as a gesture of assistance, and a good work from which they drew comfort, while the bad poor, precisely inasmuch as they were bad, turned the gesture into an act of repression. This opposition between the good and bad poor is essential for an understanding of the structure and meaning of confinement. The Hospital General classified them as such, and madness too was divided up in similar fashion, so that it too, according to the moral standing it manifested, could fall under the categories of assistance or repression. 64 All internees fell within the scope of this ethical valorization, and before being objects of knowledge or pity, they were treated as moral subjects. But paupers could only be moral subjects in so far as they had ceased to be the invisible representatives of God on earth. Until the end of the 17th century, this was still the main objection voiced by Catholic consciences. Scripture clearly stated, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me," and since the earliest times the Church Fathers had glossed that text as meaning that alms should never be refused to a poor man, for fear of refusing it to Christ himself. Naturally, Father Guevara was aware of these objections, but his answer, which stood for the Church of the classical age, was abundantly clear. Since the creation of the General Hospital and the charitable bureaus, God no longer appeared in a poor man's rags. The fear of refusing a crust to Jesus dying of hunger underpinned a whole Christian mythology of charity, and had given an absolute meaning to the whole grand medieval ritual of hospitality, but that fear, it emerged, was now ill-founded. When a charitable bureau has been set up in a town, Christ will no longer take the appearance of a poor man who, to maintain his lazy, idle life, refuses to submit to an order established by genuinely holy means for the relief of true poverty. 65. This time want really had lost its mystical sense. Nothing, in the suffering that it represented, now referred back to the miraculous, fugitive presence of a God. It was stripped of all power of manifestation. If it still presented Christians with an opportunity to carry out an act of charity, then that was only in so far as the gesture could be carried out in accordance with the provisions made by the state. In itself, poverty now only served to demonstrate its own shortcomings, and appears only within the sphere of guilt. Reducing poverty first implied transferring it towards the order of penance. This was the first of the great shackles with which the classical age was to bind madness. It is commonly noted that in the Middle Ages the madman was seen as kind of holy person, because he was possessed. Nothing could be further from the truth. 66 If the madman was sacred, then it was only in so far as, for medieval charity, he was associated with the obscure powers of poverty. More than any other, he exalted it. The mad were intimately connected to the poor, and the sign of the cross was shaved into their hair. It was under that sign that Tristan presented himself in Cornwall for the last time, safe in the knowledge that he would receive the charity offered to the poor. In the guise of a pilgrim of unreason, with his staff around his neck and the sign of the cross marked on his skull, he was sure to gain admittance to the king's castle. No one dared bar the way, and he crossed the courtyard, playing the fool to the great delight of the servants. So he continued steadily, without fear, until he reached the chamber where the king, the queen, and all the knights were to be found. King Mark smiled. 67. If madness, in the 17th century, had become a secular affair, it was above all because poverty had been downgraded, and appeared now only on a moral horizon. The hospitality that had previously been reserved for the mad would henceforth only be found within the walls of a hospital, and it would be no different from the welcome reserved for the poor. And their madness was to remain until the end of the 18th century. A new sensibility had come into being, no longer religious but social. A familiar figure on the human landscape of the medieval world, the madman had come from another world. Now he stood out on the background, a problem of police, a matter of social order for individuals of the polity. Once, he was welcomed because he came from without, now he was excluded because he came from within, and the mad were forced to take their place alongside paupers, beggars, and vagabonds. An ambiguous welcome awaited them, in the form of this public health measure that put them out of circulation. The mad still wandered, but no longer on the road of a strange pilgrimage, they just troubled the order of the social space. Stripped of the rights and glory that had previously belonged to poverty, madness, with poverty and idleness, were suddenly no more than moments in the imminent dialectics of the state. Asterisk. Confinement, the signs of which are to be found massively across Europe throughout the 17th century, was a police matter. In the classical age the word had a meaning that was quite precise, referring to a bundle of measures that made work possible and necessary to all those who could not possibly live without it. Voltaire was soon to formulate the question, but Colbert's contemporaries had voiced it already: what? Now you are set up as a body of people, but you still haven't found a way to force the rich to make the poor work? Evidently, you have not even reached the first elements of Police 68. Before it developed the medical meaning that we associate with it, or at least attribute to it, confinement was demanded for reasons quite independent of any desire to cure. What really made it necessary was a work imperative. Modern philanthropists like to divine the signs of concern for illness where nothing is to be seen other than the moral condemnation of idleness. That much was already clear from the earliest moment of the confinement, in the royal proclamation of April 27, 1656 that had set up the Hospital General. The task the institution was set was to prevent begging and idleness, the sources of all disorder. In fact, this was the last of the great measures taken since the Renaissance to put an end to unemployment, or at least to begging. 69 In 1532, the Parliament of Paris had decided to arrest all beggars and force them to work in the city sewers, chained up in pairs. The crisis quickly worsened, as on March 23, 1534, an order was given to expel poor scholars and indigents from the city, and the singing of hymns before sacred images in the streets was forbidden. 70 The wars of religion swelled the ranks of these indigents, where peasants thrown off their land met deserters and redundant soldiers, poor students, the sick and the unemployed. When Henry IV besieged Paris, the city had a population of less than 100,000, including more than 30,000 beggars. 71 The new century brought an economic upturn, and it was decided to reintegrate forcibly all the unemployed who had still to find their place in society. A parliamentary act of 1606 decreed that in Paris all beggars were to be whipped in a public place, branded on the shoulder, and then thrown out of the city with their heads shaved. The following year another act created companies of archers to guard the gates of the city and refuse entry to any of the poor who tried to return. 72 The coming of the 30 Years' War cancelled the effects of the economic upturn, and the problem of begging and idleness continued until the middle of the century, as the high taxes levied on manufacturers put a brake on prosperity and created unemployment. These were the times of the great riots in Paris, 1621, Lyon, 1652, and Rouen, 1639. The appearance of new economic structures also led to great disorganization in the world of the workers, as factories became bigger and more widespread, and brotherhoods and guilds saw their powers and rights dwindle. New general regulations removed the right of assembly for all associations, leagues, and groups of workers. In some professions, these guilds managed to reform 73 only to be harried again by institutional pressure. The parliaments showed a measure of leniency, the Normandy Parliament for example refusing to judge rioters in Rouen. Perhaps for that reason the Church intervened, ruling that secret organizations of workers had the same status as witches' covens. A Sorbonne decree of 1655 proclaimed that to join the ranks of these orders was equivalent to sacrilege or mortal sin. In this secret conflict, which saw the severity of the Church at loggerheads with the indulgence of the parliaments, the foundation of the Hôpital General, in the early days at least, was a clear victory for the parliaments. It was certainly a novel solution, and the first time that the purely negative measures of exclusion had been replaced by the idea of confinement. The unemployed were no longer simply expelled or hunted down, and responsibility was taken for them by the nation, but at the expense of their individual liberty. Between the confined and society there was an implicit system of obligation. They had the right to be nourished, but they had to accept the physical and moral constraints of confinement. The 1656 edict addressed a quite undifferentiated mass, made up of a population with no resources and no social moorings, an underclass that had been abandoned, displaced against its will due to economic change. Less than 2 weeks after it had been signed, the edict was being proclaimed in the streets. Paragraph 9 stipulated that it is expressly forbidden to all persons, regardless of age, sex, birth, social standing, or place of birth, their capacity or inability to work, sick or convalescent, curable or mortally ill, to beg in the city and outskirts of Paris, or in the churches, at the doors of churches, at the doors of houses or in the streets, or anywhere else, publicly or in private, by day or by night, on pain of whipping for a first offense, and the galleys for men and boys upon a second offense, and banishment for women and girls. On Sunday, May 13, 1657, a solemn mass was sung at St. Louis de la Pitie in honor of the Holy Spirit, and on the morning of the 14th, the militia, who in the popular imagination were to become immortalized as the hospital archers, went out hunting for beggars for the first time, and brought them back to the different buildings of the hospital. 4 years on, the Salpêtrière was home to 1,460 women and children, while at the Pitie there were 98 boys, 897 girls aged between 7 and 17, and 95 women. At Bicêtre there were 1,615 men, At the Savoniri, 305 boys aged between 8 and 13, and in Scipio there were 530 pregnant or nursing women and infants. Married couples were not allowed at first, regardless of their situation, and the administration was instructed to feed them in their home, but soon a donation from Mazarine meant that they too could be lodged at the hospital. In all, between 5,000 and 6,000 people. Confinement had the same meaning throughout Europe, in these early days at least. It was one of the first responses that the 17th century offered to the economic crisis that was affecting the whole of the Western world. Wages were falling, unemployment was widespread and the money supply was dwindling, probably as a repercussion of the crisis in the Spanish economy. 74 Even in England, which of all the countries in Western Europe was the least dependent on the system, the same problems had to be resolved. Despite all the measures that had been taken to avoid unemployment and wage falls, poverty was increasing inexorably around the country. 75 In 1622 a pamphlet appeared, the Grevious's Groan for the Poor, which was attributed to Decker, and underlined the peril the country faced, while condemning a widespread negligence. Though the number of the poor do daily increase, all things yet worketh for the worst on their behalf, for there hath been no collection for them, no, not these 7 years, in many parishes in the land, especially in the country towns, but many of these parishes turneth forth their poor, yea, and their lusty labourers that will not work, or for any misdemeanour want work to beg, filch and steal for their maintenance, so that the country is pitifully pestered with them. 76. The fear was that the country might be overrun, and as it was impossible for them to move to another country as on the continent, it was suggested that they might be banished and conveyed to the Newfound Land, the East and West Indies. 77 In 1630, the king set up a royal commission to supervise the vigorous application of the laws concerning the poor. The same year he published a series of orders and directions that recommended that all beggars and vagabonds should be pursued, as well as any persons that live out of service, or that live idly and will not work for reasonable wages, or live to spend all they have in the alehouse. They were to be punished in accordance with the law, and placed in houses of correction. As for those who had dependants, it was first of all to be verified that they were in fact genuinely married, and that their children were baptized, for these people live like savages, neither marry, nor bury, nor christen, which licentious liberty make so many delight to be rogues and wanderers. 78 Despite the recovery that began in England in the middle of the century, the problem had still not been solved by the time of Cromwell, as the Lord Mayor complained that a vermin of the Commonwealth doth now swarm in and about the city, and liberties disturbing and annoying the inhabitants and passengers, by hanging on coaches, and clamorously begging at the doors of churches and private houses. 79. For many years to come, houses of correction and the Hospital General would serve as places for the authorities to hide the homeless and the unemployed. Each time there was an economic crisis and the number of jobless soared, the houses of confinement assumed once again their primary economic raison d'être. In the mid-18th century, France once again found itself in crisis. Rouen was home to 12,000 workers who were forced to beg, Tours had just as many, and the workshops and factories in Lyon too began to close. The Comte d'Argenson, who had charge of the Department of Paris and the mounted police, gave an order to arrest all beggars in the kingdom. His police set out to do it in the countryside, and the same was done in Paris, where they could not escape, since they were harried from all sides. 80. But outside the times of crisis, confinement took on another meaning, and its repressive aspects were soon paralleled by a second use. It was no longer simply a question of hiding away the unemployed, but now also of giving them work which could serve the interests and the prosperity of all. The cycle was clear: in times of high wages and full employment, they provided a low-cost workforce, while in a slump they absorbed the unemployed, and protected society against unrest and riots. It should not be forgotten that the first workhouses in England appeared in Worcester, Norwich, and Bristol, which were the most heavily industrialised parts of the country, nor that the first Hospital General opened in Lyon, 40 years before Paris had 1,81, and that Hamburg, the largest city in Germany, had its Zuchthos from 1620. Its regulations, published in 1622, were very precise. All inmates had to work. A register of the value of their work was kept, and they were paid 1/4 of that. For work was not simply to busy idle hands, it also had to be productive. The 8 directors of the institution drew up a general plan. The workmeister gave a task to every inmate, and checked at the end of each week that it had been accomplished successfully. The work rule remained in force until the end of the 18th century, as Howard noted that their inmates were knitting and spinning, weaving stockings, linen, hair, and wool, and rasping logwood and hartshorn. The task of logwood to a strong man is 45 pounds per day. Some men and horses worked at a fulling mill, and a smith was in constant employment. 82. Each institution in Germany had its own speciality. Spinning was done above all in Bremen, Brunswick, Hanover, Breslau, and Berlin. Weaving was the speciality of Hanover. Woodworking went on in Bremen and Hanover. In Nuremberg, inmates polished glass for lenses, and in Mentz the main task was grinding flour. 83. When the first houses of confinement opened in England, the country was in the depths of economic recession. The Act of 1610 only recommended that all these institutions be linked to mills, spinning shops and wool carding workshops, to keep the inmates occupied. But that moral concern was turned into an economic tactic when the Navigation Act was passed in 1651 and the base rate was lowered, as the economic situation improved and commerce and industry began to develop. Now the aim was to use in the best manner possible, i.e. by the cheapest means possible, all of the available workforce. When John Carey published his plans for a workhouse in Bristol, he stressed above all the need for work. The poor of both sexes may be employed in beating hemp, dressing and spinning flax, or in carding and spinning wool and cotton. 84. Worcester specialized in canvas and in making clothes, and had a special workshop for children. All of which did occasionally run into difficulties. The idea was to ensure that workhouses benefited from the proximity of local industries and markets, and it was perhaps also believed that low-cost production would have a stabilizing influence on prices. But manufacturers protested. 85. Daniel Defoe remarked that the fierce competition that the workhouses sometimes provided made new paupers in one region while suppressing them elsewhere. This is giving to one what you take away from the other, putting a vagabond in an honest man's employment, and putting diligence on the tenters to find out some other work to maintain his family. 86. Realizing the dangers that this competition was creating, the authorities increasingly allowed this obligation to work to disappear. Inmates were no longer allowed to earn even a sufficient amount to pay for their keep, and some were simply sent to prison instead, where at least they would receive free bread. There were few bridewells where any work is done, or can be done. The prisoners have neither tools, nor materials of any kind, but spend their time in sloth, profaneness, and debauchery. 87. When the Hôpital General was created in Paris, the aim was that begging would disappear, not that all the inmates should work. But it would seem that Colbert, like his English contemporaries, saw in assistance through work both a remedy for unemployment and a stimulus for the development of manufacturing. 88. Intendants in the provinces were instructed to ensure that charitable houses had some economic significance. All the poor who are able should do a day's work, both to keep them from the idleness that is the root of all evil and to get them used to working, while enabling them also to earn a portion of their food. On occasion, there were arrangements whereby local entrepreneurs used an asylum workforce for their own profit. It was stipulated, for example, in a 1708 agreement, that a merchant would deliver wool, soap, and coal to the Charite in Toul, and that in return he would receive carded and woven wool. The profits were shared between the entrepreneur and the hospital. 89. In Paris too, there were several attempts to transform some of the larger buildings in the Hôpital General into factories. If the author of an anonymous memoir published in 1790 is to be believed, in the Pity all the types of manufacturing done in the capital were tried out, until in desperation it was decided that laces should be made there, as that seemed to be the least wasteful enterprise. 90. Attempts elsewhere were no more successful. There were countless initiatives to help Bicetra pay its way, including thread and rope manufacture, mirror polishing, and most memorably the Great Well Point 91 in 1781. Rather than using horses, an attempt was made to use teams of prisoners working in shifts from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. to draw up the water. As a reformer noted around the time of the Revolution, what could have lain behind this strange decision? Was it a wish to save money, or was it simply the need to find some occupation for the prisoners? If it were the latter, would it not have been a better idea to occupy them with something of greater use to the hospital or themselves? If on the other hand it were a question of savings, it must be said that none spring to the eye. 92. Over the course of the 18th century, the economic significance that Colbert had wished for the hospital slowly receded, and the place for obligatory work became a site of privileged idleness. Why is there such disorder at Bicetra? Asked the revolutionaries of 1789. The answer had already been provided by the 17th century: idleness. And the simple remedy is work. The classical age used confinement in an equivocal manner, making it play a double role. It was to absorb unemployment, or at least erase its most visible social effects, and it was to keep prices low, when they seemed to be rising too sharply. It acted alternately on the labor market and on the cost of production. In practice, houses of confinement do not seem to have played the role that was expected of them very effectively. While they provided a home for the unemployed, they did little more than mask poverty, and prevent social and political unrest among those who had no work. Placing the unemployed in mandatory workshops created more unemployment nearby or in similar sectors. 93. Any effect on prices was at best artificial, the cost of the products manufactured being out of proportion to that of production when the cost of confinement was included. Asterisk. Measured against their functional value, the creation of these houses of confinement might be seen as a failure. Their disappearance, throughout Europe, as centers for the indigent and prisons for poverty, in the early days of the 19th century confirms their ultimate failure, showing them to be a transitory remedy that failed to address any real issues, an ill-conceived precautionary social measure produced by the nascent age of industry. Yet within that failure, the classical age had carried out an irreducible experiment. What to modern eyes appears as a clumsy dialectic between prices and production took its real significance from an ethical consciousness of work, where the complexities of economic mechanisms were less important than the assertion of a value. In this first take-off period of industrialization, labor did not appear to be linked to problems it might cause. On the contrary, it is seen rather as a general remedy, an infallible panacea that solves all forms of poverty. Labor and poverty face each other in a simple opposition, and the domain of the one is in inverse proportion to that of the other. In classical thought, the power that labor was believed to possess to make poverty disappear came not from its productive capacity but from a sort of moral enchantment. The effectiveness of labor was perceived as deriving from its ethical transcendence. Since the fall, the punishment of work had the force of penance, and was a means of redemption. What forced man to work was not a law of nature, but the consequences of a curse. The earth was not to blame for that sterility into which it would fall if man remained idle. The earth has not sinned, and if she is cursed, it is on account of the fallen men who work to render her plentiful. The earth gives no useful fruit, even the most necessary, other than through the continual arduous efforts of man. 94. The obligation to work is not linked to any confidence in nature, and it was not even through any obscure faithfulness to man that the earth was to reward man's labors. That theme comes back constantly in the thought of both Catholics and Protestants, showing that labor itself does not of necessity bear fruit. The harvest, and the wealth that it entailed, were not the result of a dialectic of work and nature. Calvin's admonition was as follows: "Let us not then think ye, that man's care and skill, or his travel and endeavour can make the ground fertile, but that the blessing of God ruleth all." 95. The danger that man might toil in vain if God failed to intervene in his bounty was a possibility that Bossuet recognized in his turn. The expected harvest, the fruit of our labors, may come to naught, for we are constantly at the mercy of the unpredictable heavens, which may open to drown the tender shoots. At any moment 96 this precarious enterprise, to which nature was never obliged to respond other than upon a specific will of God, was nonetheless obligatory, not on the level of any natural synthesis, but on the level of a moral one. The poor man who, refusing to torment the soil, expected God to come to his aid on the grounds that he had promised to feed the birds of the air, was disobeying one of the fundamental laws of Scripture: "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God." The man who desired not to work, said Calvin, trieth God's power too far. 97 It was tantamount to demanding a miracle, while the real miracle was that man was recompensed freely for his labors on a daily basis. 98 Toil was not a law of nature, but it was contained in the state of man since the fall. For that reason idleness was an act of rebellion, and in some senses the worst of all possible revolts. Expecting nature to be as bountiful as she had been when man lived in a state of innocence was a denial of Adam's fault. Pride had been man's sin before the fall, but idleness was the ultimate form of pride for fallen man, the derisory pride born out of poverty, and in this world where only weeds and briars grow wild of their own accord, it was the fault par excellence. For the Middle Ages, pride, superbia, had been the greatest sin, radix malorum omnium, the root of all evil. If Huizinga is to be believed, there was a time in the early days of the Renaissance when avarice could claim that privilege, as in Dante's Sissycupidigia. 99 But all 17th century texts by contrast agree on the infernal triumph of idleness, and it was idleness that now led the great round of the vices and encouraged all the others. It should be remembered that the edict founding the Hospital General stated clearly that one of its aims was to prevent begging and idleness, the source of all discord. Bourdieu echoed that condemnation of idleness, the miserable pride of fallen man. What then is the disorder of an idle life? Saint Ambrose replies quite unambiguously that it is a second revolt against God. 100 In the houses of confinement, work therefore took on an ethical significance, as idleness had become the supreme form of revolt. The idle were forced into work, into the endless leisure of labor without utility or profit. The economic as well as moral demand for confinement was thus the result of a certain experience of work. In the classical world, work and idleness created a dividing line that replaced the exclusion of the lepers in the medieval world. Both literally and in spirit, the asylum took the place of the leprosarium in the landscape of the moral universe as in the physical geography of haunted places. The ancient rites of excommunication were once again renewed, but this time in the world of production and commerce. And in these places where the evil of idleness was condemned, the inventions of a society that read an ethical transcendence into the law of work, madness too one day appeared, eventually making this space its own. The day would come when these barren, idle places would be taken over by the mad, as though in accordance with some obscure, ancient rite. The 19th century will consider it rational, even necessary that these places be filled with the insane, where 150 years earlier it had seemed normal to lock up paupers, beggars, and the unemployed. The fact that the mad had been caught up in this great proscription of idleness is not without significance. From the outset they had had their place there beside the poor, both good and bad, and those who were idle by choice or necessity. Like the poor, they were subject to the rule of compulsory labor. Indeed, in many cases the singularity of their condition became perceptible against the uniformity of this constraint. In the workshops where they were expected to blend in with the others, they often signaled themselves through their inability to work and to follow the rhythms of collective life. The need that the 18th century discovered to give a specific structure to the lives of the insane, and the great crisis in confinement that was evident on the eve of the Revolution, were linked to the experience of madness that resulted from this general obligation to work. 101 The mad had been locked up from long before the 17th century, but it was only then that they found themselves confined, grouped together with a population with whom they were believed to have something in common. Up until the Renaissance, the perception of madness had been linked to the presence of imaginary transcendences. From the classical age, and for the first time, madness was seen through an ethical condemnation of idleness in the social immanence now grounded on a community of work. That community of work had an ethical power to exclude, which allowed it to expel, as though to another world, all forms of social uselessness. It was in this other world, surrounded by the sacred powers of labor, that madness was to take on the status still familiar to us. If in the classic form of madness there is an element that speaks of an elsewhere, of something else, it is not because the mad do come from a different heaven, that of the meaningless, still bearing its signs, it is simply that they have crossed the frontiers of the bourgeois order, and become alien to the sacred limits of its ethics. Asterisk. The relationship between the practice of confinement and the constraints of work was not therefore solely a result of economic conditions, a moral perception underpinned it and provided its force. When the Board of Trade published its report on the poor, proposing a means of rendering them useful to the public, it clearly stated that the origin of poverty was neither food shortages nor unemployment, but the relaxation of discipline and the corruption of morals. 102 The 1656 Edict, among moral condemnations, also contains some unusual threats. The libertinage of beggars leads to an abject abandonment, bringing crimes of all sorts, which brings the wrath of God down on the state if their wrongdoing goes unpunished. This libertinage did not simply refer to their refusal to comply with the great obligation to work, but was a moral question. Experience has demonstrated to those who work in these charitable institutions that many of these people live together as man and wife out of wedlock, many of their offspring are strangers to baptism, and that almost all live in ignorance of religion, scorn the sacraments and continually give themselves over to vices of all sorts. Hence the Hospital General was not simply a refuge for the old, the infirm, and those whom sickness prevented from working, and neither was it like a forced labor workshop. It was rather a moral institution destined to punish and castigate a certain void of conscience, which was not serious enough to be brought before a human court, but which the severity of penance alone was insufficient to correct. The Hospital General had the status of an ethical institution. Its directors had a moral charge, and for that reason they were granted the judicial and material apparatus of repression. They are granted full powers where authority, direction, administration, commerce, policing, tribunals, correction and punishment are concerned, and to that end, they had at their disposal gallows, iron collars, prisons and dungeons. 103. It is in such a context that the obligation to work is best understood. It was both an ethical exercise and a moral guarantee. It was a moral ascesis, a punishment, and the sign of a certain disposition of the heart. Prisoners who showed the ability and the desire to work could be set free, not so that they might be useful members of society once again, but because they had renewed their allegiance to the great ethical pact that underpinned human existence. In April 1684, a new ordinance created a section inside the hospital for young men and women under the age of 25, and it stipulated that work was to occupy the greater part of the day, and was to be accompanied by readings from certain pious books. Rather than stressing the productive nature of their work, the regulation made it plain that this was of a purely repressive nature. They should be forced to work for as long as possible, at activities as arduous as their strength and the location of the hospital permit. Only after these initial stages, where they were given the opportunity to demonstrate a willingness to change their ways, should they be given instruction in a trade fitting their sex and inclination. Any wrongdoing was to be punished by curtailing their soup ration, increasing their workload, sending them to prison, or by the use of the other punishments applied in these hospitals, which directors consider reasonable. 104 A reading of the general regulations of what is to be done each day in the Maison de Saint Louis de la Salpêtrière makes it clear that the obligation to work was part of an attempt at moral constraint and improvement, which, if not the ultimate meaning, provided the essential justification for confinement. 105. This invention, a place of constraint where moral reform was brought about through administrative placement, was an important phenomenon. For the first time, moral establishments had been founded, where an astonishing synthesis between moral obligations and social laws came into being. From then on, the order of the state outlawed the disorders of the heart. Naturally, this was not the first time in European society that moral shortcomings, even of the most private nature, had been perceived as being an attack on the tacit or written laws of the land. But in the great confinement of the classical age, the essential, new event was that the law no longer condemned, instead sinners were locked up in these cities of pure morality, where the law that should govern the human heart was applied without mercy and without compromise, as a rigorous form of physical constraint. A sort of reversibility from the moral order of principles to the physical realm was set, with the implication that one could pass from the former to the latter in a pure manner, without constraint or an abuse of power. The exhaustive application of the moral law was no longer the preserve of accomplished acts, but was present from the very first social synthesis. Morality could be administered like commerce or economics. In these institutions set up under the rule of absolute monarchy, institutions that for many years remained the symbol of its arbitrary power, the great bourgeois, and latterly republican, idea that virtue too is an affair of state can be discerned, together with the belief that virtue can be established by decree and policed by civil authority. The walls of these houses of confinement contained something like a photographic negative of the city of morals that was beginning to haunt the bourgeois consciousness of the 17th century, a city for those who had tried to escape from the outset, where the rule of law was kept by force and no appeal was possible, where good was sovereign and threat triumphed, where virtue's only recompense was that it was spared further punishment, so much was it believed to be its own reward. This strange republic of good was born in the shadow of the bourgeois city, and it was imposed by force on all those who were believed to have had any truck with the forces of evil. This was the reverse of the grand dream, and the greatest worry for the bourgeoisie of the classical age, the laws of the state and the laws of the human heart identical at last. Let our politicians deign to suspend their calculations in order to reflect on these examples, said Rousseau, and learn once and for all that with money one has everything, except morals and citizens. 106. This dream was one of the fundamental principles that lay behind the founding of the House of Confinement in Hamburg. It was the task of one of the stewards to ensure that all in the house are properly instructed as to moral and religious duties. The schoolmaster must instruct the children in religion, and encourage them, at proper times, to learn and repeat portions of Scripture. He must also teach them reading, writing, and accounts, and a decent behavior to those that visit the house. He must take care they attend divine service, and are orderly at it. 107. In England, the rules of the workhouses stressed the importance of watching over the morals of the inmates, and instilling in them a religious education. In Plymouth, for example, provisions were made for a schoolmaster to be appointed, who was required to be pious, sober, and discreet, and every morning and evening at the appointed time it fell to him to lead the prayers. On Saturday afternoons and on feast days he had to address the inmates, encourage them and instruct them in the fundamental parts of the Protestant religion, according to the doctrine of the Church of England. 108. Hamburg or Plymouth, Zuchthäuser or workhouses, all over Protestant Europe these fortresses of moral order sprang up, teaching the religion that was the essential foundation of civic peace. In Catholic lands, the goal was the same, but the religious imprint was slightly more marked, as is borne out by the works of Saint Vincent de Paul. The ultimate purpose for which inmates were removed from the bustle of the world and placed in this solitude as pensioners was to remove them from the slavery of sin, to prevent them from falling into eternal damnation, and to provide them with the means to perfect happiness both in this life and the next. They will learn to love divine providence for that. Experience has shown all too often that the source of the disorder so common among the young people of today is a lack of teaching and insubordination to spiritual matters, as they would rather follow their evil inclinations than the holy inspiration that comes from God or the charitable advice of their parents. 109. The aim therefore was to deliver the inmates from a world which in their weakness was nothing more than an invitation to sin, bringing them back to a solitude where their only companionship would take the form of the daily presence of the guards, who would play the role of their guardian angels, teaching them, instructing them, bringing them consolation and salvation. At the Charite, great care was taken to bring order to lives and consciences, and in the course of the 18th century it became increasingly clear that such was the true purpose of these houses of confinement. In 1765, new regulations were drawn up for the Charite at Château-Thierry. They stated that the prior was to visit all the prisoners in turn, separately, at least once a week, bringing them consolation and encouraging them to improve their ways, and assuring himself that they are receiving the treatment that they deserve. His assistant should do this every day. 110. All these morally ordered prisons could equally have borne the motto that Howard had found on the walls at Manse: if even wild beasts can be tamed to the yoke, we should not despair of reclaiming irregular man. 111. For the Catholic Church, as for Protestant countries, confinement represents an authoritarian model of the myth of social happiness, an order of policing totally transparent to religious principles, and a religion whose demands could be entirely satisfied by the rules of policing and the constraints it can inflict. The institutions were an attempt to demonstrate that good order could coincide with virtue, and in that sense confinement hides both a metaphysics of the city and a politics of religion, and takes its place, in a tyrannical form of synthesis, in that distance that separates the garden of God from the cities which men, thrown out of paradise, had built with their own hands. The house of confinement of the classical age was the most intensely charged symbol of that form of police and considered itself the civic equivalent of religion for the construction of a perfect city. All the moral themes of confinement are to be found already in de la Mare's Trait de Police, where religion is seen as first and foremost among matters to be treated by the police. If men were sufficiently wise to comply perfectly with its requirements, it would be the sole matter that the police should treat. Then there would be no more corrupted morals, temperance would ward off sickness, hard work, frugality, and prudence would ensure that man never wanted for anything, charity would banish vice, and public order would be assured. Humility and simplicity would destroy all that is vain or dangerous in the human sciences, good faith would reign in the sciences and the arts, the poor would find assistance through voluntary means, and begging would be banished. We can say without doubt that if the tenets of religion were strictly adhered to, policing would happen of its own accord. Hence the lawmakers have wisely grounded the felicity and the durability of the state on religion. 112. Confinement was an institutional creation peculiar to the 17th century. It immediately took on a scale that bore no relation to the practice of imprisonment in the Middle Ages. As an economic measure and a social precaution, it was an invention. But in the history of unreason, it signals a decisive event, the moment when madness is seen against the social horizon of poverty, the inability to work and the impossibility of integrating into a social group. It was the moment when it started to be classified as one of the problems of the city. The new meanings assigned to poverty, and the importance accorded to the obligation to work and the ethical values surrounding it were ultimately determining factors in the experience of madness, transforming its meaning. A new sensibility had been born, a line had been drawn, a threshold established, and its purpose was banishment. The society of the classical age created a neutral zone in its own concrete space, a blank page where the real life of the city was suspended. Order was no longer in a free conflict with disorder, and reason no longer attempted to find its way through places that eluded it or refused it entry. Reason reigned in a pure manner, triumphantly, and victory over unchained unreason was guaranteed in advance. Madness was denied the imaginary liberty that still allowed it to flourish at the time of the Renaissance. Not so long ago it was still visible in the light of day, as in King Lear or Don Quixote, but within the space of half a century it found itself a recluse in the fortress of confinement, bound fast to reason, to the rules of morality and their monotonous nights. 3. The correctional world. Contained within the confinement walls was not just poverty and madness. There were faces far more varied, and it is not always easy to understand what these silhouettes had in common. It is clear that confinement, in its primitive forms, worked as a social mechanism, and that the mechanism was extremely widespread, stretching from elementary economic regulation to the great bourgeois dream of a city where an authoritarian synthesis of nature and virtue reigned supreme. From here, believing that the meaning of confinement can be reduced to an obscure social mechanism that allowed society to expel heterogeneous or harmful elements is but a step away. To that way of thinking, confinement was merely the spontaneous elimination of the asocial. The classical age is taken to have neutralized, with sure-footed efficiency all the more efficacious for being blind the people who, not without hesitation or danger, we now divide between prisons and corrective institutions, psychiatric institutions, and the psychoanalyst's couch. One group of historians, if that isn't too grand a term, set out to defend this view at the turn of the 20th century. 1 If they had spotted the obvious link between the policing of confinement and political economy, it would have been grist to their mill, and perhaps the only element of their hypothesis worthy of serious consideration. They would have been able to demonstrate the backdrop of social sensibility against which the medical consciousness of madness had begun to take shape, and the extent to which they remained linked together, as it was that sensibility that served as a regulatory element whenever it was necessary to decide between confinement or freedom. That sort of analysis supposes an immutable continuity in madness, which is supposed to come equipped with its timeless, intricate psychological complexities, whose truth was only gradually discovered. After it had been ignored for centuries, or at least very imperfectly known, the classical age would have dimly perceived it as a rupture in family structures, a social disorder and a danger for the state. And little by little, that first perception became increasingly organized, and slowly perfected itself into a medical consciousness, which came to classify as an ill of nature that which until then was only recognized in an unease within society. The argument would also require a sort of orthogenesis, as man was seen to move directly from social experience to scientific knowledge, progressing from group consciousness to positive science, the former being the raw form of the latter, something like the primitive elements of its vocabulary. Social experience and practical knowledge would be an early form of knowledge, a step on its journey towards perfection. 2 The object of knowledge, to that way of thinking, pre-exists the investigation, since that is what was apprehended before being rigorously circumscribed by positive science. In its atemporal solidity it is shielded from history, locked into its own truth, where it slumbers until facts, in their positivity, reach awareness. But there is no certainty that madness was content to sit locked up in its immutable identity, waiting for psychiatry to perfect its art, before it emerged blinking from the shadows into the blinding light of truth. Nor is it clear that confinement was above all, or even implicitly, a series of measures put in place to deal with madness. It is not even certain that in this repetition of the ancient gesture of segregation at the threshold of the classical age, the modern world was aiming to wipe out all those who, either as a species apart or a spontaneous mutation, appeared as asocial. The fact that the internees of the 18th century bear a resemblance to our modern vision of the asocial is undeniable, but it is above all a question of results, as the character of the marginal was produced by the gesture of segregation itself. For the day came when this man, banished in the same exile all over Europe in the mid-17th century, suddenly became an outsider, expelled by a society to whose norms he could not be seen to conform, and for our own intellectual comfort, he then became a candidate for prisons, asylums, and punishment. In reality, this character is merely the result of superimposed grids of exclusion. The gesture that proscribed was as abrupt as the one that had isolated the lepers, and in both cases, the meaning of the gesture should not be mistaken for its effect. Lepers were not excluded to prevent contagion, any more than in 1657, 1% of the population of Paris was confined merely to deliver the city from the asocial. The gesture had a different dimension. It did not isolate strangers who had previously remained invisible, who until then had been ignored by force of habit. It altered the familiar cityscape by giving them new faces, strange, bizarre silhouettes that nobody recognized. Strangers were found in places where their presence had never previously been suspected. The process punctured the fabric of society, and undid the familiar. Through this gesture, something inside man was placed outside of himself, and pushed over the edge of our horizon. It is the gesture of confinement, in short, which created alienation. It follows from this that to rewrite the history of that banishment is to draw an archaeology of alienation. What is to be determined is not the pathological or police category that was targeted, which would be to suppose that alienation pre-existed exclusion, but to understand instead how the gesture was accomplished, i.e. the operations which together, in their equilibrium, composed its totality, and the diverse horizons from which those who suffered the same exclusion originated, to investigate how men of the classical age experienced themselves at the moment when familiar faces began to become strange, and lose their resemblance with that image. If the decree does have a meaning, where modern men have designated their own alienated truth in the mad, then it must be in the extent to which the field of alienation where the mad found themselves banished, together with other figures who to our way of thinking had so little in common with them, had already been constituted before it came to be symbolized and peopled by the insane. That field was circumscribed in real terms in the space of confinement, and the form it took should show us how the experience of madness came into existence. Once the great confinement had come into being across Europe, who exactly was to be found inside the walls of these cities of exile that sprang up at the gates of towns? Who do we find forming a sort of kinship with the insane, a kinship they would have such problems shaking off at the end of the 18th century? A 1690 survey at the Salpêtrière revealed the presence of some 3,000 inmates. A large proportion were female paupers, vagabonds, and beggars. But the different sections had diverse elements, whose presence can only partly be explained through poverty. In Saint Theodore, 41 prisoners were there due to lettres de cachet. The jail had 8 common people, there were 20 decrepit women in Saint Paul, the Madeleine had 91 women who were sick, or in a second childhood, Saint Genevieve had 80 girlish old women, Saint Levege had 72 epileptics, Saint Hilaire had 80 women who had returned to childhood, Saint Catherine had 69 malformed, damaged simpletons, while women who were simply labeled mad were divided between Saint Elizabeth, Saint Jean and the dungeons, according to whether they were weak in the mind, intermittently mad or violent. The House of Correction was home to 22 girls because they were deemed incorrigible. 3. That is merely one example. The population was just as varied at Bicetre, so much so that in 1737, an attempt was made to divide them up logically into 5 employments. The first was for the maison de force, the dungeons, jails, and cells reserved for lettres de cachet prisoners. The second and third were for the deserving poor and people parolles to a greater or lesser degree. The mad and the alienated were reserved for the fourth section, while the final section was for the venereal, convalescents, and the children of inmates. 4. When Howard visited the workhouse in Berlin in 1781, he found beggars, idle persons, petty offenders of both sexes, poor and criminals, aged and infirm. 5. For the next 150 years, confinement went its monotonous way throughout Europe, faults were equalized, and suffering was alleviated. From 1650 to the time of Tuke, Wagnitz, and Pinel, the brothers of Saint John of God, the Congregationists of Saint Lazarus, the Guardians of Bethlehem, Bicetre, and the Zuchthauser recited the litanies of confinement in their lengthy registers: debauched, imbecile, prodigal, infirm, of unsound mind, libertine, ungrateful son, dissolute father, prostitute, insane, and so forth. 6. No attempt was made to discriminate between them, and all were cast into the same abstract discienure. Any feeling of surprise that the sick should be locked up together with the insane, and that madmen and criminals should be confused, was to come later. At this point, confinement was a uniform fact. To us, the differences are clear, and the undistinguishing consciousness that mixes them together looks like ignorance. But it was a positive act, and demonstrated, throughout the classical age, an original and irreducible experience. To our eyes it seems a strangely closed domain, oddly silent when we consider that this was the first homeland for modern madness. But it is not to our knowledge that we should refer to understand what we take to be ignorance, rather we must examine that experience, to understand the terms in which it thought of itself, and what it could articulate of it. Only then will we understand how madness blended in with other experiences, and how it slowly became detached from those experiences, while still maintaining that dangerous association. For confinement did not simply play the negative role of exclusion, but also had a positive organizing role. Its practices and regulations constituted a domain of experience that had unity, coherence, and function. It brought together in one field characters and values where preceding cultures had seen no resemblance, and it imperceptibly nudged them towards madness, laying the ground for an experience our own where they identified themselves as clearly belonging to the realm of mental alienation. For such a rapprochement to be carried out, a whole reorganization of the ethical world was necessary, and a new dividing line was needed between good and evil, the acceptable and the blameworthy, and new social norms were required for social integration. Confinement was merely the visible phenomenon on the surface of this deeper process, and an integral part of the whole of classical culture. There were certain experiences that the 16th century had either accepted or refused, formulated or sidelined, which were now taken up by the 17th century and grouped together and banished en masse, exiling them together with madness, creating a uniform world of unreason. These experiences can be summed up by saying that they all touch either on sexuality and its relation with the organization of the bourgeois family, or on profanation in relation to the new conception of the sacred and of religious rituals, or on libertinage, i.e. the new relations that were beginning to emerge between free thinking and the system of the passions. Together with madness, these three domains of experience form a homogeneous world in the space of confinement where the meaning of mental alienation as we know it today was born. By the end of the 18th century it would seem obvious in a way that was never really put into words that certain forms of libertine thought, like those of Sada, had some connection with delirium and madness, and it seemed equally obvious that magic, alchemy, certain sacrilegious practices and also some forms of sexuality were directly linked to unreason and certain types of mental illness. There would come a time when all that would take its place among the major symptoms of madness, and be considered among its most essential manifestations. But for these unities to be constituted as significant to our eyes, the upheavals operated by classicism in the relations between madness and the domain of ethical experience were necessary. Asterisk. From the earliest months of the Great Confinement, the venereal had their place in the Hospital General. Men were sent to Bicetra, and women went to the Salpetriera. The medical staff at the Hotel Dieu were forbidden to take them in or give them any form of treatment at all. Pregnant women were admitted under exceptional circumstances, on the understanding that they were not to be treated like other patients, with only an apprentice surgeon attending the birth. The Hospital General was therefore to admit the corrupted, but not without formality. A debt had to be paid to public morality, and patients had to be prepared on the path of punishment and penance for their return to the communion from which sin had caused their expulsion. Entrance to the Grand Mal Quarter was refused without the necessary paperwork, and the paper required was not a letter of confession, but a certificate of punishment. Such was the decision, after deliberation, of the administration of the Hospital General in 1679, sufferers from venereal diseases will only be admitted after correction has been carried out, and after they have been whipped. This much is to be certified by their referral papers 7. Originally, venereal sufferers had been treated no differently from victims of the other great ills, like the hunger, plague and other blights that in the view expressed by Maximilian in the 1495 Diet of Worms had been sent by God to punish mankind. Such suffering was of universal value, and in no way a sentence meted out for any particular immoral act. In Paris, sufferers of what was known as Naples sickness were admitted to the Hotel Dieu, and as was the case in every other hospital in the Catholic world their only obligation was to make a mandatory confession, as was required from all patients who entered the hospital. However, at the end of the Renaissance they began to be regarded with a new eye. Thierry Tahiri was of the opinion that none of the causes usually advanced to explain the origins of the disease, like pestilential air or contaminated water, provided a sufficient explanation. For which reason we consider the disease to have its origins in the divine indignation of the Creator of all things, who when he considered the libidinous, lascivious, petulant lust of men allowed such ill to reign among them, as a revenge and punishment for the enormous sin of luxury. It was precisely in this manner that God commanded Moses to throw dust up into the air in the presence of the Pharaoh, so that throughout Egypt all the animals and men would be covered with boils. 8. There were more than 200 inmates of this variety when the decision was taken to expel them in 1590. Suddenly they were proscribed, sent into an exile which rather than being a solely therapeutic isolation was a segregation. Initially they were given shelter in wooden huts near the Cathedral of Notre Dame, before being exiled on the outskirts of the city in Saint-Germain-des-Prés, but their upkeep was expensive and they brought unrest. They were admitted once again, not without difficulty, inside the confines of the Hôtel Dieu, before finally being found a more permanent asylum inside the walls of the General Hospitals. 9. It was only then that the ceremonial became codified, bringing together, in a common intention to purify, whippings, traditional medicine and the sacrament of penance. The intention to punish, and to punish individually, became quite clear. Venereal disease had lost its apocalyptic character, and became instead a local marker of guilt. More explicitly, grand mal patients only required these rites of purification if the origins of their disease were to be found in a disorder of the heart, a sin, understood as the result of a deliberate intention to sin. The regulations of the Hôpital General left no room for doubt. The prescribed measures were of course reserved for those men or women who had contracted the disease through their own dissipation or debauchery, and not for those who had caught it within the confines of marriage or otherwise, as a wife from her husband, or a wet nurse from a child. 10. Evil, it appeared, was no longer part of the destiny of the world, but was reflected instead in the transparent law of a logic of intentions. Once the distinctions had been made, and the first punishments applied, the venereal were accepted into the hospital. And they were crammed inside. In 1781, 138 men occupied 60 beds in the Saint-Eustache quarter of Bicêtre, and in the Miséricorde in the Salpêtrière there were 125 beds for 224 women. Patients in the terminal stages of the disease were simply left to die. Grand remedies were applied to the others, never more, and rarely less than 6 weeks of care, starting of course with bloodletting and purging, then a week of baths for 2 hours per day, then purging again, followed by a full and complete confession to bring this first part of the treatment to a close. Rubbing with mercury could then begin, with all its efficacy. Each course of treatment lasted 1 month, and was followed by 2 more purges and 1 final bleeding to chase out the remaining morbific humors. 15 days of convalescence were then granted. After he had definitively made his peace with God, the patient was declared cured and sent away. This therapeutic demonstrates a rich tapestry of fantasy, and above all a profound complicity between medicine and morality, which give their full meaning to these purification practices. For the classical age, venereal disease was less a sickness than an impurity to which physical symptoms are correlated. Accordingly, medical perception is ruled by ethical perception, and on occasion even effaced by it. The body must be treated to remove the contagion, but the flesh must be punished, for it is the flesh that attaches us to sin. Mere corporal punishment was not enough, the flesh was to be pummeled and bruised, and leaving painful traces was not to be feared, as good health, all too frequently, transformed the human body into another opportunity for sinful conduct. The sickness was to be treated, but the good health that could lead to temptation was to be destroyed. Alas, I am not in the least surprised that a saint like Bernard constantly feared perfect health among his brothers. He knew where it led, if the flesh was not mortified in the manner of the apostles, and reduced to servitude through fasting and prayers. 11. The treatment reserved for the venereal was precisely of that nature, and was medicine that acted both against the disease and against good health, acting for the body but at the expense of the flesh. This is an idea that has important consequences for an understanding of certain treatments that were transposed as cures for madness in the course of the 19th century. 12. For a period of nearly 150 years, the venereal were to be penned in side by side with the insane in a single enclosure, and the result was a certain stigma which for the modern consciousness was the sign of an obscure kinship, leading to similar fates within the same system of punishment. The notorious Petites Maisons in the Rue de Sèvres in Paris was reserved more or less exclusively for the insane and for the venereal, and this until the end of the 18th century. 13 This kinship between the pains of madness and the punishment of debauchery was not some archaic trace in the European consciousness, but came into being on the threshold of modern times, as it was the 17th century that was almost entirely responsible for discovering it. By inventing the space of confinement in the imaginary geometry of its morality, the classical age found a homeland and a place of redemption for sins of the flesh and faults committed against reason. Madness found itself side by side with sin, and it is perhaps from there that stems the immemorial linking of unreason and guilt that the alienated today still feel to be their fate, and which doctors discover as a truth of nature. In this artificial space created out of nothing in the mid-17th century, dark alliances were created, which more than 100 years of so-called positive psychiatry have never managed to break, despite the fact that they came into being such a short time ago, in the age of rationalism. It is strange that rationalism authorized this confusion between punishments and remedies, this quasi-identity between the act of punishment and the act that cures. It supposes a certain treatment at the junction of medicine and morality that was both an anticipation of the torments of eternal damnation and an attempt to bring the patient back to health. The key element is the ruse in medical reasoning that does good while inflicting pain. It is clearly that ruse that lies behind the sentence that Saint Vincent de Paul had printed above the regulations at Saint Lazare, which was both a promise and a threat for all the prisoners, bearing in mind that their temporary suffering will not prevent eternal damnation. What followed was the religious system of control and repression which, by inscribing the temporal suffering in the order of penance that was always reversible into eternal terms, can and should exempt the sinner from the pains of hell. Human constraints come to the assistance of divine justice by striving to render it unnecessary. Repression thus becomes doubly efficacious, as it cures the body and purifies the soul. In that manner, confinement made possible the whole panoply of moral treatments, or therapeutic punishments, that were later to become the principal activity of the first asylums of the 19th century, for which Pinel, before Louret, provided the formula by stating that it was occasionally useful to strongly shake up the imagination of the alienated, and imprint therein a sensation of terror. 14. The idea of a link between medicine and morality is no doubt as ancient as Greek medicine. But if the 17th century and the order of Christian reason inscribed it in their institutions, it was in a manner as far from that of the Greeks as could be imagined in the form of repression, constraint, and the obligation to redeem one's soul. On March 24, 1726, the lieutenant of police Hérault, assisted by the judges who presided over the Châtelet in Paris, made public a judgment whose terms stated that Étienne Benjamin Descoffres is declared guilty as charged of committing the crimes of sodomy mentioned in the trial. In reparation for this and other actions, Descoffres is sentenced to be burnt alive in the Place de Grève, his ashes are to be scattered to the winds, and his goods and worldly possessions confiscated by the king. The execution was carried out the same day. 15 This was one of the last capital punishments to be handed out in France for sodomy. 16 But consciences of the time were already sufficiently indignant about the severity of the punishment for Voltaire to record it when writing the entry on Socratic love in his Dictionnaire philosophique. 17 In most cases, the punishment, if it was not banishment to the provinces, was confinement in the Hôpital General or in a house of detention. 18 Confinement was a singular attenuation of the punishment, when compared to the ancient punishment of ignis et incendium being burnt at the stake that the laws still on the statutes prescribed, which recommended that anyone who falls into these crimes is to be burnt alive. This punishment, which has been adopted by our jurisprudence, applies equally to men and women. 19 But what gives particular meaning to this new indulgence towards sodomy is the moral condemnation and the air of scandal that was beginning to surround homosexuality in its social and literary expressions. The moment when sodomites were being burnt for the last time was also the moment when erudite libertinage, and a whole culture of lyrical homosexuality that the Renaissance had tolerated unquestioningly, began to disappear. It is as though sodomy, which had previously been condemned in the same manner as magic and heresy, and in the same context of religious profanity, was now condemned on purely moral grounds, like homosexuality itself. From now on it was the homosexual element that became the chief matter of the accusation, this being compounded by the practice of sodomy, and a scandalous sensibility came into being regarding homosexual feelings. 21 Two different experiences blended together, which had previously remained separate, the sacred prohibitions concerning sodomy, and the amorous ambiguities of homosexuality. One condemnation now applied to both, drawing an entirely new dividing line in the field of emotions. What comes into being is a new moral unity, freed from ancient punishments, and already close to modern forms of guilt. 22 The homosexuality to which the Renaissance had accorded a liberty of expression now passed into silence, moved to the domain of the forbidden, inheriting the ancient condemnation of the now desacralist sodomy. From this point onwards, a new relation between love and unreason began to take shape. In Platonic culture, love had been divided up inside a hierarchy of the sublime that likened it, according to its level, either to a blind madness of the body, or to the great intoxication of the soul where unreason is in a position of knowledge. In their different forms, love and madness shared out between them the different regions of the gnosis. The modern age, after classicism, made a different choice, and love was either reasoned or governed by unreason. Homosexuality belonged to the second group and, little by little, it was forced to take its place in the stratifications of madness. For the modern age it was firmly inside unreason, placing within all sexuality an obligation to choose, through which our era constantly repeats its decision. In the light of its own naivete, psychoanalysis understood that all forms of madness have roots in troubled sexuality, but to say that is to do little more than note that our culture, by a choice typical of its own form of classicism, placed sexuality on the dividing line of unreason. Since time immemorial, and probably in all cultures, sexuality has been governed by systems of constraint, but it is a comparatively recent particularity of our own culture to have divided it so rigorously into reason and unreason. As a consequence and degradation of that, it was not long before it was also classified into healthy or sick, normal or abnormal. A further aspect of these categories of sexuality were the new views of prostitution and debauchery. In France, it was here that the majority of the inmates of the general hospitals were recruited. As La Maire explained in his Trait de Police, what is required is a powerful remedy to deliver the public from this corruption, and no better, more prompt or efficacious remedy could be found than a house of confinement where it could be contained, where such people could be forced to live in a discipline proportionate to their sex, their age, or their fault. 23. The lieutenant of police had an absolute right to arrest without procedure any person caught in an act of public debauchery, until the Châtelet sentence was passed, which was without appeal. 24 But such measures were only taken if the scandal was public, or if there was a possibility that the interests of the families concerned would be compromised. The major concern was with ensuring that family inheritances were not squandered, or passed into unworthy hands. 25 In an important sense, confinement and the whole police structure that surrounded it served to control a certain order in family structures, which was at once a social regulator and a norm of reason. 26 Family and its requirements became one of the essential criteria of reason, and it was above all in its name that confinement was demanded and obtained. The whole era bears witness to the great confiscation of sexual ethics by family morality, although the process of confiscation did not come about without debate or reservations. For a long time the pressure movement resisted, and the moral importance of this resistance was considerable, even if its effects were precarious and short-lived. Their efforts to reinstate the rights of courtly love and maintain its integrity beyond matrimonial laws, and their attempts to create a sentimental solidarity or complicity to outweigh the constraints of family were ultimately doomed to failure in the face of the triumph of bourgeois morality. Love was made banal by legal contracts. Saint Evremond was all too aware of that, while still mocking the pressure for whom love was still like a god. Stirring no passion in their breast, but filling the role of religion. 27 The ethical disquiet common to courtly love and its pressure reincarnation were not long in disappearing, so that Molière could note on behalf of his class and for generations to come, marriage is a sacred, holy thing, and honesty is to start out from there. It was no longer love itself that was sacred, but the notarized pact of marriage. Love should only be made by means of a marriage contract. 28. The institution of the family traced the circle of reason, and outside it lurked all the perils of insanity, where man might fall prey to unreason in all its fury. O unhappy earth, lamented Bossuet, continually shrouded in a thick cloak of smoke from the dark vapours of tenebrous passion, hiding the sun and the sky, and constantly bringing down the thunder and lightning of divine justice, punishing the wickedness of humankind. 29. Born of and in the family, this new sensibility now dominates Western love, excluding anything that failed to conform to its order or interest as being a form of unreason. This was the time of the threat of Madame Jourdain, "You are mad, husband mine, with these fantasies, and these are my rights that I defend, and all women will be behind me." 30. Her words were not in vain, and the promises were kept, for the day would come when the Marquise d'Espard could demand the confinement of her husband simply on the appearance of a liaison that went against the interest of the family heritage, for to the eyes of the justice system, such a liaison was tantamount to a husband losing his reason. 31. The most common grounds for confinement were debauchery, prodigality, inadmissible liaisons and shameful marriages. This power of repression belonged neither entirely to the justice system nor to religion. It was directly linked to the king, yet at bottom it is not an illustration of the arbitrary nature of despotism, but rather of the newly rigorous character of the demands of family. Confinement was placed by absolute monarchy at the disposal of the bourgeois family. 32. Moreau openly admits as much in his 1771 Discourse on Justice. A family finds a viper in its breast, a cowardly individual who is capable of bringing dishonor. To avoid any such mishap, the family swiftly makes a decision which the courts should follow, and any sovereign has a duty to look favorably on any such family deliberations. 33. Only under the Breteul administration at the end of the 18th century did society begin to question the principle, while the Crown made efforts to distance itself from the demands of the family. A 1784 circular declared that if a mature individual dishonors himself by marrying badly, ruins himself with inconsiderate expenditure, gives himself over to debauched excesses and keeps low company, none of these things in themselves seem sufficiently powerful motives to deprive of their liberty persons who are sui juris illegally competent to manage their own affairs. 34. In the 19th century, conflicts between individuals and their families became a private affair, and took on the allure of a psychological problem. Throughout the period of confinement, by contrast, such matters had been affairs of public order, calling into question a sort of universal moral structure, and the rigor of the family structure was a matter of civic interest. To attack the family was to flirt with the world of unreason. And thus, by becoming the major form of sensibility to unreason, the family one day was to become the place of conflicts from which the various forms of madness spring. When the classical age locked up those who through sexually transmitted diseases, homosexuality, debauchery, or prodigality had demonstrated a sexual freedom that previous ages might have condemned but had never dreamt of assimilating to forms of insanity, it brought about a strange moral revolution, uncovering a common denominator of unreason among experiences that had long remained separate from each other. It banded together a whole group of blameworthy behavior patterns, creating a halo of guilt around madness. Psychopathology will then easily unravel the feelings of guilt that it found mixed in with mental illness, since they had been placed there by the obscure groundwork of the classical age. It is still true today that our scientific and medical knowledge of madness rests implicitly on the prior constitution of an ethical experience of unreason. Asterisk. The habitual practices of confinement also reveal a further grouping, those who fell foul of the various categories of profanation. On the registers of the Hôpital General there are occasionally to be found notes like the following. A furious character with no known religion, who never goes to church and never fulfills a single Christian duty, who swears the holy name of God as an imprecation and claims that God does not exist, and that if he did, he would pursue him sword in hand. 35. In previous times such fury would have carried all the dangers of blasphemy, and also the prestige attached to profanation, and its meaning would have been understood against the backdrop of the sacred. Uses and abuses of the word had long been too strongly linked to religious prohibitions for such violence not to be thought of as akin to sacrilege. And until the mid-16th century, verbal or gestural violence was still punished with sentences that were religious in character, like the iron collar or the pillory, branding on the lips with a red-hot iron, removal of the tongue, or burning at the stake in the case of a repeated offense. The Reformation and the ensuing religious struggles made blasphemy a more relative matter, and the line of profanation was no longer an absolute frontier. Under the reign of Henry IV, the statutes stipulate vaguely worded fines, followed by exemplary and extraordinary punishments. But the Counter-Reformation and the new religious rigor meant a return to traditional punishments, in accordance with the seriousness of the words uttered. 36 Between 1617 and 1649, there were 34 executions for blasphemy. 37. But therein lies the paradox. While the severity of the laws was unwavering, 38 between 1653 and 1661 only 14 people were sentenced for the offense, with 7 going to the stake. And these executions became less frequent still. 39 But the severity of the punishments in force did not diminish the frequency of the offense. Right up until the end of the 18th century, houses of confinement were filled with blasphemers and people who had carried out acts of profanation. Blasphemy did not disappear, it received a new status outside the legal system, despite the laws in force, where it found itself stripped of its dangerous charge. It became instead an affair of civic order, where extravagance with the word was halfway between a disorder of the mind and an impiety of the heart. One of the great ambiguities of this loss of the sacred was the degree to which violence could be simultaneously interpreted as unreason and irreligion, without any risk of contradiction. The difference between madness and impiety was imperceptible, or there was at least a practical equivalence between the two that justified confinement. The following report was made to Darganson at St. Lazare concerning one inmate, who had complained several times about being locked up while being neither eccentric nor insane. The guard's reply was that he never kneels at the most sacred moments of the Mass. And he keeps a portion of his Thursday supper for Friday, this last trait revealing that while he may not be mad, he is well on the road to impiety. 40. A whole new ambiguous region was thus coming into being, which the world of the sacred had abandoned, but which was not yet invested by medical concepts and the various forms of positivist analysis, a somewhat undifferentiated region where impiety, irreligion, and disorders of the mind and heart all reigned supreme. It was neither profanation nor pathology, but a region between their confines, with meanings that were reversible, but invariably subject to an ethical condemnation. This region, halfway between the sacred and the morbid, was characterized above all by a fundamental ethical refusal, and formed the bedrock of what the classical age referred to as unreason. It covered not only excluded forms of sexuality, but also all forms of violence against the sacred which had lost the strict character of profanation. It designated a new series of options where sexual mores were concerned, and new limits to religious constraints. This new evolution in the regimes of blasphemy and profanation had an almost exact counterpart in suicide. Long considered both a crime and a sacrilege, 41 failed suicide attempts were therefore punishable by death. Anyone who has turned his hand against himself should not be spared the fate that he has tried to bring upon himself. 42 The 1670 ordinance was of the same tenure, likening murder of the self to a crime of human or divine lese majeste. 43 But here, as was the case for profanation and crimes of a sexual nature, the rigor of the ordinance seems to have authorized a series of extra judicial practices where suicide was treated as different from an act of profanation. The mention wanted to end it all is often to be found on the registers of houses of confinement, without any reference being made to the sickness or mental confusion that legislation traditionally accepted as an excuse for such actions. 44 In itself, a suicide attempt indicated a disorder of the soul, to be reduced by constraint. People who had desired to kill themselves were no longer sentenced but were confined instead. 45 And a regime that was both a punishment and an effort to prevent them from repeating the attempt was imposed upon them. In the 18th century, it was this group of inmates who were the first to experience the constraining devices that the positivists who followed were to use as a form of therapy: wicker cages with a hole for the head, with the hands bound 46, or the wardrobe which enclosed the subject up to his neck, with only the head protruding. 47 In such fashion, the sacrilege of suicide found itself annexed to the neutral domain of unreason. The system of repression that sanctioned the action removed all traces of profanation, and by treating it as a form of moral behavior, progressively nudged it towards the domain of psychology. For Western culture, such as it has evolved over the course of the last 3 centuries, has founded a science of man by turning the previously sacred into the moral. Let us momentarily set aside the religious horizon of witchcraft and its development throughout the classical age. 48 Many rituals and practices found themselves emptied of meaning and content, as what had once been magic procedures, beneficial or harmful recipes, and old secrets about elementary alchemy slowly came into the public domain. The once demonic practice of witchcraft was now treated as a diffuse sort of impiety, a moral failing, and the constant threat of social disorder. There was no wavering in the rigor of the legislation in the course of the 17th century. A 1628 decree introduced a fine of £500 for all sorcerers and astrologers, to be accompanied by corporal punishment. The 1682 edict was more fearsome still. 49 Anyone caught practicing divination will be expelled from the kingdom immediately. All superstitious practices were to receive exemplary punishments according to the demands of the case, and if it is found that there are individuals sufficiently wicked to mix impiety, superstition, and sacrilege, such people are to be punished by death. A similar fate was reserved for anyone caught using poison or magic potions, whether they brought death or not. 50 However, 2 points should be singled out. First of all, sentences for magic and witchcraft became extremely rare in the late 17th century, after the affair of the poisons, and while there were a few cases in the provinces, the severity of the punishments rapidly diminished. But such forbidden practices did not disappear, and the Hospital General and the houses of confinement admitted a considerable number of people who were mixed up in affairs of magic, divination, witchcraft, and sometimes alchemy. 51 It was as if under a severe juridical regime, forces were at work to bring into practice a very different form of social consciousness, which read a completely different meaning into this type of conduct. Curiously, this new significance that enabled perpetrators to escape the full force of the law was already formulated by the legislator himself in the grounds of the Edict of 1682. The text is directed against all those who describe themselves as soothsayers, magicians, and enchanters, on the grounds that it is surely the case that on the pretext of horoscopes, divination, magical practices, and other similar illusions that these people are in the habit of using, they will have tricked the ignorant or the credulous into joining them unthinkingly. Further down, the same text singles out all those who vainly profess themselves to be sorcerers, magicians, soothsayers, and the like, and are condemned by justice both divine and human, and who infect and corrupt the spirit of the people by their speeches and practices, and by the profanation of all that religion holds most holy. 52. When looked at from that point of view, magic is stripped of the efficacious power of sacrilege. It is no longer profanation, but is reduced instead to mere trickery. Its power is illusion, both in the sense that it is devoid of reality and in that it blinds the weak-willed and the feeble-minded. If it still belonged to the realm of evil, it was no longer due to the manner in which its action demonstrated dark transcendent powers, but because it took its place in a system of errors that had its dupes and artisans, its illusionists, and its gullible public. Witchcraft was on occasion the vehicle for real crimes. 53 But in itself it was no longer a criminal gesture or a sacrilegious action. Severed from its sacred power, it became little more than a vector for malicious intent, an illusion of the mind at the service of unquiet hearts. It was no longer judged according to its profanatory illusions, but according to what unreason it revealed. This was an important change. It broke the unity which previously held together a system of practices and the beliefs not only of those who made use of the arts in question, but also of those who sat in judgment upon them. Henceforth, there would only be on the one hand a system judged from without and labeled an illusion, and on the other a system that was lived from within, but adhered to in what was no longer a moment in ritual, but the event of an individual choice and error with criminal implications, or a crime that knowingly made use of error. In either case, the continuous chain of evil that magic required was severed, leaving an external world suddenly empty or locked into illusion, and a consciousness imprisoned in the guilt of criminal intentions. The arena where the sacred and the profane had done battle vanished, and was replaced by a world where previously powerful symbols were reduced to the status of telltale signs betraying evil intent. The old rituals of magic, profanation and blasphemy became so many empty words, and passed from a domain filled with their effective power to the domain of unreason, a place of mere illusion, where they became guilt-laden markers of insanity. The day would soon come when the sole import of profanation and its tragic gestures was to serve as an indication of a pathological obsession. To one way of thinking, magic rites and profanatory patterns of behavior become pathological from the moment that a culture ceases to recognize their effectiveness. In our own culture at least, this passage to pathology was not operated immediately, but at the term of a transitional period during which efficacy had been neutralized while belief was culpabilished. The transformation of prohibition into neurosis passes through a stage where the process of interiorization is carried out by moral condemnation, where errors are seen as ethical failings. Within that period, in the system of the world, magical practices no longer belong to the arts of success, but are not yet considered an imaginary compensation on a psychological level for individual failure. During this period they are positioned at the point where error meets moral failing within this region of unreason which is difficult for us to understand. The classical age by contrast had a sensibility precise enough to come up with an original reaction: confinement. For almost 2 centuries, the signs that for 19th century psychiatry were to become the telltale symptoms of illness remained between impiety and eccentricity, halfway between the profanatory and the pathological, precisely where unreason came into its own. Asterisk. The work of Bonaventure Fourcroy had a certain echo in the closing years of the reign of Louis XIV. While Bell was drawing up his dictionary, Fourcroy was one of the last witnesses of libertinage erudite, or one of the first philosophes, in the meaning that the 18th century was to give to the term. He wrote a biography of Apollonius of Tyana, entirely directed against the Christian miracle, and later addressed a memoir to the doctors of the Sorbonne entitled Doubts about Religion. These numbered 17, and in the last one Fourcroy wondered if natural law was not the only true religion. The figure of the philosopher of nature was represented as a second Socrates and another Moses, a new reforming patriarch for humankind, the institutor of a new religion. 54 Under other conditions, libertinage of this sort would have led to the stake, as it had done for the Italian philosopher Vanini, who was executed for heresy in Toulouse in 1619, or to the Bastille, as it had for countless other authors of impious books in the 18th century. But Fourcroy was neither burned at the stake nor imprisoned in the Bastille. He was confined instead for 6 years at Saint-Lazare, and once freed, given the order to retire to his native town of Noyon. His fault was not judged to be religious, and no one accused him of having written a seditious book. If he was confined, it was because something else had been discerned in his book, a certain closeness of immorality and error. The fact that his book was an attack on religion demonstrated a moral wantonness that was neither heresy nor a lack of belief. The report drawn up by Darganson expressly notes that the libertinage of his thought was nothing other than the result of a looseness of mores that he could not express or satisfy by other means. Alone in his studies, he occasionally fell into boredom, and had therefore drawn up his own moral and religious system, mixed with magic and debauchery. If he was sent to Saint-Lazare rather than Vincennes or the Bastille, it was so that, through the rigorous moral system he would find there, he might once again find the conditions that would lead him back to the path of truth. And after 6 years, that result was achieved. He was finally freed when the priests of Saint-Lazare, his guardian angels, testified that he showed some docility and would now come close to the sacraments. 55. In its repression of thought and control of expression, confinement was not simply a more convenient version of the customary condemnations. It had a precise meaning, and was used to a particular purpose, bringing the lost back to the truth by moral constraints. As such, it bore witness to an experience of error that should be understood above all as a question of ethics. To be libertine was no longer a crime, but became instead a fault, or more precisely it gave a new meaning to the idea of fault. Previously, libertinage was a form of unbelief, and as such bordered questions of heresy. But when judgment was passed on Fontanier in the early years of the 17th century, people might have felt indulgent to his overly free-thinking and his libertine ways, but he was burnt at the stake in the Place du Grève as a former Protestant who had been a novice with the Capucines, before converting to Judaism, and, it was said, Islam. 56 In those days, a disordered life was a sign of religious infidelity, not a cause of it, and it was not that disorder itself for which people were principally condemned. In the latter part of the century, by contrast, what was denounced was a new relationship to disbelief, seen as barely more than the consequences of a licentious lifestyle. Condemnation was carried out on precisely those grounds, as the danger was a moral sickness of the spirit rather than a peril for religion. Belief had become part of the social order, and it was looked after accordingly. What was feared for in atheists or people guilty of impiety was the weakness of their sentiments, the disorder that reigned in their lives rather than the force of their disbelief, and confinement accordingly functioned as a process of moral reform whose aim was to strengthen their attachment to the truth. There was a whole quasi-pedagogical side to the houses of confinement that made them a stronghold of truth, where any moral constraints necessary were applied to ensure that the light of truth would be perceived by all the inmates. I have yet to see a sober, chaste, well-balanced, and moderate man declare that there is no God. What he would say would at least be sincere, but such a man cannot be found. 57 Until Holbach and Helvetius, the classical age would remain steadfast in the belief that such men did not exist, and for all that period, men were convinced that by turning anyone who spoke against God into a sober, chaste, and moderate individual, any interest that he might have in proffering such opinions would disappear, and he would be led to recognize that God did exist after all. This was one of the major meanings of confinement. The use that was made of it demonstrates a curious thought process, where certain forms of free thinking and certain aspects of reason became associated with unreason. In the early 17th century, libertinage was not exclusively an emergent form of rationalism, but was equally important as a concern about the presence of unreason inside reason itself, a skepticism applied not to human knowledge and its limits, but to reason in its entirety. All our life can be taken for a fable, our knowledge for foolishness, our certainties for fairy tales. The whole world can be seen as a farce and an unrelenting comedy. 58 No firm division could be made between sense and madness, as both existed together in an indecipherable unity, the one often passing for the other. Nothing is so frivolous that it is not in some sense of the highest importance, and there is no form of madness, if taken far enough, that would fail to pass for wisdom. This sudden awareness of the compromised nature of reason did not throw into question the search for order, provided it was a moral order, the possibility of happiness through reason ruling the heart in a happy equilibrium. The 17th century broke that unity by bringing about the great divide between reason and unreason, of which confinement was no more than the institutional expression. The libertinage of the early part of the century, which drew its inspiration from concerns about the proximity and often confusion of reason and unreason, therefore disappeared, to continue in two radically different incarnations until the end of the 18th century. One was an effort of reason towards irrationalism, where all unreason was merely a form of the irrational, while in the other the unreason of the heart bent the discourse of reason to its own unreasonable logic. In the 18th century, reason and libertinage were juxtaposed but not identical, and the division brought about by confinement meant that they rarely communicated. When the Enlightenment triumphed, libertinage was forced underground, and was never really formulated before Sodas Justine and above all Juliet, a formidable pamphlet written against the philosophes. It was the first real expression of a form of experience which until that point had only been treated as a police offense within confinement. Libertinage was therefore forced into the domain of unreason. Outside of a certain superficial use of the term, the 18th century saw no coherent philosophy of libertinage, and the only systematic use of the term was on the register of the centers of confinement. What it came to designate was not exactly free thinking, nor wanton behavior, but rather a state of servitude where reason was the slave of desire and a servant of the heart. Nothing could be further from that conception of libertinage than the idea of a free choice made in a reasoned manner. All spoke instead of the bondage into which reason had been forced, to the flesh, to money, and the passions, and when Sada, for the first time in the 18th century, tried to come up with a coherent theory of a form of libertinage that until then had led a secret existence, it was exactly that slavery that was exalted. Any libertine who wished to enter the society of the friends of crime had to agree to commit any actions to which the slightest passing whim might lead him, no matter how revolting it might be. 59 The libertine was obliged to place himself at the heart of such servitude, convinced that men are not free, but bound by the laws of nature, and slaves to those primary laws. 60 Libertinage, in the 18th century, was the use of reason alienated in the unreason of the heart. 61 For that reason there was no paradox for classical confinement in placing side by side libertines and those who professed religious error, like Protestants, or the inventors of any new religious system. All were treated in the same fashion and obliged to follow the same regime, for in all cases the refusal of truth was the result of the same moral abandonment. It is impossible to tell whether the following note by Darganson, concerning a woman from Dieppe, applies to a libertine or a Protestant. I have no doubt that this woman who glories in her own obstinacy is a very bad subject. But as all the accusations against her are scarcely sufficient for her case to be taken to court, I feel it would be more fitting for her to be interned for a spell at the Hospital General, where she might find punishment for her faults, and the desire for conversion. 62. In this way, unreason annexed a new domain, where reason serves the desires of the heart, and its use is indistinguishable from the disorder that results from immorality. The unfettered discourse of madness comes to appear in this enslavement to the passions, and it is there, in that moral assignation, that one of the great themes of madness was to be born, the idea of a madness that results not from fantasy being given free rein, but from the constraints of the heart, the passions, and finally human nature itself. Senselessness long bore the mark of the inhuman. Suddenly it became apparent that there was a form of unreason inherent to man, when he was too faithful to his own inclinations, an unreason that was like the abandoning of man to himself. This unreason was to slowly take the form the evolutionists of the 19th century conceived, the truth of man, but seen from the point of view of his feelings, his desires, the crudest and most irresistible parts of his nature. Unreason lurked in dark regions inaccessible to any moral conduct that might lead man towards the truth. This opened the way to a mode of thinking that classed unreason as one form of natural determinism. But it should be remembered that it had its origins in the ethical condemnation of libertinage, and in that strange evolution that considered a certain form of free thinking as a model, a first experience of the alienation of the mind. Asterisk. The world of confinement was home to a strange parade. In the second half of the 17th century the venereal, the debauched, the dissolute, blasphemers, homosexuals, alchemists and libertines found themselves on the wrong side of a dividing line, and were thrown together as recluses in asylums destined, in a century or two, to become the exclusive preserve of madness. Suddenly a new social space was opened and defined. It was not exactly a place of poverty, although it was born out of a great concern about indigence, nor was it exactly a place of illness, although the day would come when sickness would take it over. It was rather the result of a singular sensibility, unique to the classical age. What is at stake here is not a negative gesture of exclusion, but of a whole ensemble of operations that slowly gave shape over a century and a half to a realm of experience where madness would recognize itself, before gradually taking it over entirely. Confinement had little institutional unity, other than that which resulted from its police character. It had no medical, psychological, or psychiatric coherence either, as is clear when looked at from a point of view that excludes the possibility of anachronism. But it only seems arbitrary when examined from the point of view of political criticism. This new range of operations that served to reposition the limits of morality, establish new prohibitions, attenuate opprobrium, and lower the threshold of scandal did, without doubt, possess its own implicit coherence, but it was a form of coherence that was neither that of rights nor that of science. It was the more secret coherence of a perception. What confinement and these label practices demonstrate, as though it were written into the surface of these institutions in filigree, was the manner in which the classical age perceived unreason. The Middle Ages and the Renaissance had felt the menace of insanity at all the weak points of the world. They feared its lurking presence beneath the thin veneer of appearances, and their evenings and nights were haunted by presentiments that resulted in the spectacular bestiaries and apocalypses of their imagination. Being so present and pressing, the world of the insane was not easily perceived, it was intimated, felt, and recognized before it was really there at all, and banished to a world of dreams and literary and pictorial representation. To feel its presence so close was not to perceive it, but was rather a certain means of experiencing the world in its entirety, a certain tonality of each perception. Confinement, by contrast, isolated unreason, removing it from the landscapes where it had been permanently present and elusive all at once. It also delivered it from the abstract ambiguities which, up until Montaigne, and until libertinage erudite, necessarily implicated it in the game of reason. The movement of confinement displaced unreason, removing it from a landscape where it had been everywhere present, and firmly localized it. Freed from dialectical ambiguities, it is now circumscribed in its concrete presence, within the distance necessary for it to become an object of perception. But against what horizon was it perceived? Obviously that of a social reality. From the 17th century onwards, unreason was no longer a fear that floated over the world, and it lost its place as a natural dimension of the adventures of reason. It appeared as a new kind of human fact, a spontaneous mutation in the field of social species. That which had previously been considered an inevitable peril for things and the language of men, their reason, and their land, now took the form of a social type. Or rather, social types, as unreasonable men were characters whom society recognized and isolated, the debauched and the dissolute, homosexuals, magicians, libertines and suicides. Unreason began to be considered as a certain distance from a social norm. It might be objected at this point that the ship of fools and the great embarkation that figured in the iconography and texts of the 15th century were also peopled with characters, and were a symbolic prefiguration of confinement, and that the punishment might have been different, but the sensibility was already in place. But there were important differences. The characters aboard the stultifero navies were abstract, moral types, gluttons, sensualists, the impious and the proud personified. If they were forcibly transformed into an insane crew and obliged to set sail without any destination, it was because they were designated by a consciousness of evil in its most universal form. From the 17th century, a man of unreason was a real individual picked from a real social world, judged and sentenced by the society of which he was part. The key point was that madness was suddenly invested in a social world, and was granted there its own privileged and quasi-exclusive place almost from one day to the next, across the whole of Europe in the space of 50 years, a clearly delimited terrain where it could be observed and denounced by all. Gone were the days when it sneaked through alleyways and hid in familiar places. Now madness, and all those who were its incarnation, could be instantly exorcised through measures of order and precautions of police. All of which adds up to a first approximation of the classical experience of unreason. It would be absurd to look for a cause in confinement, as it was precisely confinement itself, with all its strange modalities, that signaled an experience that was in the process of being constituted. For these men of unreason to be singled out as strangers in their own land, it would be necessary for that first alienation to have already taken place, wrenching unreason away from its own truth and confining it in the space of the social world. At the base of so many of these obscure alienations that cloud our perception of madness there must at least be the recognition that when society one day decided that the mad were alienated, it was in society that unreason first alienated itself, and it was in society that unreason exiled and silenced itself. The word alienation, in this context at least, is not entirely metaphorical. What it designates is that movement whereby unreason ceased to be an experience in the adventure that any human reason is, and found itself instead avoided and enclosed in a quasi-objectivity. As a force, it could then no longer feed into the secret life of the spirit, nor accompany it as a constant threat. It was placed at a distance that was not merely symbolized, but effectively realized on the surface of the social sphere by the closing off of houses of confinement. This process of distancing and objectification was not a deliverance for knowledge, an unveiling or a pure opening of avenues of learning. It is more reminiscent of the process whereby lepers were banished from the medieval community. It repeats it, even, but lepers had a visible badge of evil. The new outlaws of the classical age were marked by the more secret stigma of unreason. So if it is true to say that confinement defined an area of possible objectivity, that area was already qualified with the negative associations of banishment. Objectivity became the homeland of unreason, but as punishment. People who claim that madness became an object of calm scientific psychiatric study when freed from the ethical and religious associations with which it had been saddled by the Middle Ages should be brought back to this decisive moment when unreason was made into an object and thrown into an exile where it was to remain mute for centuries. They should have this original sin constantly before their eyes, and be ceaselessly reminded that it was only this obscure condemnation that opened the way for a discourse about unreason, reduced to silence at last, whose neutrality is proportionate to its own forgetfulness. Is it not important for our culture that unreason could only become an object of knowledge after it had been subjected to a process of social excommunication? Furthermore, if confinement reveals the process whereby reason takes a distance from unreason, and severs their kinship, it also manifests the enslavement of unreason to something other than knowledge, and inserts it in a dark network of obscure complicities. It was precisely that servitude that was slowly to give unreason the concrete and indefinably complicitous face of madness that is now familiar from our own experience. Inside the walls of the institutions were the debauched and the venereal, alchemists, libertines, those who claimed to be witches and, as we shall see, the insane. Associations became more common and similarities were found, and to the eyes of those for whom unreason was becoming an object, an almost homogeneous field came into being. Out of guilt, sexual pathos, magic and age-old incantatory rituals, delirium and the laws of the human heart, a hidden network of associations emerged, forming the secret foundations of our modern experience of madness. To this domain thus structured, the tag of unreason was to be applied, as men were labeled fit for confinement. That unreason, which the thought of the 16th century had considered to be the dialectical point of the reversal of reason, was thus given a concrete content. It was linked to a whole shift in ethics involving questions about the meaning of sexuality, the division of love, profanation, and the boundaries of the sacred, and the links between morality and truth. All these experiences, from divergent horizons, were the depths under the simple gesture of confinement. That surface phenomenon hid a system of underground operations all oriented in the same sense, creating in the ethical world a homogeneous division so far unknown. In approximate terms, it can be said that until the Renaissance the world of ethics, beyond the great division between good and evil, kept its equilibrium in a sort of tragic unity, that of destiny and of providence and divine will. That unity was now to disappear, broken by the definitive split between reason and unreason. A crisis in the world of ethics therefore came into being, and to the great struggle between good and evil was juxtaposed the irreconcilable conflict between reason and unreason, multiplying images of the split. Figures like Nietzsche and Sada bear witness to that. Half the world of ethics thus fell into the domain of unreason, bringing an immense content of eroticism, profanation, magic, ritual, and bodies of visionary knowledge secretly moved by the laws of the heart. At the moment when it was sufficiently freed to become an object of perception, unreason found itself caught up in a whole system of concrete servitude. In all probability, it is that system of servitude that explains the strange temporal fidelity of madness. Even today, there are obsessional gestures that seem like magic rituals, delirious patterns that are placed in the same light as ancient religious illuminations, and in a culture where the presence of the sacred has been absent for so long, a morbid desire to profane sometimes surfaces. This persistence seems to be an indicator of the dark memory that accompanies madness, condemning its inventiveness to be nothing more than repetition, and often designating it as the spontaneous archaeology of cultures. Unreason would be the great memory of peoples, their greatest faithfulness to the past, where history is always indefinitely contemporary. All that remains is to invent the universal element within which such persistence takes place. But that illusion of identity is a trap. Continuity is actually a phenomenon of discontinuity, and if such archaic patterns of behavior have survived, it is only in so far as they have been altered. The problem of reappearance only exists for the backward-looking glance. If one follows the warp of history, it becomes apparent that the real problem is the transformation of the field of experience. These patterns of behavior have been eliminated, but that is not to say they have disappeared. They have rather been given a new place of exile and predilection. They are no longer to be found in the field of everyday experience but in the domain of unreason instead, where they have slowly come to belong to the sphere of illness. This survival is not to be explained by the properties of a collective unconscious, but rather by the structure of the domain of experience that is unreason, and by its modifications. Unreason thus comes to the fore with the whole network of meanings that classicism had placed within its bounds, a field of experience too secret ever to be formulated in clear terms, and from the Renaissance to the modern era too reprehensible to be granted a right of expression, but of sufficient importance to have sustained the institution of confinement, and forced a reconsideration of the conception and practices surrounding madness and a thorough readjustment of the world of ethics. The character of the madman such as it appears in the classical era, and the manner in which the 19th century constituted mental alienation as one of the immemorial truths of its positivism, should be seen in the light of that readjustment. In it madness, which the Renaissance had managed simultaneously to experience as non-wisdom, disorder of the world, eschatological threat, and illness, found its equilibrium, and a unity that would lay it open to the perhaps illusory grip of positivist thought. In this manner, but through a moral interpretation, it was placed at the distance necessary for objective knowledge, and encountered the guilt that explains such a fall into nature and a moral condemnation that singled out a determinism of the heart, its desires, and its passions. By annexing to the domain of unreason, alongside madness, religious and sexual prohibitions and the freedom of thought and of emotion, classicism shaped a moral experience of unreason, which still today forms the bedrock of our scientific knowledge of mental illness. Posited at a distance, and disarmed of its sacred overtones, madness reaches an appearance of neutrality which is compromised from the outset since it depends on an initial statement of condemnation. If the new unity was decisive for the advancement of knowledge, it was also a key factor that allowed an image of a certain existence of unreason to be constituted, which had a correlative where punishment was concerned in what might be termed correctional existence. The practice of confinement and the existence of men destined for confinement can hardly be separated, but answer each other with a sort of reciprocal fascination that serves to produce this correctional existence, as though there was a style of existence before confinement which made it inevitable in the end. It is neither exactly the existence of criminals nor of the sick, but in the same way that modern men take flight into neurosis or take refuge in a life of crime, it is probable that this existence of unreason sanctioned by confinement exerted a power of fascination on men of the classical age. That, perhaps, is what is to be perceived vaguely in the physiognomy clearly common to the faces of all the internees, confined for the disorder of their ways or their mind, as the texts inform us with such enigmatic confusion. Our actual positive knowledge is scant assistance, and leaves us incapable of deciding whether they were victims or patients, criminal or insane. They all partook in a similar form of existence, which might possibly lead to illness or crime but was different from them at the outset. This existence might have been libertinage, debauchery, dissipation, blasphemy, and madness, but all internees had a particular mode of shaping a common form of being, an experience of unreason. 63 We moderns are beginning to understand that beneath the surface of madness, crime, neurosis, and social inadequacy lurks something resembling a common experience of anguish. Perhaps, for the classical world, in the economy of evil there also lurked a common experience of unreason. If that were the case, it would be against that horizon that madness was identified, in the 150 years that separate the Great Confinement and the liberation brought about by Pinel and Tuke. One thing is for sure, it was from that moment of liberation that men ceased to experience and understand what unreason was, and from that moment the laws of internment suddenly lost their obviousness. That moment can be symbolized by a strange meeting between the only man who formulated the theory of these existences of unreason and one of the first men who had wanted to turn madness into a positive science, i.e. to silence unreason by listening only to the pathological voices of madness. This confrontation took place in the early years of the 19th century, when Royer Collard wished to expel Sada from Charenton and turn it into a hospital. Royer Collard, the philanthropist of madness, wanted to protect his hospital from the presence of unreason, for he understood that what the 18th century had placed in houses of confinement as a matter of course would have no place in the asylums of the 19th century, its place instead was prison. There is one man in Charenton, he wrote to Fouché, the chief of police, on August 1, 1808, whose audacious immorality has made him all too well known, and his continuing presence in the hospital entails serious problems. I refer of course to the author of the scurrilous novel Justine. This man is not insane, aliené. His only delirium is that of vice, and it is not in a center dedicated to the medical treatment of insanity that vice of that sort can be repressed. The individual suffering from it must be submitted to the severest form of sequestration. Royer Collard no longer understood correctional existence. Having looked for its meaning in illness, and failing to find it there, he reverts to an idea of pure evil, which has no reason for existence other than its own unreason, which he terms the delirium of vice. The day of that letter to Fouché, classical unreason ended, leaving its own enigma, and that strange unity that grouped together so many diverse faces was definitively lost to us. 4. Experiences of madness. From the creation of the Hôpital General in Paris, and the opening of the first houses of correction in England and Germany, up until the end of the 18th century, the classical age was a time of confinement. Dissolute fathers, prodigal sons, debauches, blasphemers, libertines, and suicides were all locked up in houses of confinement. And out of these complicities and strange rapprochements, a profile of the age's experience of unreason begins to emerge. But in each of these houses there was also a whole population of madmen. 1 in 10 of all arrests made for the Hôpital General in Paris concerned the insane, demented men, alienated men or people driven quite mad. 1 No difference seems to have been made between these men and the rest of the population, and looking down the register, it would seem that they were chosen by the same sensibility and excluded by the same gesture as the others. Archaeologists of medicine might quibble over whether people confined for irregular behavior were ill or not, or whether a person who mistreated his wife and several times attempted to put an end to his existence was criminal or insane. Posing that problem means accepting the deformation imposed by our own retrospective glance. We find it easy to believe that the most general and undifferentiated forms of confinement were applied because the observers had failed to recognize the nature of madness, missing its positive signs. But by doing that, we prevent ourselves from understanding that what we see as a failure of recognition contained in fact an explicit consciousness. For the real problem is precisely to determine the content of that judgment which, without using our distinctions, expelled equally those we might have treated and those we might have wanted to condemn. The goal here is not to find the error that led to such confusion, but to follow the continuity that our own way of thinking has broken. After 150 years of confinement, people began to imagine that among these imprisoned faces they noticed singular grimaces, cries that signified a different kind of anger and demanded an alternative form of violence. But throughout the classical age, there was only one confinement, and all the measures that were taken, from one extreme to the other, hide a common, homogeneous experience. That experience can be summed up and almost symbolized in a single word that constantly recurs in all the registers of confinement. Frenzy, furor, and the adjective frenzied, furiose, were, as we shall see, technical terms in case law and medicine, and indicated quite precisely a particular form of madness. But in the vocabulary of confinement, the words said both much more and much less, alluding to the forms of violence that escape the rigorous definition of crime and its juridical assignation, denoting an undifferentiated region of disorder, a disorder of the spirit, or a disordered way of life, a whole obscure region of menacing rage that did not yet form grounds for a possible condemnation. To our way of thinking this might appear a confused concept, but it was sufficiently clear to the classical age to dictate a moral and police imperative to confine. One of the powers that classical reason gave itself in its experience of unreason, was the possibility of confining subjects by noting not that they were ill or criminal but simply that they were frenzied. This power had a positive meaning. When the 17th and 18th centuries confined madness together with debauchery and libertinage, the point is not that they had failed to diagnose an illness, but that they understood it in radically different terms. Asterisk. There are of course real dangers of oversimplification here. The world of madness was not uniform during the classical age. And while it would not be untrue to say that the mad were treated purely and simply as prisoners of the police, it would not be telling the whole truth either. Some had a special status. In Paris, one hospital reserved the right to treat paupers who had lost their reason. Whenever there was still hope that a madman might be cured, he could be admitted to the Hôtel Dieu. There he was given the usual treatment, consisting of bleeding, purges, and in some case vesicants and baths too. It was already an old tradition, as there had been beds reserved for the mad at the Hôtel Dieu since the Middle Ages. Those known as the fantastical and frenetic were locked up in closed couchettes, which had two windows through which they could be observed, and food passed to them. 3 At the end of the 18th century, when Tenon wrote his memoirs sur les hôpitaux de Paris, these madmen were grouped together in 2 rooms. The men were placed in the St. Louis ward, where there were 2 single beds and 10 beds for 4 people. Such promiscuity was a source of worry for Tenon. This was an age when medical imagination considered heat to be a source of evil, while the cool fresh air of the countryside was thought of as having physical and moral healing powers. How can the air in the beds be fresh, when 3 or 4 madmen are squeezed in to roll around and fight there? For the women did not exactly have a room of their own, but a thin division had been put in place in the large chamber reserved for the fevered, where there were 8 small beds, and 6 beds for 4 people. If after a few weeks the disease had not been cured, men were transferred to Bicêtre and women to the Salpêtrière. This meant that for the whole of Paris and its environs there was a sum total of 74 beds for all the mad who were considered curable, 74 beds that were effectively a waiting room for confinement, which signified a fall from the world of illness, medicine, and possible cure. London too had a place reserved for those whom the British called lunatics, the Bethlem Royal Hospital. The institution had been founded in the mid-13th century, and it is known that in 1403 there were 6 madmen who were kept bound in irons and chains. By 1598, that figure had grown to 20. When the hospital was extended in 1642, 12 new rooms were built, 8 of which were reserved for the insane. After a refurbishment in 1676, the hospital had room for between 120 and 150 people. By then it was exclusively reserved for the mad, as is shown by the 2 Sabur statues. 5 Lunatics who were considered incurable were not admitted until 1733, at which date 2 special buildings were constructed to house them. 6 Inmates received treatment on a seasonal basis. The major medication was administered to all on an annual basis in the spring. T. Monroe, who was a physician at Bethlem from 1783, outlined the treatment in a statement to a special committee of the House of Commons. Patients are ordered to be bled about the latter end of May, according to the weather, and after they have been bled, they take vomits, once a week for a certain number of weeks, After that we purge the patients. That has been the practice invariably for years long before my time. It was handed down to me by my father, and I do not know any better practice. Point 7. It would be wrong to think that the confinement of the mad in the 17th and 18th centuries was an unproblematic police matter, or that it demonstrated a uniform insensitivity to the pathological character of alienation. Even inside the monotonous function of confinement, madness had a varied function, and it already jarred in the world of unreason that surrounded it and haunted it with its universality. While it was true to say that in certain hospitals the mad had a special place that assured them a quasi-medical status, the majority resided in houses of confinement, and led in effect a correctional existence. However rudimentary the medical care given to the insane in Bethlehem or the Hotel Dieu might appear, that treatment was still the reason for, or at least the justification behind, their presence in those hospitals. There was no question of any such treatment in any of the buildings of the Hôpital General. The regulations called for the presence of a single physician who was to reside in the Pity, and whose duty was to do his rounds twice a week in all of the buildings of the hospital. Point 8. What resulted was a remote medical surveillance that was not supposed to treat the internees in general, but concentrate instead on any who had fallen ill, which demonstrates that internees who were confined on account of their madness were not considered ill because of that madness. In a late 18th century essay on the physical and medical topography of Paris, Auden Rivière explained that epilepsy, cold humors, and paralysis are enough to gain entry to Bicêtre, but no attempt is made to cure them with any remedy. So a child of 10 or 12 admitted there for convulsions that were reputed to be of an epileptic nature caught among true epileptics, an illness that he did not have, and in the long career that should lie before him on account of his youth, his only hope of a cure is the often imperfect efforts of Mother Nature. As for the mad, they are judged incurable when they arrive at Bicêtre, and they receive no treatment there. Despite this lack of treatment, some of them still manage to recover their wits. 9. This absence of medical care, with the exception of the prescribed visit, meant that there was little practical difference between the Hôpital General and a prison. The regulations in force there were more or less identical to the ordinance passed in 1670 for good order in prisons. It is our wish that prisons should be safe and so disposed that the health of prisoners is not adversely affected. We enjoin jailers and doorkeepers to visit prisoners locked in dungeons at least once a day, and to warn the procurator if any are ill, so that they may be visited by the prison physicians or surgeons, if such persons exist. Point 10. If there was a doctor at the Hôpital General, it was not because of a consciousness that sick people were locked up there, but rather on account of a concern that they might catch and spread a contagious illness. Jail fever was feared above all. In England, cases were often cited of prisoners who had infected their judges at trial, and of others who brought home illness from a prison and infected a family on their release. Point 11. Howard notes that air which has been breathed is made poisonous to a more intense degree, by the effluvia from the sick, and what else in prisons is offensive. Air, corrupted and putrefied, is of such a subtle and powerful nature, as to rot and dissolve heart of oak. Anyone may judge of the probability there is against the health of prisoners crowded in close rooms, cells, and subterranean dungeons for 14 or 15 hours out of the 24. 12. Palliative care is added to the practice of confinement to limit some of its effects. Cure was neither the meaning nor the aim. Confinement did not constitute a first step towards a hospitalization of madness, in all its morbid aspects. It is more usefully considered as a homogenization of the insane and the other prisoners, as is demonstrated by the strange, juridical formulae used, which did not so much entrust the insane to the good offices of the hospitals as pass custodial sentences to be served there. The register at Bicêtre has many entries like the following, transferred to the conciergerie by virtue of a parliamentary decree that condemned him to perpetual detention at Bicêtre, to be treated there like the other insane. 13. Being treated like the other insane did not mean undergoing medical treatment. 14. It meant following the corrective regime, doing the same exercises, and following the rules laid down in its pedagogy. One set of parents who had placed their son in the Charite at Senlis on account of his frenzy and disordered mind asked for him to be transferred to Saint Lazare, having had no desire to see their son die when they asked for him to be confined, but only wishing that he would mend his ways and recover the wits that he seemed to be losing. 15 Confinement was intended to be a punishment, and if it was given a term, it was not to coincide with a cure, but with an acknowledged process of repentance. One tonsured clerk, an organist called François-Marie Bailly, was transferred in 1772 by order of the king from the prison of Fontainebleau to Bicêtre, so that he might be locked up there for 3 years. That sentence was followed by a new one from the Provosty on September 20, 1773, so that the bailey might be kept among the weak-minded, until such time as recipiscence come about. 16 The time that gave a rhythm and limit to confinement was nothing other than the time necessary for a moral conversion or a return to wisdom, the time necessary for a punishment to have the desired effect. It was not therefore surprising that houses of confinement had the appearance of prisons, and that often the one was taken for the other, so much so that at times the mad were placed in both almost indiscriminately. When a committee was set up to study the condition of the poor lunatics of England in 1806, it found 1,765 madmen in the workhouses and 113 in houses of correction. 17 There were doubtless many more in the course of the 18th century, as Howard noted the following as an instance that was far from rare. In some few jails are contained idiots and lunatics. These serve as sport to idle visitants at assizes, and other times of general resort. Many of the bridewells are crowded and offensive, because the rooms which were designed for prisoners are occupied by the insane. Where these are not kept separate, they disturb and terrify other prisoners. No care is taken of them. 18. In France it was just as common to come across the mad in prisons, in the Bastille first of all, but also in the provinces, in the Haut-Fort in Bordeaux, in the House of Correction in Rennes, and in the prisons of Amiens, Angers, Caen and Poitiers. 19 In most of the general hospitals the insane were kept with the other inmates, and no distinction was made between them and their fellow internees, with only the most agitated being kept in special cells reserved for their use. In all the hospices and hospitals, there are reserved for the insane run-down, damp buildings quite unsuited to their presence, together with a few cells built specially for the more frenzied amongst them. The quiet or incurable mad are mixed in together with the poor and the indigent. In a small number of hospitals where prisoners are kept in what is known as the secure section, the mad live together with the prisoners and are subject to the same regime. 20. Such are the facts, in purely schematic form. When put together, some common factors seem to emerge, as though there were two different experiences of madness juxtaposed in the 17th and 18th centuries. Physicians of the period that followed were struck by the inhumanity of the treatment that the mad received, and everywhere they noted the same misery and the same inability to alleviate it. They could see no distinction between Bicêtre and the Hôtel Dieu, or between Bethlehem and a workhouse. And yet there clearly was an irreducible difference. Some establishments only took in the mad to the extent that they were theoretically curable, while others took them in order to rid society of them, or with the idea of correcting them. The first group was no doubt less widespread and more restricted. There were fewer than 80 madmen at the Hôtel Dieu, whereas there were hundreds or perhaps even 1,000 at the Hôpital General. But regardless of how unequal the distribution of the two practices might be, they are nonetheless two distinctly different experiences. The experience of madness as sickness, however limited it might be, cannot be denied. Paradoxically, it was contemporaneous with a different experience where madness was part of confinement, punishment, and correction. That juxtaposition is the core of the problem, but it also helps in understanding of the place of the madman in the classical age, and in outlining the manner in which the mad were perceived. Asterisk. It is tempting to take a simple approach here. What if that juxtaposition was merely a sign that slow progress was being made, and that paradoxes were inevitable during this period of change? To that way of thinking, the mad in the Hôtel Dieu and the lunatics of Bethlehem had already been granted the status of medical patients. Better still, there before anywhere else, the mad had been identified and isolated, and in their favor a hospital treatment had been instituted that already seemed to prefigure what the 19th century defined as the treatment they were entitled to. The others, who were to be found indiscriminately in the Hospital General, the workhouses, prisons, and houses of correction, are then thought of as a series of patients whose sickness was yet to be identified by a medical science still in its infancy at that moment. Age-old superstitions and concern by the rising bourgeoisie would have condemned the mad to a definition of insanity that assimilated it to criminals and asocials. Medical historians are much given to recognizing the solid medical categories of the diseases of the mind in confinement registers, and in the approximate terms used in reports, as though they were timeless facts of knowledge. Those termed illuminated and visionaries are considered to correspond to the people we think of as suffering from hallucinations, visionary imagining he sees celestial apparitions, visionary who has revelations, and those described as imbeciles are deemed cognitively deficient or suffering from some form of organic or senile dementia. Imbecilic after horrible debauchery with wine, an imbecile who is always talking, comparing himself to the Pope or a Turkish emperor, imbecile with no hope of return. Sufferers from such delirium are characterized by the picturesque or absurd aspect, as in a man pursued by people who wish to kill him, institutor of crackpot projects, man continually electrified, who receives ideas transmitted by other people, or madman who wants to submit reports to Parliament. 21. Perhaps doctors find it a great support and a comfort to know that under the sun of madness there have always been hallucinations, that there has always been delirium in the discourse of unreason, and that restless hearts have ever been filled with the same anguish. 22 Mental medicine finds the guarantee of its eternity here, and if doctors ever suffered from their conscience, they would doubtless be reassured to find that the object of their quest was there all the while, shining out through different times. And for anyone worried about the meaning of confinement and the way in which it fitted into the history of medical institutions, it is a great relief to consider that, after all, the people who were locked up were just lunatics, and that behind this obscure practice what we consider an imminent medical justice was hidden. All that was lacking for the insane who were confined was the label mental patient and the medical status already given to those who were more obviously ill and better recognized. This way of thinking is a shortcut to an easy conscience where the justice of history and the eternity of medical science are concerned, as a continuity emerges between medicine and pre-medical practices, and history is justified by an infallible, pure, spontaneous social instinct. Add to those postulates a sure belief in progress, and the path is traced out between confinement, a silent diagnosis carried out by nascent, unformulated medical science, and hospitalization, whose early incarnation in the 18th century anticipates this progress and symbolically announces its end. Unfortunately, things are much more complicated. The history of madness cannot serve as a justification or as a supportive science in the pathology of mental illness. In the reality of its historical becoming, madness did make possible at a certain moment a knowledge of alienation according to a style of positivity that isolated it as mental illness, but that knowledge is not the truth of this history, nor did it secretly animate it from the beginning. If it was believed for a while that such a history had its end in it, it was not because it had been acknowledged that madness as a domain of experience could never be exhausted by a medical or paramedical knowledge. Yet the fact of confinement itself could serve as a proof of that. We need to start further back in history, and examine the character of the madman before the 17th century. There is a tendency to believe that the mad were individuated as a result of a process of medical humanitarianism, as if the figure of their individuality was never anything other than pathological. In fact, in the Middle Ages, long before the medical status that came with positivism, the mad had already acquired a sort of personal density, although perhaps more as character types than pathological cases. The disguise of the madman that Tristan adopted and the Derv who appears in Adam de la Hallé's Jeu de la Fourrière had already sufficiently individual values to constitute roles and take their place in highly familiar landscapes. Madmen had no need of medical diagnoses to accede to their own individual kingdom, the circle drawn around them by the Middle Ages sufficed. But that individuality was neither stable nor immobile, and was undone and reorganized to a certain degree in the course of the Renaissance. From the end of the Middle Ages onwards, the mad were treated with a certain degree of medical humanism, perhaps as a result of Oriental and Arab thought. The Arab world seems to have built some early hospitals specifically for the insane. There may have been one such institution in Fez in the 7th century 23. There may also have been one in Baghdad towards the end of the 12th century 24, and there certainly was one in Cairo in the course of the century that followed. A sort of spiritual therapy was carried out there, involving music, dance, and theatrical spectacles and readings of marvelous stories. The therapy was directed by physicians, and they decided when to bring it to a close in the event of success. 25 It may not be a coincidence that the first hospitals for the mad in Europe were founded in Spain around the beginning of the 15th century. It is surely important too that the Brothers of Mercy, who were familiar with the Arab world as they specialized in buying back captives, were the founders of the hospital in Valencia in 1409, after the funds were provided by wealthy laymen and merchants like Lorenzo Solo. 26 In 1425, it was the turn of the Saragossa hospital, whose wise order was to be so admired nearly 4 centuries later by Pinel. Its doors were open to patients of all creeds, all governments, and all nationalities, as was promised by its motto Urbis et Orbis, of the city and of the world. Life there followed the rhythm of a garden, with the usual seasonal concentration on harvests, trellising and grape and olive picking. 27 Also in Spain were similar hospitals in Seville, 1436, Toledo, 1483, and Valladolid, 1489. All these hospitals had a medical character, unlike the Dahlhauser that already existed in Germany. 28 Or the well-known Charite in Uppsala. 29 At around the same time similar institutions of this new type began to open all around Europe, like the Casa de Maniaci in Padova, around 1410, and the Bergamo Asylum. 30 In hospitals, space began to be reserved especially for the mad. The presence of the mad is documented at Bethlehem Hospital from the early 15th century. It had been founded in the mid-13th century and confiscated by the crown in 1373. At this time too in Germany, special places put aside for the mad were referred to in contemporary literature, first the Naraz Lane in Nuremberg 31, then in 1477 a building for the insane and the disobedient sick, Ungehorsame Krank, was constructed in the hospital at Frankfurt, 32, and in Hamburg mention is made of a Cista Stolitorum, literally, the basket for fools, also known as Custodia Fatuorum, the prison for the insane, in 1376.33. A further proof of the particular status that the mad had acquired by the end of the Middle Ages was the strange development of the colony at Geel, a center of pilgrimage from the 10th century onwards, and a village where the mad constituted 1/3 of the population. Part of the social fabric of the Middle Ages and a familiar figure on the horizon, the madman was considered in a different fashion during the Renaissance, and grouped together in something resembling a new specific unity, isolated by a practice that was no doubt ambiguous as it isolated him from the world without exactly granting him a medical status. The mad became the objects of a particular form of solicitude and hospitality, reserved for them alone and none other in that precise fashion. By contrast, what characterized the 17th century was not that it advanced quite rapidly along a path that led to a recognition of the madman, and hence to the scientific knowledge that might emerge therefrom, but quite the opposite. The 17th century began to distinguish them less clearly, and reabsorbed them instead into an undifferentiated mass. The individual features of insanity, unique for centuries, began to be erased. In comparison with the mad of the Narterm and the first asylums in Spain, the madman of the classical age, locked up with venereal sufferers, the debauched, libertines and homosexuals, lost the marks of his individuality, and faded into a general apprehension of unreason. This was a strange evolution for a sensibility which seemed to lose the capacity to make distinctions and reverted to a less refined form of perception. The perspective became more uniform. It was as though, in the asylums of the 17th century, the figure of the madman simply faded away among many others, so much so that the trace of the mad almost disappears until the moment of reform that immediately preceded the revolution of 1789. There are many signs of this involution in the 17th century, even in the course of its development. The change can be vividly distinguished by an examination of the establishments that were originally intended to house the mad more or less exclusively. When the Brothers of Charity set up in Charenton on May 10, 1645, it was with the intention of building a hospital reserved for sick paupers, including the mad. Charenton differed little from the other Charite hospitals, which began to appear all across Europe after the founding of the Order of St. John of God in 1640. But some time before the end of the 17th century, new buildings were added for prisoners who were confined, lettres de cachet inmates, prisoners who needed punishment, and the mad. In 1720, mention is made for the first time in a capitulary of a house of reclusion which had clearly been there for some time, as that year, in addition to the sick, it contained a total of 120 inmates, a whole population in which the mad became an undifferentiated group. 34 The evolution was even more rapid at St. Lazare. If the first hagiographers are to be believed, St. Vincent de Paul hesitated for a while before taking over this former Lazare house for his congregation. The argument that finally convinced him was the presence in the priory of some madmen, who he felt were in need of assistance. 35 If we exclude from this account the willfully apologetic intention and the retrospective attribution of humanitarian sentiments, it is possible, and even probable, that there was a desire to avoid certain difficulties arising from the attribution of this Lazare house and its considerable attendant goods, which was still the property of the Knights of St. Lazare, by converting it into a hospital for the poor insane. But soon it was turned into a jail for persons detained by order of His Majesty. 36 And its inmates suddenly found themselves prisoners rather than patients. Pontchartrain was well aware of this, and he wrote a letter to Lieutenant Darganson on October 10, 1703 to point it out. As you know, the men of St. Lazare have long been accused of using too harsh a regime to look after their charges, and even of preventing those who were sent there for being simple-minded or corrupt in their ways from informing their families of improvements in their ways, in order to keep them there for a longer period. 37. It is indeed a prison regime that is invoked by the author of a contemporary manuscript entitled A Summary and Faithful Relation of the Atrocious Conditions in the Prison of St. Lazare. The serving brothers, or the guardian angels of the mad, take them out for a walk in the courtyard of the house after dinner on working days, and walk them around stick in hand the way they would a flock of sheep, and if any of them stray away from the main group or fail to keep up with the others, they are beaten with batons so harshly that some of them are permanently disabled, others had their heads broken and have died from the blows they received. 38. This might simply seem a logical consequence of the confinement of the mad, since it escaped all medical control and by necessity became some form of punishment. But as it was not simply the structures and organizations that were involved, the process seems to have been something more than mere administrative inevitability, and was in fact linked to the consciousness of madness that was beginning to develop. The shift occurs within this consciousness, where asylums for the insane were no longer seen as hospitals and increasingly considered to be houses of correction instead. When a new jail was built in the Charite at Senlis in 1675, it was indicated immediately that the new building was for libertines and the mad, and anyone else that the king's government should choose to confine there. 39 It was therefore in a very concerted manner that the mad went from the register of the hospital to the correctional center, and the signs that marked them apart were slowly erased as they were enveloped in a moral experience of unreason of a totally new sort. A single account will serve as an illustration of this. Bethlehem Hospital was rebuilt in the second half of the 17th century, and in 1703, Ned Ward had one character in his novel London Spy remark. "In truth," said I think they were mad that built so costly a college for such a crack-brained society," adding, "It was a pity so fine a building should not be possessed by such as had a sense of their happiness." 40. What happened between the end of the Renaissance and the height of the Classical Age was therefore not simply an evolution of the institutions, it was a change in the consciousness of madness, and thereafter it was the asylums, houses of confinement, jails, and prisons that illustrated that new conception. If there was a paradox behind this situation where the mad were to be found in hospital wards and in houses of confinement and prisons, it was not due to any ongoing progress that might have been underway, where the mad were gradually moved from prisons to hospitals and incarceration was replaced by treatment. In fact, the mad who were in hospitals in the classical age were something of a throwback, recalling the period between the end of the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance when the mad were acknowledged as such and isolated, even if they did not have a precise medical status. By contrast, the mad of the Hospital General, the workhouses, and Zuchthauser demonstrate an experience of unreason that is rigorously contemporary with the classical age. If it is true that there is a chronological slippage between these two ways of dealing with the insane, hospitals did not belong to the most recent geological stratum, but rather represented a form of archaic sedimentation. The proof of that is that hospitals were increasingly attracted towards centers of confinement as though by a gravitational pull, becoming so assimilated that it was soon almost impossible to distinguish between them. From the day when Bethlehem, the hospital for curable lunatics, was open to hopeless cases in 1733, there was no longer any notable difference between the London hospital and the French Hôpital General, or any other house of correction. St. Luke's Hospital, which was built to complement Bethlehem in 1751, demonstrated the same pull towards the correctional style. When Tuke visited it in the last years of the century, he noted his impressions in his diary. The superintendent has never seen much advantage from the use of medication. Thinks confinement or restraint may be imposed as a punishment with some advantage, and, on the whole, thinks fear the most effectual principle by which to reduce the insane to orderly conduct. 41. The traditional manner of examining confinement, where the elements that resemble imprisonment are blamed on the past, and the aspects that point towards the psychiatric hospitals are seen as intimations of the future, is a permutation of the data. In fact, the mad were placed in institutions specially designed for them, perhaps as a result of the influence of Arab thought and science, and some of those institutions, particularly in southern Europe, were sufficiently similar to hospitals for us to say that some of the mad were effectively treated as patients, in part at least. Certain hospitals did maintain that status for the mad throughout the classical age, until the Great Reform. But in contrast with those institutions, the 17th century created a new experience, where previously unknown relations between madness and social and moral viewpoints were developed, the like of which had not been seen before. The point here is not to establish a hierarchy, nor to demonstrate that the classical age was a step backwards in comparison to the 16th century and the knowledge it had developed of madness. We shall see that medical texts from the 17th and 18th century are enough to prove the contrary. What matters here is to remove all chronology and historical succession from the perspective of a progress, to reveal in the history of an experience, a movement in its own right, uncluttered by a teleology of knowledge or the orthogenesis of learning. The aim here is to uncover the design and structures of the experience of madness produced by the classical age. That experience is neither progress nor a step backward in relation to any other. It is possible to talk of a loss of the power of discrimination in the perception of madness, and to say that the face of the mad began to be erased, but this is neither a value judgment nor even a negative statement about a deficit of knowledge. It is a manner, still very exterior, of approaching the experience of madness in its positive reality, an experience which stripped the madman of the precise individuality and status that the Renaissance had given him, which prepared for him, beyond the field of our customary experience, a new face, where the naivete of our positivism believed that it could recognize the nature of all madness. Asterisk. This juxtaposition of hospitalization and confinement should alert us to the specific chronology of these institutions, and demonstrate quite clearly that the hospital was not the near future of houses of correction. It is nonetheless true that in the overall experience of unreason in the classical age, both structures remained in place, although one was newer and more vigorous, the other was never totally replaced. That duality must exist also in the social perception of madness, in the synchronic consciousness that apprehends it, both as separation and as balance. The recognition of madness in canon law as in Roman law was linked to a medical diagnosis, and medical consciousness was necessary for any judgment of insanity. In Quaestiones Medico-Legales, drawn up between 1624 and 1650, Zacchaeus summed up all Christian jurisprudence that related to the question of madness. 42 For all cases of dementia et rationis lasione et morbis omnibusque rationem ladunt, when reason is tainted by madness, injuries, or any sickness of the reason, Zacchaeus categorically stated that only a doctor was competent to decide if an individual was mad, and to determine the degree to which he still had the use of his reason. It is clearly significant that a century and a half later, this rigorous obligation that an expert in canon law took to be a self-evident truth had evaporated, as can be seen in Cant 43, and that at the time of Heinroth and then Elias Regnault it had become the center of a polemic. 44 Medical participation in the assessment of sanity was no longer considered self-evident, and a new series of arguments had to be produced. To Zacchaeus, the situation had been perfectly clear. A lawyer could recognize a madman by his speech, if he was incapable of giving order to it, and he could also recognize him by his actions, if his gestures were incoherent or his decisions absurd. The Emperor Claudius might have been judged mad, for example, simply for favoring Nero rather than Britannicus as his heir. But these opinions were mere presentiments, and it took a physician to turn them into certainties. A physician's experience makes use of a whole system of signals. In the sphere of the passions, a continuous sadness without apparent cause indicated melancholy. Where the body was concerned, taking the temperature meant that frenzy could be distinguished from all apyretic forms of excitement. A physician could carefully weigh up the subject's life history and all the judgments that had been made about him since childhood before deciding whether or not some form of illness was involved. But the task of the physician did not end there, it was merely the starting point for a much more subtle task. It was then necessary to ascertain which faculties had been affected, memory, imagination, or reason, in which manner and to what degree. Reason was diminished in fatuitas, and superficially affected by the passions. Fury and melancholy affected it profoundly, while with mania, frenzy, and the morbid forms of sleep, reason was almost entirely destroyed. By carefully examining each question in order, a physician could examine human behavior and determine the extent to which it was affected by madness. There were cases, for example, where love was a form of alienation. A judge might suspect as much before calling for a medical opinion if a subject demonstrated an excessive concern with his appearance, and was constantly looking out for new clothes or new perfumes, or if he was spotted in a normally deserted street frequented by a beautiful woman. But such signs merely sketched out a probability, and even taken together were usually not sufficient for an indisputable decision. The indubitable marks of truth were to be uncovered by a physician. Was a subject sleeping badly, and had he lost his appetite? Did he have sunken eyes, and was he given to long bouts of sadness? If so, it was undoubtedly because his reason had already been corrupted, and he was struck down with the melancholy of love, which Hutcherius described as the atrabilious sickness of a soul that has lost its reason, deceived by a phantom and a false estimation of beauty. But if, when the patient caught a glimpse of the object of his desire, his eyes became haggard, his pulse began to race and he fell into an agitated state, he was to be considered no longer responsible for his actions, in the manner of all those who suffered from a mania. 45. The power of decision was entrusted to medical opinion, as only a physician had the capacity to understand the world of madness. A physician alone could tell a sane person from a madman, or a criminal from a man no longer responsible for his actions. But the practice of confinement was structured in a totally different manner, and in no manner was it ordered in accordance with a medical decision. It was a product of a different consciousness altogether. The case law of confinement was complex where the mad were concerned. If the texts are to be believed, it would appear that a medical opinion was always required. At Bethlehem Hospital, for instance, up until 1733 a medical certificate declaring that the madman could be treated was required, guaranteeing that his idiocy was not congenital, or that he was not suffering from a permanent affliction. 46 At Petites Maisons the opposite was required, i.e. a certificate that stated that the patient had been treated in vain, and that the disease was therefore incurable. Families who wished to confine a relation with the insane at Bicester had to apply to a judge, who sanctioned a visit by a doctor and a surgeon, who drew up a report and submitted it to the clerk of the court. 47 But the reality behind those administrative precautions was quite different. In England, it was the justice of the peace who took the decision to decree confinement, either because he had been required to do so by the subject's entourage, or because he believed it necessary for the good order of his district. In France, confinement was sometimes decreed by court sentence, when a subject was convicted of a crime or tort. 48 The commentary on the criminal ordinances of 1670 allowed for madness as an element of justification, whose proof was only to be admitted after complete consideration of the case. If, after all the necessary information regarding the accused had been gathered, it was agreed that his mind was indeed disturbed, the judges then made a decision on whether the accused was to be kept with his family or sent to a place of confinement or a jail, to be treated there like the other mad. It was very rare for magistrates to have recourse to a medical opinion, despite the fact that after 1602, in all large towns, there had been appointed 2 men of the medical and surgical arts of high reputation, probity, and experience, to make visits and draw up legal reports. 49 Up until 1692, all confinements at St. Lazare were made on the order of a magistrate, and regardless of any medical certificate, carried the signatures of the first president, the civil lieutenant, the lieutenant of the Châtelet or the general lieutenants of the province. If it concerned men of the cloth, the orders were signed by the bishops and the chapters. The situation became both simpler and more complicated at the end of the 17th century. In March 1667, the new post of lieutenant of police was created. 50 Many confinements, particularly in Paris, were made at his request, providing that the request was countersigned by a minister. After 1692, the most frequent procedure was the lettre de cachet. The family or entourage made a request to the king, who accepted it and granted it after it had been signed by a minister. Some such demands were accompanied by medical certificates, but those cases were the least common. 51 Normally the family, the neighbors, or the parish priest were asked for their opinion. The grievances or apprehensions of close relatives carried the most weight in the writ that requested confinement. Care was taken to obtain the consent of the entire family, or to discover the rivalry or conflict of interest that lay behind any absence of unanimity. 52 But it did also happen that more distant relations and even neighbors could obtain a measure of confinement against the wishes of the family. 53 In the 17th century, like crime, public order, and scandal, madness had effectively become a matter of social sensibility, and accordingly it could be judged by the most spontaneous and primitive forms of that sensibility. 54 What determined and isolated the fact of madness was not so much medical science as a consciousness susceptible to scandal. In that respect, men of the Church were in a position even more privileged than that of the civil authorities to make judgments regarding insanity. 55 When in 1784 Breteul decided to limit the use of lettres de cachet, and began to have them phased out, he did everything possible to ensure that so far as possible confinement did not take place prior to the judicial process of interdiction. 56 That measure was taken to guard against arbitrary writs from families or orders from the king. But the change was not introduced to transfer the balance of power to the more objective world of medicine. In fact, the aim was that the power of decision should pass to a judicial authority that had no recourse to medical expertise. Interdiction required no medical expertise, and was a matter to be agreed between the families and the judicial authorities. 57 Confinement, and the judicial practices that had grown up around it, had in no way enabled a more rigorous medical grip on insanity. On the contrary, it seems that the tendency was increasingly to dispense with the medical controls that had been planned by the regulations of certain hospitals in the 17th century, and increasingly to turn decisions about where madness began and ended into purely social issues. It was therefore not surprising that at the turn of the 19th century, the question of medical competence in the diagnosis of madness was still being debated. Zacchaeus, the inheritor of the whole tradition of Christian law, had considered that medical science had all the necessary authority. 150 years later Immanuel Kant contested that view, and Regnault rejected it altogether. Classicism, and more than a century of confinement, had clearly not been without their effects. Judging by the results, it does seem that there was a gap between a juridical theory of madness, which was sufficiently elaborate to discern, with the help of medical science, the limits and forms of madness, and a repressive social practice which understood it in a far less sophisticated manner, almost a police practice, and used the varieties of confinement that were already in place for repressive purposes, neglecting to follow the subtle distinctions that were provided for in judicial arbitration. That gap may at first glance appear normal, or at least extremely common, as the legal consciousness is usually more elaborate and subtle than the social mechanisms or institutions that put it into practice. But the gap takes on its significance when it is considered that the judicial consciousness of madness had been evolving over an extremely long period of time, and that it had been constituted throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance through canon law and the remnants of Roman law, long before the practice of confinement was put in place. That judicial consciousness did not anticipate the practices, they belong to different worlds. The one is the result of a certain experience of the person as a subject of law, and concerns an analysis of the forms and obligations of this subject, while the other is the result of a certain experience of the individual as a social being. In one case, what is to be examined are the changes that madness necessarily brings to a system of obligations, while in the other, the moral aspects of madness are the core of the issue and justify exclusion. As subjects of law, men are progressively absolved of their responsibilities as alienation takes its toll, but as social beings, madness brings them to the fringes of culpability and condemnation. The law constantly refined its analysis of madness, and in that sense it is correct to say that the medical science of mental illness grew out of a judicial experience of alienation. Already in the case law formulations of the 17th century, some of the more subtle distinctions of psychopathology were already apparent. Zacchaeus, for example, inside the ancient category of fatuitas, imbecility, made distinctions that seemed to anticipate Esquirol's classification, and what would later be known as the psychology of cognitive deficiency. The first in his hierarchy of decreasing competence were fools, sots, who could bear witness, make a will and marry, but could not take holy orders or have charge of anything, for they are like children approaching puberty. Next came imbeciles proper, fatui. They could be given no responsibility, as, like children under 7, their spirit had not reached the age of reason. The stupid, stolidi, were worth nothing other than stones, no legal act at all could be authorized by them, with the possible exception of a will, providing they were at least capable of recognizing their parents. 58 Under pressure from legal concepts, and the necessity to define ever more clearly the legal person, the analysis of alienation became further refined, and seemed to prefigure still distant medical theories. The differences that emerge between that conceptual analysis and the practice of confinement are profound. A term like imbecility only operates in a system of approximate equivalences which excludes any precise value. On the register of the Charite in Senlis, mention is made of a madman turned imbecile, another a man once mad, but now weak-minded and imbecile. 59 While the Lieutenant Darganson confined a man of a rare variety, combining two opposed features, a semblance of good sense for many things, and the appearance of an animal for others. 60 Even more curious is a comparison between a jurisprudence like that of Zacchaeus and the extremely rare medical certificates that accompanied confinement. Dossiers. It is as though none of the case law analysis ever entered into the judgment. Regarding imbecility, one entry signed by a doctor states: "We have seen and visited the person named Charles Dormont, and after examining his bearing and the movement of his eyes, taking his pulse and watching his behavior, interrogating him in diverse manners and weighing up his replies, we are unanimously convinced that Dormont has lost his wits and fallen into a total and absolute dementia and imbecility." 61. Reading that text, one has the impression that these were two uses, and almost two levels of medical elaboration, according to whether it is involved in the context of the law, or as part of the social practice of confinement. In the one instance it assesses the mental faculties of a subject of the law, and thereby lays the groundwork for a psychology that blends a philosophical analysis of the faculties and a juridical analysis of the ability to make and honor contracts in an ambiguous unity, and in that respect it concerns the delicate structures of civil liberty. In the other, it measures social behavior, and paves the way for a dualist pathology that will divide everything into binary oppositions: normal and abnormal, healthy and sick, to create two radically different domains separated by the simple formula good for confinement. The rougher structuring of social freedom. The 18th century saw numerous attempts to adapt the ancient juridical notion of a subject of the law to the contemporary experience of man in society. The political thought of the Enlightenment postulated a fundamental unity between the two, and a constant possibility of resolving any practical conflicts that might emerge. Such notions quietly led to an elaboration of the notion of madness, and the organization of the relevant practices. The positivist medicine of the 19th century inherited these Aufklärung ideas, and took it as an established and proven fact that the alienation of legal subjects should coincide with the madness of social man in a unified pathological reality, which could be analyzed in legal terms as well as perceived by the most immediate forms of social sensibility. Mental illness, which medicine took as an object, was slowly constituted as a mythical unity between a legally irresponsible subject and a man who troubled the social order, all under the influence of the political and moral thought of the 18th century. That new unity was already apparent shortly before the Revolution, when in 1784 the minister Bretuel decided that the confinement of the mad should be preceded by a more careful judicial procedure that involved interdiction and an examination of the extent to which the person in question could be considered responsible before the law. With regard to people for whom confinement is requested after they have lost their wits, he wrote to the regional intendants of justice and prudence require that the king's orders be carried out only when the judgment that was passed proposes an interdiction. 62 These liberal gestures in the last years of the absolute monarchy were continued by the civil code that came into operation after the Revolution, where interdiction was an indispensable requirement for confinement. The moment when the jurisprudence of alienation becomes the necessary condition for confinement is also the moment when Pinel and the psychiatry that was beginning to emerge claimed to treat the mad as human beings for the first time. What Pinel and his colleagues felt to be a discovery for both philanthropy and science was at bottom little more than the reconciliation of the divided consciousness of the previous century. Building the confinement of social man into the interdiction of the juridical subject meant that for the first time the alienated were recognized as being both incapable and mad. Their eccentricity, which was immediately perceived by society, limited their juridical existence but did not obliterate it altogether. By that fact, the two uses of medicine were reconciled, the one which attempted to delineate the delicate structures of responsibility, and the other which only helps bring the social decree of confinement. All of which was of the utmost importance for subsequent developments in the medicine of the mind. In its positivist incarnation, this was little more than the combination of the two experiences that classicism had juxtaposed without ever joining them together, a social, normative, and dichotomous experience of madness that revolved entirely around the imperative of confinement, formulated in a style as simple as yes or no, dangerous or harmless, and good or not good for confinement, and a finely differentiated, qualitative, juridical experience, well aware of limits and degrees, which looked into all the aspects of the behavior of the subject for the polymorphous incarnations that insanity might assume. The psychopathology of the 19th century, and perhaps our own too, even now, believes that it orients itself and takes its bearings in relation to a homo natura, or a normal man pre-existing all experience of mental illness. Such a man is in fact an invention, and if he is to be situated, it is not in a natural space, but in a system that identifies the socius to the subject of the law. Consequently, a madman is not recognized as such because an illness has pushed him to the margins of normality, but because our culture situates him at the meeting point between the social decree of confinement and the juridical knowledge that evaluates the responsibility of individuals before the law. The positive science of mental illness and the humanitarian sentiments that brought the mad back into the realm of the human were only possible once that synthesis had been solidly established. They could be said to form the concrete a priori of any psychopathology with scientific pretensions. Asterisk. All that which, after Pinel, Tuke and Wagnitz, pricked the conscience of the 19th century, has tended to mask how polymorphous and varied the experience of madness was in the classical age. Historians have been fascinated by this undiagnosed disease, madmen in chains, and the population confined by means of lettres de cachet or the orders of the lieutenant of police. The different experiences intertwined within these seemingly monolithic practices, at first sight so rudimentary, went unseen. In fact, madness during the classical age received two different types of hospitality, one in hospitals proper, the other in centers of confinement. It was identified by two different means, one which came from the world of law and borrowed its concepts, and one which belonged to spontaneous forms of social perception. In the many different forms of sensibility to madness, medical consciousness was not inexistent, but it was not autonomous, and indeed was far from underpinning the other forms of experience. It had its place in certain hospital practices, and it was present in the juridical examination of alienation, although the role it played was far from essential. Yet its place in the economy of these experiences was important, and it provided an important intersection between them. It was through medicine that the rules of juridical analysis and the practice of placing the mad in medical establishments were coordinated. But it had comparatively little impact on the world of confinement, and the social attitudes it expressed. Two independent spheres of experience thus came into being, and it would appear that throughout the classical age, the experience of madness was lived in two different ways. It was as though the legal subject was surrounded by a specific halo of unreason. He was both defined and controlled by the judicial recognition of his irresponsibility and incapacity, by the decree of interdiction and the definition of his disease. A different halo of unreason, or so it seems, surrounded man as a social being, defining and controlling him in the consciousness of scandal and the practice of confinement. These two domains did on occasion intersect, but they always remained eccentric to each other, and defined two essentially different forms of alienation. One was taken to be a limitation of subjectivity, and was a line drawn around an individual showing the limits of his powers and designating the areas where he could not be held responsible. In this alienation the subject was dispossessed of his liberty by a double movement, the natural movement of his madness, and the juridical movement of interdiction, which brought him under the power of other people in general, effectively represented by his guardian. The other form of alienation was the sudden consciousness, within his own society, that a madman was a stranger in his own land. Rather than being freed from his responsibility, he was made to feel guilty by association and kinship with other bearers of guilt. He became the other, the outsider, the excluded. The strange concept of psychological alienation, which is thought to have its roots in psychopathology, however enriched with ambiguities from other domains of reflection, is little more than the anthropological confusion of these two different experiences of alienation, the first of which concerns those who have fallen under the power of the other, and are chained to his liberty, while the second is the individual turned other, excluded from the fraternal resemblance between men. The one is close to the determinism of sickness, while the other takes on the appearance of an ethical condemnation. When the 19th century decided that unreason should be treated in hospital, and that confinement should be a therapeutic process aimed at curing the sick, the decision came about through a coup that reduced to a confused unity, which it is difficult for us to disentangle, these diverse themes of alienation and the multiple faces of madness, which classical rationalism had always allowed to appear. V. The insane. The two major forms of the experiences of madness that were juxtaposed throughout the classical age both have their own chronological index. That is not say that one is a developed form of experience, and the other a confused emergent consciousness, both are clearly articulated into a coherent practice, but rather that one was inherited, and was one of the most fundamental facts in Western unreason, while the other was an invention of the classical world. It is that second experience that we will examine here. Despite the reassuring pleasure that historians of medicine may feel when they recognize in the great ledgers of confinement what they consider to be the timeless, familiar face of psychotic hallucinations, cognitive deficiencies, organic consequences, or paranoid states, it is impossible to draw up a coherent nosological map from the descriptions that were used to confine the insane. The formulations that justify confinement are not presentiments of our diseases, but represent instead an experience of madness that occasionally intersects with our pathological analyses, but which could never coincide with them in any coherent manner. The following are some examples taken at random from entries on confinement registers for those of unsound mind: obstinate plaintiff, has obsessive recourse to legal procedures; wicked cheat, man who spends days and nights deafening others with his songs and shocking their ears with horrible blasphemy; bill poster, great liar; gruff, sad, unquiet spirit. There is little sense in wondering if such people were sick or not, and to what degree, and it is for psychiatrists to identify the paranoid in the gruff, or to diagnose a deranged mind inventing its own devotion as a clear case of obsessional neurosis. What these formulae indicate are not so much sicknesses as forms of madness perceived as character faults taken to an extreme degree, as though in confinement the sensibility to madness was not autonomous, but linked to a moral order where it appeared merely as a disturbance. Reading through the descriptions next to the names on the register, one is transported back to the world of Brandt and Erasmus, a world where madness leads the round of moral failings, the senseless dance of immoral lives. And yet the experience is quite different. In 1704, an abbot named Bargid was confined in St. Lazare. He was 70 years old, and he was locked up so that he might be treated like the other insane. His principal occupation was lending money at high interest, beyond the most outrageous, odious usury, for the benefit of the priesthood and the church. He will neither repent from his excesses nor acknowledge that usury is a sin. He takes pride in his greed. 1. It was totally impossible to find any feeling of charity in him. Bargid was insane, but not in the manner of the mad on the ship of fools, who were mad to the extent that they were carried away by the brute force of madness. Bargid was insane not because he had lost the use of his reason, but because he, a man of the church, practiced usury, showed no charitable inclinations and felt no remorse, and was therefore marginal to the moral order to which he belonged. What becomes apparent in this judgment is not an inability to name a particular form of sickness, nor a tendency to condemn madness from a moral point of view, but the fact, essential for an understanding of the classical age, that madness then became perceptible in the form of ethics. It is almost as though, paradoxically, rationalism could conceive of a form of madness where reason itself was not affected, but where the madness was apparent from the moral disorder of a life and an evil will. For in the final analysis, madness was a question of the quality of the will more than it was of the integrity of reason. It is curious to note that a century before Sada's case caused Royer Collard such intense soul-searching to Lieutenant Darganson too wondered about a similar case, the only difference being the genius of Sada. A 16-year-old woman, whose husband is called Baudouin, publicly proclaims that she will never love her husband, and that there is no law ordering that she should do so, that everyone is free to use their own heart and body as they please, but that it is a sort of crime to give the one without the other. I have spoken to her on 2 occasions, and despite the fact that over the course of the last few years I have become accustomed to hearing impudent and ridiculous opinions, I couldn't help but be surprised by the reasoning that the woman employs to support her system. Marriage, to her way of thinking, is no more than a first attempt. 3. Sada was left to die in Charenton in the early 19th century. In the early years of the 18th century, men still hesitated before locking up a woman whose only crime, it must be admitted, was that she had too much spirit. Pontchartrain, who was minister at the time, refused Darganson permission even to place her in the refuge for a few months. That would be excessive, he wrote. Give her a stiff talking to. Yet for Darganson, there is little difference between her and the other insane. On hearing such impertinence, I was strongly tempted to consider her insane. We are on the way here to what the 19th century would term moral madness, but what is even more important is the emergence of the theme of a form of madness that rests entirely on bad will, on an ethical mistake. Throughout the Middle Ages, and for a long period during the Renaissance, madness had been linked to evil, but through the form of imaginary transcendences. Henceforth, they would communicate by the more secret means of individual choice and bad intent. The apparent indifference that the classical age demonstrates to the division between madness and error, alienation and evil, should not be surprising. It results not from any primitive state of knowledge, but is a conscious choice that was arrived at in a lucid manner. Madness and crime were not mutually exclusive, but neither were they confused in one nebulous concept. They were linked within the same consciousness, treated equally reasonably, according to individual circumstances, with either prison or hospital. During the Spanish Wars of Succession, a man calling himself Count d'Albuter, whose real name was Dauslin, was sent to the Bastille. He claimed that he was the heir to the throne of Castile. But however intense his madness, his cleverness and evil intentions go further still, he swears that the Holy Virgin appears to him every 8 days, and that God often speaks to him face to face. I think that this prisoner should be locked up in hospital for all his life as a highly dangerous madman, or that he should be abandoned in the Bastille like a wicked man of the first order. I would even go so far as to say that this last course of action is the safer and therefore to be preferred. Point 4. There was no mutually exclusive relation between madness and crime, but rather an implication that bound them together. The degree of insanity or criminality might vary, but even the most extreme forms of madness were haunted by evil intentions. Again, with regard to Dauslin, Darganson later noted that the more he appears docile, the more it should be believed that there is much affect and malice in his eccentricities. In 1709, he noted, he is now less keen to deny the hallucinations, and slightly more imbecile. This complementarity comes through strongly in another report by Darganson regarding Thidi-Kuzini, a bad monk who had been placed in Charenton. In 1715, his impiety continues when he reasons, and he is absolutely imbecile when not reasoning. Although the peace now means that he could be freed as a spy, his mental state and the honor of religion forbid any such action. 5. Here we find ourselves at the opposite extreme from the fundamental rule of law that states, true madness excuses anything. Point 6. In the world of confinement, madness neither explains nor excuses anything, it enters into complicity with evil to multiply it and render it more insistent and dangerous, lending it ever new faces. Of a slanderer who is mad, we would say that his slander is a form of delirium, as we have become accustomed to considering madness to be a sort of ultimate, innocent truth about man, but in the 17th century, a deranged mind taken together with slander meant a greater sum total of evil. One man locked up in the Charite at Senlis was charged with slander and weak-mindedness, and it was said of him that he was of a violent, superstitious, and unpredictable turn of mind, as well as a great liar and slanderer. Point 7. In frenzy, one of the most common entries on the confinement register, wickedness was never explained away by the violence of madness, but was taken together with it to form a kind of unity of totally unchained evil. Darganson asked that one woman be confined in the refuge, not simply for her disorderly behavior, but because of her madness, which often approaches frenzy, and will lead her either to kill her husband or to do away with herself at the first available opportunity. Point 8. The process is as though the psychological explanation was added to the moral condemnation, whereas to the modern way of thinking the former obliterates the latter. Involuntary madness, which possessed men despite their best intentions and conspired spontaneously with wickedness, differed little in its secret essence from the madness simulated by lucid subjects, and it was believed that there was a fundamental similarity between them. The law, by contrast, attempted to make as rigorous a distinction as possible between feigned and authentic alienation, as a person was not sentenced in the normal manner if he was genuinely suffering from madness. Point 9. But that distinction was not made for confinement, where real madness was worth no more than its feigned counterpart. In 1710, a young man of 25 who claimed to be called Don Pedro de Jesus, and a son of the King of Morocco, was locked up in Charenton. Until then, he had been taken for a madman, but it was not long before he was suspected of simulating his condition. Within a month of his confinement he demonstrated that he was in his right mind, and agreed that he was not the son of the King of Morocco, but maintained that he was the son of the governor of a province, and refused to give up that illusion. Real madness and feigned dementia were side by side, as though advantageous lies filled any gaps left by the chimera of unreason. "I think," D'Argenson wrote to Pontchartrain, "that it would be fair to punish him for his deception and his feigned madness by sending him back to the Bastille." In fact, he ended up in Vincennes, and 5 years later the hallucination seemed to have taken over from the deception. He nevertheless died there among the prisoners. His reason is quite disturbed, and he talks nonsense. He is given to bouts of frenzy, the last of which was nearly the end of one of his comrades. So many good reasons for his detention to continue. 10 Unintentional madness or the intention to appear insane are treated in the same fashion, perhaps because they are dimly perceived as having a common root in evil, or at least in a perversion of the will. Accordingly, passage from the one to the other was thought to be simple, and it was commonly thought that people went mad simply as a result of desiring to do so. Regarding one man who was sufficiently mad to want to talk to the king, without ever having told any minister what he had to say to him, D'Argenson wrote: "He has played the madman for so long, in Bastille and Bicêtre, that he has effectively lost his mind. He still wishes to have a private conversation with the king, and when pressed on the issue, he explains himself in terms that do not have even a semblance of reason." 11. These examples demonstrate how the experience of madness such as it was expressed through the practice of confinement, and no doubt also formed by that practice, differs from the other experience of madness, embodied in the legal consciousness since Roman law and the juridical writing of the 13th century. For men of the law, madness essentially attacked the faculty of reason, and altered the will, thus making it innocent. Madness or eccentricity is an alienation of the spirit, an unhinging of reason which prevents us from being able to distinguish between right and wrong, and which by its continual agitation of the spirit removes the subject's power of assent. 12. The essential issue therefore was to ascertain the reality and degree of the madness in question. The deeper the insanity, the more innocent the subject's will. Boucher reports several sentences decreeing that men who had killed even close relatives in a fit of frenzy should not be punished. 13. By contrast, in the world of confinement, it mattered little if the faculty of reason had been affected or not. If that was the case, and the will was thought to be enslaved, then it was in any case an example of the bending of the will, which was never wholly innocent, since it did not belong to the order of consequences. This accusing of the will in the experience of madness such as it was conceived of in the world of confinement is obviously never explicit in the texts that survive, but is clearly apparent from the motivation behind confinement and the different modes that were used. There is an obscure connection between madness and evil, where the evil is no longer the swarming chaos that lies beneath the surface of the world as it was at the time of the Renaissance, but the individual power given to man in his will. Madness, thus, takes root in the world of morality. Asterisk. But madness was something other than the pandemonium of all the faults and crimes committed against morality. The classical experience of madness and its refusal of the condition was not simply a question of moral rules, but involved a whole ethical consciousness. It was that consciousness, and not some scrupulous sensibility, that eyed madness with such caution. If men of the classical age perceived the tumult of madness, it was not from the banks formed by a pure and simple reasonable consciousness, they looked down on it from the great height of an act of reason that inaugurated an ethical choice. Taken in its simplest form, and seen from the outside, confinement would seem to indicate that classical reason had conquered the power of madness, and that a clear dividing line was drawn at the level of the social institutions themselves. From some points of view, confinement looks like a successful exorcism. But the moral perception of madness that can be discerned in the forms that confinement took betrays a divide that was still far from being clear-cut. It proves that unreason in the classical age was not expelled to the margins of reasonable consciousness sure of its power, but rather that the opposition it presented to reason took place in a space of freedom and choice. The indifference to any rigorous distinction between moral failings and madness indicates a deeper region in the classical consciousness, that of a decisive option, akin to a more essential, more responsible form of will within the subject. Obviously, that consciousness is never made explicit in the literature of confinement and its justifications. But it did not remain silent throughout the 17th century. Philosophical thought gave it one formulation that allows it to be approached from another angle. The decision by which Descartes, in the progression of doubt, sidestepped the possibility that he was mad was noted above. While other forms of error and illusion encircled the region of certainty, and at the same time liberated a certain form of truth, madness was excluded without a trace, leaving not even a scar on the surface of thought. Madness was simply of no use in the process of doubt's movement towards truth. The time has come now for us to ask why, and to see whether Descartes turned away from the problem because of its insurmountable nature, or whether this refusal of madness as an instrument of doubt has meaning on the level of the history of culture, revealing a new status accorded to unreason in the classical world. It would seem that if madness does not appear in the economy of Descartes' doubt, it is because it is simultaneously always present and always excluded from the doubting project and the will that controls it from the outset. The path that leads from the initial project of reason to the first foundations of science runs alongside a precipice of madness. What stops it tumbling into that abyss is an ethical decision made at the outset, a resolute will to stay awake and to do nothing other than devote oneself solely to the search for truth. 14 Reason is perpetually threatened by the temptation to fall asleep or to give in to illusions, and the solution is to reiterate constantly the need to fix one's eyes on the truth. A kind of laziness brings me back to normal life. I am like a prisoner who is enjoying an imaginary freedom while asleep. As he begins to suspect that he is asleep, he dreads being woken up, and goes along with the pleasant illusion as long as he can. In the same way, I happily slide back into my old opinions and dread being shaken out of them. 15. Madness can be brushed aside on the path of doubt, as doubt, in so far as it is methodical, is wrapped in the will to stay awake, which at every instant is a refusal of the temptations that madness offers. Just as the thought that doubts supposes both the thought and the thinking man, the will to doubt has already excluded the involuntary charms of unreason and the Nietzschean possibility of the mad philosopher. Well before the cogito, there is an archaic implication of the will and of the choice between reason and unreason. Classical reason does not encounter ethics at the end of the quest, in the shape of moral laws. Ethics, as a choice made against unreason, are present from the earliest moment of a concerted thought process, and indefinitely prolonged throughout the process of reflection, indicating the path of a freedom that is the very initiative of reason. In the classical age, reason is born inside the space of ethics. And it is doubtless that which lends such an unusual style to the recognition, or non-recognition, of madness at that time. All madness hides an option, in the same way that all reason is the result of a freely accomplished choice. That much is discernible in the insistent imperative of Cartesian doubt, but the choice itself, the constitutive movement of reason where unreason is freely excluded, is apparent throughout Spinoza's thought, and the unfinished efforts of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect. Reason asserts itself first of all as a decision made against the unreason of the world, in the clear consciousness of the hollowness and futility of everything that is ordinarily encountered in daily life. The quest should therefore be for a good whose discovery and acquisition would afford a continuous and supreme joy, to all eternity. Spinoza is postulating a sort of ethical wager, which is won when it is discovered that the exercise of freedom is accomplished in the concrete fullness of reason, which, by its union with nature taken in its totality, is access to a higher form of nature. What that nature is we shall show in its proper place, namely, the knowledge of the union which the mind has with the whole of nature. 16 The freedom of the wager culminates in a unity where it disappears as a choice to reappear as a necessity of reason. That final step, however, is only possible against a backdrop of conquered madness, and madness appears as a constant peril until the end. In the 19th century, reason attempts to situate itself in relation to unreason on the grounds of positive necessity, and not in the free space of choice. From that moment on, the refusal of madness was no longer an ethical exclusion, but a distance that had already been granted. It was no longer necessary for reason to divide itself from madness, but to recognize itself as always anterior to it, even if it does on occasion lose its way within it. But throughout the period in which classicism maintained a fundamental choice as the condition for the exercise of reason, madness is revealed in the light of freedom. When the 18th century confined as insane a deranged mind inventing its own devotion, or a priest because no sign of charity could be found in him, the judgment that sentenced that form of madness did not mask a moral presupposition, but simply made manifest the ethical division between madness and reason. It took a moral consciousness, such as the term was understood in the 19th century, to object to the inhuman treatment the mad had received in the previous age, or to be amazed that they had not been treated in hospital at a time when so many physicians were writing learned treatises about frenzy, melancholy, and hysteria. But in fact, medicine as a positive science could have no purchase on the ethical division that had given birth to all possible reason. The peril of madness, for the classical age, was not the faltering, human pathos of reason incarnated, but the region where the eruption of liberty brought reason into being, together with the true face of man. In Pinel's time, when the fundamental relationship between ethics and reason would be reversed into a secondary relation between reason and morality, and madness would be seen as an involuntary avatar that had affected reason from the outside, only then could the situation of the mad in the dungeons of hospices be discovered with horror. It was a source of indignation that innocent men had been treated as guilty. That did not mean that madness had at last found a human status, nor that the evolution of mental pathology was emerging for the first time from its barbarous prehistory, but it did indicate that man's originary relation to madness had changed, and that madness was seen as mere reflection on the surface of the self, as an accidental sickness. And from that new point of view, it suddenly seemed inhuman to leave the insane to rot in jails and houses of confinement, as men no longer understood that for men of the classical age the possibility of madness was contemporaneous with a choice constitutive of reason, and consequently of man himself. So much so that in the 17th and 18th centuries there had been no question of treating madness in a humane manner, for by its nature it was inhuman, forming the other option in a choice whereby man could gain the free exercise of his rational nature. There was no misunderstanding, confusion, or error in placing the mad alongside the criminal, simply the resolution to let madness speak the language proper to it. Asterisk. For men of the classical age, this experience of choice and liberty, contemporaneous with reason, established with obvious clarity and unbroken continuity that stretched all the way through unreason, behavioral disturbances and disturbances of the mind, madness both true and feigned, delirium and lies all sprang from the same soil, and all were treated in the same fashion. Yet it should not be forgotten that the insane as such did have a place apart in the world of confinement. Their status cannot simply be summed up as being comparable to that of their fellow prisoners. In the general sensibility towards unreason there was a particular modulation for madness properly speaking, and it related to all those who were termed, with no precise semantic distinctions, insane, deranged, alienated, eccentric and demented. 17. The particular form of this sensibility outlines the face of madness in the world of unreason. It concerns first of all the place of scandal. In its most general form, confinement was explained, or at least justified, by a will to avoid scandal. It thereby signaled an important change in the consciousness of evil. The Renaissance had let unreason in all its forms come out into the light of day, as public exposure gave evil the chance to redeem itself and to serve as an exemplum. In the 15th century, Gilles de Rais, accused of having been and of being still a relapsed heretic, a sorcerer, a sodomite, an invoker of evil spirits, a diviner, a killer of the innocent, an apostate, an idolater, and a man who refused to see the error of his ways. 18 ended up admitting his crimes, which were enough to send 10,000 people to their deaths in an extrajudicial confession. He made his confession again in Latin in court, and then asked of his own accord that the confession might be translated into the common language, so that everyone attending the court, most of whom did not understand Latin, might understand, and that for his shame the publication and confession of the aforementioned crimes might obtain more easily the remission of his sins, and the favor of God for the abolition of the sins he had committed. 19. In the civil trial, the same confession was required before the assembled public. He was told by the judge that he should repeat his case in full out loud, and that the shame that he would feel would be an alleviation of the torments that he would experience in the next world. Until the 17th century, evil, in all its violence and inhumanity, could only be compensated for and punished if it was brought out into the open. Only the light in which confession and punishment are enacted can make up for the darkness in which evil was born. There was a cycle of accomplishment of evil, which necessarily involved public manifestation and avowal before reaching the completion that eradicated it. Confinement, by contrast, betrays a consciousness wherein humanity can provoke nothing but shame. Certain aspects of evil had a power of contagion, and such scandalous force that publicity risked causing them to multiply infinitely. Only oblivion could suppress them. Regarding a case of poisoning, Pontchartrain prescribed not a public trial but sequestration in an asylum. As the inquests involved a whole part of the city of Paris, the king did not feel it necessary to conduct the trial of so many people, some of whom fell into their crimes unwittingly, and others simply because it was so easy to do. His Majesty's decision was facilitated by the conviction that some crimes must absolutely be put out of sight and forgotten. 20. Together with the fear that others might be inspired to similar actions, the honor of a family and of religion was often sufficient for a subject to be confined. Regarding a priest who was to be sent to Saint Lazare, a priest of this sort cannot be hidden too carefully, for the honor of religion and that of the priesthood. 21. Quite late in the 18th century, Malesherbes defended confinement as a right for families who wish to evade dishonor. Despicable acts are not tolerated by society. It appears that the honor of all good families requires that those who make their parents blush through vile and abject behavior should be removed from society altogether. 22. Inversely, when the danger of scandal was past, and the honor of the family or the church could no longer be sullied, an inmate could once more be set free. After spending many years in confinement, and never being authorized to leave despite repeated requests, the Abbé Bargid was finally freed once his infirmity and old age meant that scandal was no longer possible. His paralysis continues, wrote D'Argenson. He can no longer write or even sign his name, so I think that it would be justice and charity to set him free. 23. All forms of evil that resembled unreason were to be hidden from view. Classicism felt a sense of shame before all that was inhuman that was quite unknown in the Renaissance. There was, however, an exception to this process of locking evil away from public view, which directly concerned the mad. 24. Putting the insane on show was doubtless an ancient practice that dated back to the Middle Ages. Some of the German Narrturm had special windows with bars so that the chained madman inside could be observed from the exterior. The mad were often a spectacle at the city gates. Strangely, the custom did not disappear at the moment of the Great Confinement, but in fact became more developed still, taking on an almost institutional nature in London and Paris. As late as 1815, if a report presented to the House of Commons is to be believed, Bethlem Hospital showed its lunatics every Sunday for 1 penny. The annual revenue from those visits amounted to almost £400, which means that an astonishing 96,000 visitors came to see the mad each year. 25. In France, right up until the Revolution, the visit to Bicêtre to see the insane was a major Sunday pastime for the bourgeois of the left bank. In Observations d'un voyageur anglais, Mirabeau recounts how the mad were shown at Bicêtre like strange beasts, to anyone willing to hand over their shilling. People went to see the jailer show off the mad as if they went to see a mountebank training monkeys at the fair in Saint-Germain. 26. Some of the jailers were widely known for their skill in making their charges perform dances or feats of acrobatics in response to a few cracks of the whip. The only modification that had come into practice by the end of the 18th century was that the insane themselves were to serve as guides to the mad, as though madness itself had to bear witness to its true nature. Let us not slander human nature. The English traveller is right to consider the task of acting as a guide to the mad as beyond the most hardened elements of humanity. We have said so ourselves. But there is a remedy for all things. It is the mad themselves who, in their intervals of lucidity, are entrusted with the task of showing off their companions, who in their turn will eventually return the favor. So the guards of these unfortunates enjoy the benefits that the spectacle procures them, while never having to develop themselves the strength of insensibility, an insensibility that is probably beyond their reach. 27. Madness here was erected as a spectacle above the silence of the asylums, and it became, for the joy of all, a public scandal. Unreason was hidden in the discretion of the houses of confinement, but madness was a continued presence of the world stage, more strikingly than ever before. During the Empire period, 1803 to 1815, things were taken to greater extremes than anything seen in the Middle Ages or the Renaissance. In a previous age, the strange brotherhood of the Blue Ship staged shows where madness was imitated. 28 But under the Empire it was insanity itself, madness in flesh and blood that took center stage. In the early years of the 19th century, Karl Mayr, the director of Charenton, organized the notorious spectacles where the mad played the roles of actors, or that of an audience watched by a real audience. The mad who watched these theatrical representations were themselves an object of attention for a public that was on occasion frivolous, inconsequential, and mean-spirited. The unusual behavior of these unfortunates and their posture often provoked mockery and laughter, and the insulting pity of the audience. 29. Madness became pure spectacle, in a world where Sada extended his sovereignty, which was offered as an amusement for a self-assured reason. Up until the early 19th century, and until the indignation of Royer Collard, the mad remained monsters, literally things or beings worthy of being put on show in public. Confinement hid unreason, thereby demonstrating that it was something to be ashamed of, but it put madness on show, pointing it out at arm's length. The concern with unreason was the avoidance of scandal, but madness became an organized pageant. This is indeed a strange contradiction. The classical age enveloped madness in the overall experience of unreason, and it blurred the features that had been distinguished during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance in a generalist apprehension where it rubbed shoulders with unreason in all its forms. But at the same time it marked madness out with a particular sign, indicating not illness, but an exalted form of scandal. There is little in common between the organized parading of madness in the 18th century and the freedom with which madness came to the fore during the Renaissance. The earlier age had found it everywhere, an integral element of each experience, both in images and in real-life dangers. During the classical period, it was also on public view, but behind bars. When it manifested itself it was at a carefully controlled distance, under the watchful eye of a reason that denied all kinship with it, and felt quite unthreatened by any hint of resemblance. Madness had become a thing to be observed, no longer the monster within, but an animal moved by strange mechanisms, more beast than man, where all humanity had long since disappeared. I can conceive of a man without hands, feet, or head, for it is only experience that teaches us that the head is more important than the feet. But I cannot conceive of a man without thought, that would be a stone, or a brute. 30. In his report on the section for the insane, Desportes described the state of one cell at Bicetre at the end of the 18th century. The unfortunate inmate had no furniture other than a straw mattress, and had his feet, body, and head pressed up against the wall, unable to sleep without being soaked by the water that ran down the walls. At the Salpetriere, what made survival even more difficult was the fact that in the winter when the Seine rose, the cells down by the sewers were slowly flooded with water, becoming even more insalubrious than usual. And to make matters worse, the cells are invaded by hordes of rats, who run all over the patients confined there at night, biting them anywhere they can. Mad women have been found with bites all over their feet, hands, and faces, These bites are sufficiently dangerous to have proved mortal for several inmates. These were the dungeons traditionally reserved for the most agitated and dangerous prisoners. If they were calmer and there was nothing to be feared from them, they were herded into larger cells. Godfrey Higgins, one of Tuke's most active disciples, paid the sum of £20 for the right to visit York Asylum as a volunteer inspector. In the course of his visit he discovered a door that had been carefully hidden, behind which was a room no more than 8 feet by 8 feet, 6 square meters, where 13 women were kept each night. During the day they were kept in a second chamber scarcely larger than the first. 31. If on the other hand the insane were particularly dangerous, they were kept in place by a system of constraints which was probably not intended to be punitive by nature, but which was intended to fix a physical limit in the event of a fit of rage. Chaining the mad to walls and beds was common practice. At Bethlehem, mad women were chained by the ankles to the wall of a long gallery, and had no clothing other than a sackcloth dress. In another hospital at Bethnal Green, a woman subject to violent fits of excitement was kept in a pigsty, her legs and arms bound, whenever she began to rave. Once the fit passed, she would be tied to her bed again, covered with a blanket, and when she had permission to take a few steps, an iron bar was placed between her legs, and her ankles shackled to the bar, and linked to her handcuffs by a short chain. Samuel Tuke wrote of a laborious system that had been put in place in Bethlehem to control one raving madman. He was tied to a long chain that went over a wall and allowed the guard to control his movements, as though keeping him on a leash from the outside. He had an iron collar around his neck attached to another ring by a short chain, the second ring going round a thick vertical iron bar that went from the floor to the ceiling. When Bethlehem was reformed, a man named Norris was found to have spent 12 years in the cell living under those conditions. He was freed, and died within a year of his release. The violence of these practices demonstrates quite clearly that they were not governed by a consciousness of the need to punish, or by the duty to correct behavior. The notion of recipiscence is quite foreign to the whole system. What haunts the hospices is an image of bestiality. Madness here took its face from the mask of the beast. The men chained to the walls of the cells were not seen as people who had lost their reason, but as beasts filled with snarling, natural rage, as though madness at its furthest point was liberated from the moral unreason where its milder forms languished, and was revealed in all its immediate, animal violence. That model of animality slowly came to dominate the asylums, and explain their cage-like, menagerie aspects. Describing the Salpêtrière at the end of the 18th century, Coquelle had this to say: "The frenzied madwomen are chained like dogs to the doors of their cells, and separated from visitors and their jailers by a long corridor with iron bars. Their food, and the straw that they sleep on is passed under the bars, and part of the filth that surrounds them is pulled out by rakes." 32. In the hospital at Nantes, the menageries resembled individual cages for wild animals. Esquirol wrote that he had never seen such an array of locks, bolts, and iron bars to close the doors of the cells. Even the tiny openings beside the door are barricaded with locks and bars. Near the opening, a chain was set into the wall, with an iron clog-shaped vessel at its other extremity, in which food was passed through the gaps between the bars. 33. When François-Emmanuel Fadir arrived at Strasbourg Hospital in 1814, he found a kind of human stable, which had been set up with great ingenuity. For the mad who misbehaved or soiled themselves, there were 2 cages at either end of the room, which had just enough room for an average-sized man. The cages had a floor raised about 6 inches off the floor, covered with straw, where the unfortunates lay down, naked or half-naked, to eat their food or relieve themselves. 34. What is in place here is clearly a safety mechanism to guard against the violence of the insane in their moments of frenzy. Their raving is first seen as presenting a danger to society. But the key point is that these fits of madness are seen as a kind of animal freedom. The negative fact that the mad were not treated as human beings was the result of a very real thought process, in that this apparently inhuman indifference betrayed a deep-seated worry which since antiquity, and above all since the Middle Ages, had given the animal world its familiar strangeness, its menacing marvels, and the weight of all the fears it inspires. Yet this animal fear that accompanied the perception of madness with all its imaginary landscapes no longer had the meaning that it had had for previous centuries. Metamorphosis into an animal was no longer an indication of the power of the devil, nor a result of the diabolical alchemy of unreason. The animal in man was no longer the indicator of a beyond, but had become in itself his madness, with no reference to anything other than itself, his madness in a natural state. The animality that raged in madness dispossessed man of his humanity, not so that he might fall prey to other powers, but rather to fix him at the degree zero of his own nature. Madness, in these later forms, was for the classical age a direct relation between man and his animality, without reference to a beyond and without appeal. 35. The day would come when this animal presence in madness would be considered from an evolutionary perspective as a sign, or even the essence, of sickness. But in the classical age the opposite was the case, and man's bestiality demonstrated with singular power that a madman was not sick. The mad were protected by their animality from all that was fragile, precarious, and delicate in man. The animal solidity of madness, and the thick skin that was inherited from the animal kingdom, was a carapace for the insane against hunger, heat, cold, and pain. It was common currency until the late 18th century that the mad could put up indefinitely with the miseries of existence. Hence there was no need to protect them, cover them, or even provide warmth for them. When Samuel Tuke visited some workhouses in the southern counties in 1811, he found cells where the daylight went straight through barred windows on the doors of the cells. The women inside were entirely naked. The temperature was extremely low, and the previous evening the thermometer had registered 18 below. One of these poor unfortunates was sleeping on the straw without any cover. The ability that the insane possessed to tolerate like animals the worst excesses of the weather was still accepted as medical dogma by Pinel, who repeatedly admired the constancy and facility with which the mad of both sexes can tolerate prolonged extremes of cold. During the month of Nivos in year 3, there were days when thermometers registered 10, 11, and even 16 below zero, and one inmate at Bicetra could still not keep his woolen blanket on, and instead remained seated on the frozen floor of his cell. In the morning, as soon as his door was opened, he would run out into the courtyard in his shirt, and taking up fistfuls of snow and ice, rub them on his chest and watch them melt with glee. 36. The animal ferocity of madness was a barrier against sickness for the mad, granting them a sort of invulnerability like the one that nature, in her bounty, provided for the animal world. Curiously, the troubled reason of men brought the bounties of nature within the grasp of the mad, by means of this return to bestiality. 37. 2. For that reason, at these extremities, madness had less than ever to do with medicine, and precious little to do with correction either. Unchained bestiality could only be tamed or trained. The theme of the madman as a wild animal owes its fullest development to the 18th century, to the pedagogy that was sometimes imposed on the mad. Pinel quotes the case of a well-known monastic institution in one of the southern parts of France where the insane were ordered very clearly to change their ways. If they refused to go to bed or to eat, they were warned that their obstinacy would be punished the following morning by 10 lashes with a bullwhip. But if they cooperated, they were allowed to take their meals in the refectory, beside the teacher. The slightest mistake there was greeted with a sharp rap on the knuckles. 38. This strange dialectical movement explains all the inhuman aspects of confinement. The free animality of madness could only be tamed, and not so that the beast might become human again, but to restitute man to what is exclusively animal in him. Madness unveiled a secret of animality which is its truth, and in which, in some sense, it is resorbed. In the middle period of the 18th century, a Scottish farmer named Gregory had his moment of fame when he claimed to have the ability to cure mania. Pinel noted the colossal stature of the man. His method was to employ the mad for the most menial tasks possible around the farm, using some as beasts of burden and others as domestic servants, reducing them to obedience by a flurry of blows if they ever stepped out of line. 39. In this reduction to animality, madness found its truth and its cure. When the madman became a beast, the animal presence in him removed the scandal of madness, not because the beast had been silenced but because all humanity had been evacuated. If a human being became a beast of burden, the absence of reason followed the order of wisdom. Madness was cured when it was alienated in a thing that was nothing other than its own truth. 3. The moment would come when the idea of a mechanistic psychology would be derived from this animal nature of madness, together with the idea that the different forms of madness can be compared to the great structures of animal life. But in the 17th and 18th centuries, the animal face of madness was far from entailing a determinism of its manifestations. On the contrary, madness was a space of unpredictable liberty where frenzy was unleashed. The only form of determinism possible was through the hoped-for effects of constraint, punishment, and training. Animality did not lead so much towards the grand laws of nature and life as it did towards the myriad forms of the bestiary. Unlike the examples from the Middle Ages, however, which used symbolic figures to recount the metamorphoses of evil, the classical bestiary was more abstract. Evil no longer stalked through its pages in fantastical guises, all it displayed was the extreme form, the truth without content of the beast. The rich fauna of the imagination were removed, leaving only a generalist air of threat and menace, the mute danger of a sleeping animal, who might at once abolish reason in violence and truth in insane fury. Despite efforts to draw up a positivist zoology, this fear of bestiality as the natural form of madness constantly haunted the hell of the classical age. The origins of the savage treatment meted out to the insane in confinement are to be found in this imagery. In the Middle Ages, before the early days of the Franciscan movement, and for a long time afterwards despite that movement, the human conception of the animal world was of a reservoir of the dark power of evil. The naturalist positivism of our age reflects it in terms of hierarchies, order, and evolutionary development. The classical age was a transitional period in that respect. Bestiality was still seen as a negative force, but natural nonetheless. This is the moment when man only experienced his relation with animality in the absolute peril of madness, which would transform human nature into natural homogeneity. That conception of madness is the proof that even in the 18th century man's relationship with his nature was neither simple nor immediate, but that it passed through the most rigorous forms of negativity. 40. It was probably essential for Western culture to link its perception of madness to imaginary forms of the relation between men and animals. It had never been absolutely clear that animals were part of the fullness of nature, its wisdom and good order. This was a late idea that had long remained on the surface of the culture, and it may not have even filtered through into the deeper regions of the imagination. Closer examination reveals that animals were more often thought of as being part of what might be termed a counter-nature, a negativity that menaced the order of things and constantly threatened the wisdom of nature with its wild frenzy. The work of the French poet Lautréamont is proof of that. Did the fact that, after Aristotle, men had spent 2,000 years thinking of themselves as reasonable animals necessarily imply that they accepted the possibility that reason and animality were of a common order? Or that the definition of man as a rational animal provided a blueprint for understanding man's place in natural positivity? Independently of whatever Aristotle had meant exactly with that definition, it might be the case that for the Western world rational animal meant the manner in which the freedom of reason took off from a space of unchained unreason and marked itself off from it, ultimately forming its opposite. From the moment when philosophy became anthropology, and men decided to find their place in the plenitude of the natural order, the animal world lost that power of negativity, and assumed the positive form of an evolution between the determinism of nature and the reason of man. At that point, the meaning of the term rational animal underwent a radical change, and the unreason that it had designated as the origin of all reason vanished entirely. From then on, madness had to follow the determinism of a humanity perceived as natural in its own animality. In the classical age, while it was true that the scientific and medical analysis of madness, as we shall see, sought to inscribe madness within a mechanism of nature, the everyday practices that affected the insane were proof enough that madness was still thought of as the counter-natural violence of the animal world. Asterisk. Whatever rational animal meant, Confinement constantly stressed the animality of madness, while attempting to avoid the scandal linked to the immorality of the unreasonable. This demonstrates clearly the distance that sprang up in the classical age between madness and other forms of unreason, despite the fact that from some points of view they seem to merge or be taken for each other. If a whole side of unreason was reduced to silence, but madness was allowed to express the scandal of its unreason as it desired, what could have been expected from madness, which unreason itself was not allowed to transmit? What was the meaning of the frenzied ravings of the insane, which was not to be found in the more intelligible opinions of the other inmates? Why was madness thought of as being especially significant? After the 17th century, unreason in its widest sense was no longer considered to teach anything much at all. The reversibility of reason, which had been such a real danger for the Renaissance, was forgotten, and its scandal disappeared. The great theme of the madness of the cross that had seemed so intimately linked to the Christian experience of the Renaissance began to disappear in the 17th century, despite Pascal and Jansenism. Or rather, it continued, but in a different, almost inverse form. It no longer demanded that human reason relinquish its pride and its certainties to lose itself in the great unreason of sacrifice. When classical Christianity spoke of the madness of the cross, it was to expose false reasoning and bring the eternal light of the truth out into the open. The madness of God-made man was wisdom that the men of this world failed to recognize in the unreason that ruled this world. Jesus on the cross was the scandal of the world, and it looked like ignorance and madness to the eyes of that century. But when the world converted to Christianity, and the divine order became clear through the twisting course of history and the madness of men, it became apparent that Christ was the highest form of wisdom. 41 The scandal of faith, and the abasement of Christians, which was still very real for Pascal and which kept for him the value of a manifestation, soon lost all meaning for Christian thought, other than showing a scandalous consciousness as a blind soul. Do not despair, if the cross which has brought the universe into submission to you is the madness and scandal of proud spirits. Christians themselves then considered Christian unreason as peripheral to reason, now seen as being identical to the wisdom of God-made man. After Port Royal, Western culture had to wait 2 centuries before Christ found once more the glory of his madness in Dostoevsky and Nietzsche, when scandal regained its power of manifestation, and unreason ceased being nothing more than the public shaming of reason. But just as Christian reason was divesting itself of the madness that had so long been part of it, the mad were granted a singular power of demonstration, in their abolished reason and animal fury. It was as though scandal had been expelled from those higher regions, above man, where he related to the divine through the incarnation, only to reappear with renewed force and teach an important lesson in the region where man was related to nature and his own animality. This lesson now affected the lower regions of madness. The cross was no longer to be considered in all its scandal, but it should not be forgotten that all through his life, Christ had honored madness. He had sanctified the mad as he had sanctified the sick who were cured, sinners who were forgiven, and the poor, who were promised eternal riches. Saint Vincent de Paul recalled for those whose task it was to watch over the demented in houses of confinement that they should never forget that their Savior had chosen to be surrounded by lunatics, diabolical men and madmen, by the tempted and the possessed. 42 These men who were controlled by inhumanity, next to those who represent eternal wisdom, presented a perpetual opportunity for glorification, as in their very proximity they were praising the reason that they had been denied, and at the same time, led to humility, in the recognition that reason was only provided by the grace of God. But there was more. Christ had wanted not only to be surrounded by lunatics, he had also wanted to pass himself off as a madman, experiencing in his incarnation all the miseries to which the flesh was heir. Madness therefore became an ultimate limit, the last degree of God-made man, before the deliverance and transfiguration on the cross. O my Savior, you wanted to be the scandal of the Jews, and the madness of the Gentiles. You wished to appear beside yourself. Yes, Lord, it was your wish to appear insane, as it says in the Gospel, where it is noted that people thought you had gone mad. Dispant quaniam in furorem versus est, since he is said to wander in the direction of madness. The apostles sometimes looked at their Savior as a man who had fallen into anger, in order to show them that he could sympathize with all our infirmities and sanctify our afflictions, the better to understand them, and also to teach them and us compassion for all those who fall into such infirmities. 43. By coming into this world, Christ accepted to take on all the signs of the human condition, and even the stigmata of fallen nature. From misery to death, the path of the Passion was also the path of the passions, of wisdom forgotten and of madness. And because it was one of the forms of the Passion, the ultimate one, before death, madness was seen in those who suffered from it as an object commanding respect and compassion. Respecting madness did not mean uncovering an involuntary mechanism, or an accidental slide into illness, but it did mean recognizing the lower limit of human truth, a limit that was not accidental but essential. Just as death was the term of human life from a temporal point of view, so madness was the term from the point of view of animality, and just as death itself had been sanctified by Christ's death, madness too, in its most bestial form, received a measure of sanctity. On March 29, 1654, Saint Vincent de Paul announced to Jean Barreau, a fellow Congregationist, that his brother had been confined in Saint Lazare as a madman. We must also honor our Lord in the state in which he found himself when men thought he had lost his wits, quoniam infrenissum versus est, and sanctify the state in all those in whom it is God's will that it is to be found. 44. Madness is the lowest point of humanity to which God gave his consent in the Incarnation, showing that there was no form of inhumanity in man that could not be saved. The lowest point of the fall was thus glorified by divine presence, and for the 17th century, this was a lesson that was contained in all madness. It should now be clear how it came to be possible for the scandal of madness to be exalted, while other forms of unreason were so carefully hidden from view. Unreason meant nothing more than immorality and the possibility of a contagious fault, while madness showed men how close to the animal world their fall could take them, as well as teaching them how far divine forgiveness could reach when it consented to save mankind. For the Christianity of the Renaissance, the value contained in the teaching of unreason and all its scandal was in the madness of God-made man. For classicism, the Incarnation itself was no longer mad, but what was mad was the incarnation of man in the beast, the lowest point of his fall and therefore the most obvious sign of original sin. And as the ultimate object of divine pity, it was also a symbol of universal salvation and innocence refound. Henceforth the lessons of madness, and the force of its teaching, were to be sought in the darker regions of human consciousness, where man intersected with the material world, where the ultimate fall meets absolute innocence. The Church's concern with the insane, during the classical period, as demonstrated by Saint Vincent de Paul and his congregation, by the Brothers of Charity and all the other religious orders who turned their attention to madness, showing it to the world, are a sure sign that what the Church found there was a difficult but essential theme, the guilty innocence of the animal in man. That is the lesson that should be read into and understood from these spectacles that exalted the ravings of the mad or the beast in man. Paradoxically, this Christian consciousness of madness prepared the moment when madness was treated as a fact of nature. What that nature had meant to the classical age was quickly forgotten, not a domain ever open to objective analysis, but a region where what came into being was the scandalous possibility for humanity of a form of madness that was both its ultimate truth and the form of its abolition. Asterisk. All these facts, these strange practices that grew up around madness, these habits that exalted it and tamed it, and reduced it to an animal state while simultaneously obliging it to exemplify redemption, meant that madness was placed in an odd relation to unreason. Inside the centers of confinement, madness rubbed shoulders with unreason in all its forms, which enveloped it and defined its most general truth, and yet at the same time it was singled out as unique, as though it were a part of unreason filled with an energy all its own, moving spontaneously towards its most paradoxical extremity. All of which would be unimportant if the concern here were with a purely positivist history of madness. It was not thanks to the confinement of libertines or the fear of bestiality that the progressive realization of the pathological reality of madness was made, rather, it is thanks to a process of disengagement from everything that linked madness to the moral concerns of the classical age that its medical truth was established. Or so positivism would have us believe, conveniently redrawing the map of its own development, as though the history of knowledge was a slow, objective process of erosion, where the fundamental structures of truth slowly emerged, as though the claim that the objectivity of medicine can define the essence and the secret truth of madness was not a postulate. One could equally see the teeming of madness and pathology as a kind of confiscation, a sort of avatar that was carefully prepared in the history of our culture, but not determined in any sense by the essence of madness itself. The links that seemed so obvious in the classical age between madness and libertinage, which were consecrated by the practice of confinement, suggest that madness then had a face which is now entirely invisible to us. Our age has fallen into the habit of conceiving of madness as a fall into a kind of determinism where all forms of liberty are slowly eroded, so much so that now all we can see there are the natural regularities of a determinism, the chain of its causes, and the discursive movement linking its various forms. The threat that madness poses for modern human beings is a return to the monotonous world of beasts and things, all freedom curtailed. But it was not against that horizon of nature that the 17th and 18th centuries recognized madness, but rather against the backdrop of unreason. Madness was not a mechanism, but a freedom to roam among the monstrous forms of animality. We have lost the ability to understand unreason other than in its adjectival form. We can use the word unreasonable to describe someone's speech or behavior, and in the eyes of non-specialists, it could be an indicator of madness with all its pathological conditions. The unreasonable is only one possible way in which madness might transpire. But for the classical age, unreason had the value of a noun, and had a substantive function. It was in relation to unreason alone that madness could be understood. Unreason lay beneath it, or rather defined the space of its possibility. For men of the classical age, madness was not the natural condition, the psychological and human root of unreason, but rather its empirical form, and the mad, a humanity sliding down towards animal frenzy, revealed the backdrop of unreason that menaced man and enveloped from afar each form of his natural existence. Unreason was no slide towards determinism, but opened instead onto an endless night. More than any other mode of thinking, more so than our positivism, to be sure, classical rationalism was on guard against the subterranean peril of unreason, the threatening space of absolute liberty. Men of our age, after Nietzsche and Freud, find within their consciousness a black spot that threatens all truth, and are able to identify, thanks to what they have learnt, a place through which unreason might rise up and challenge the sovereignty of higher forms of consciousness. But men of the 17th century discovered in the immediacy of thought present to itself the certainty in which reason expresses itself in its primordial form. This is not to say that in their experience of truth, men of the classical age were more distant from unreason than we are ourselves. It is true to say that the cogito, I think therefore I am, is an absolute beginning, but it should not be forgotten that the evil genius has preceded it. And the evil genius is not just the symbol that sums up in a systematic way the dangers of psychological events such as images from dreams and errors of the senses. Halfway between man and God, the evil genius has an absolute meaning. He is both the possibility of unreason and the sum of all its powers. More than the refraction of human finitude, it designates the peril that beyond man might prevent him in a definitive manner from reaching the truth, a major obstacle threatening not so much the individual mind as reason itself. The brilliant light of the truth of the cogito should not be allowed to obscure the shadow of the evil genius, nor to obfuscate its perpetually threatening power. Until the existence and the truth of the outside world have been secured, he haunts the whole movement of Descartes' meditations. Under conditions like these, how could the classical age reduce unreason to a mere psychological event, or even some human pathos? For the classical age, it was rather the element in which the world was born to its own truth, the domain where reason will have to assert itself. Accordingly, madness could never form the essence of unreason for the classical age, even in its most primitive formulations, and no psychology of madness could ever claim to tell the truth about any form of unreason. Madness had to be squarely placed against the free horizon of unreason for its real dimensions to be understood. If libertines, blasphemers, the debauched and the prodigal were thrown together with those whom we would describe as mentally ill, it was not because too little account was taken of the innocence or determinism of madness, but simply because unreason was given pride of place. When the time came to deliver the mad and free them from their shackles, it was not an indicator that the old prejudices had been done away with, it simply meant that eyes were suddenly closed, and that the watch that had long been kept over unreason was slowly abandoned. Classical rationalism can be thought of as being closely linked to that watch. In the confusion that reigned in centers of confinement, dissipating only in the early 19th century, it seems to us that the psychological profile of the madman was little understood. It is rather that a deep kinship with all forms of unreason was recognized in his condition. Confining the insane with heretics or the dissolute was one way of glossing over the fact of madness, but it did reveal the perpetual possibility of unreason, and it was that threat in its most abstract and universal form that the practice of confinement attempted to dominate. What the fall of man was to sin, so was madness to the other faces of unreason. It was the principle, the original movement, the highest form of guilt in instantaneous contact with the greatest innocence, the constantly repeatedly model of all that was to be shamefully forgotten. If madness was an exemplary form in the world of confinement, on show at a time when all other forms of unreason were reduced to silence, that was because it carried within it the power of scandal. It traversed the whole gamut of unreason, forming a bridge between its two extremes, between the moral failing, the relative choice, the faltering of the will, and animal rage, freedom chained to frenzy and the initial, absolute fall, the bank of clear, liberty and the opposite bank of dark, freedom. Madness summed up the whole of unreason in a single point, the guilt of day and the innocence of the night. There lies the major paradox of the classical experience of madness. Madness was caught up and enveloped in the moral experience of an unreason that was proscribed by internment in the 17th century, but it was also linked to the experience of an animal unreason that formed the absolute limit of the incarnation of reason, and the scandal of the human condition. Placed under the sign of all minor forms of unreason, madness was linked to ethics and the moral valorization of reason, but when seen as part of the animal world and its major unreason, it was its monstrous innocence that came to the fore. What resulted could be called a contradictory experience, far distant from the juridical definitions of madness, whose concern was with finding a way between responsibility and determinism, weighing up guilt and innocence, distant too from the medical analyses of the time that saw madness as a natural phenomenon. Yet despite these contrasts in the practice and the concrete consciousness of the classical age, there is the singular experience of madness which holds together the whole domain of unreason, as though in a flash of lightning, based on an ethical choice and yet indissolubly linked to the fury of the animal world. Positivism never really solved the dilemma, even if it did simplify it. It placed the theme of the innocent, animal side of madness within a theory where mental alienation was seen as a pathological mechanism of the natural world, while simultaneously keeping the mad confined in the manner invented by the classical age, thereby maintaining them, without admitting as much, within the power of instruments for moral constraint and for the mastering of unreason. The positivist psychiatry of the 19th century, like our own, may no longer have used the knowledge and practices handed on from the previous age, but they secretly inherited the relationship that classical culture as a whole had set up with unreason. They were modified and displaced, and it was thought that madness was purely being studied from the point of view of an objective pathology, but despite those good intentions, the truth was that madness was still haunted by an ethical view of unreason, and the scandal of its animal nature. Part 2. Introduction. One simple truth about madness should never be overlooked. The consciousness of madness, in European culture at least, has never formed an obvious and monolithic fact, undergoing metamorphosis as a homogeneous ensemble. For the Western consciousness, madness has always welled up simultaneously at multiple points, forming a constellation that slowly shifts from one form to another, its face perhaps hiding an enigmatic truth. Meaning here is always fractured. But what form of knowledge, after all, is sufficiently singular, esoteric, or regional to be given only at a single point, in a unique formulation? What learning could be so well, or so badly, understood to be known only in a single time, in a uniform manner, in a single mode of apprehension? What figure of science, however coherent or tight it might be, does not allow more or less obscure forms of practical, moral, or mythological consciousness to gravitate around it? If it were not experienced in a random order, and recognized only in profile, all truth would soon fall dormant. It may be though that a degree of non-coherence is more essential to the experience of madness than it is to any other. Perhaps dispersal is a fundamental part of this experience, bringing us closer to the primordial facts than a diversity of modes of elaboration one could arrange along an evolutionary schema. And whereas in most other forms of knowledge, the object is slowly seized in the convergence of its profiles, here divergence might be inscribed in the structures themselves, authorizing only a broken, fragmentary consciousness of madness from the outset, in a debate that could not end. It can happen that some concepts or a certain arrogance of knowledge mask this primary dispersion in a superficial manner. One example is the effort the modern world makes to only speak of madness in the serene, objective terms of mental illness, blotting out its pathetic values in the hybrid meanings of pathology and philanthropy. But the meaning of madness for any age, our own included, can never be covered entirely by the theoretical unity of a project. It lies instead in its torn presence. And when the experience of madness attempted to surpass itself and to find its balance by projecting itself on the plane of objectivity, nothing could efface the dramatic values that were given at the outset of its own debate. This debate constantly recurs, and each time, in various different guises but with the same difficulty of conciliation, the same forms of consciousness recur, obstinately irreducible. 1. A critical consciousness of madness, which identifies madness and designates it against a backdrop of all that is reasonable, ordered and morally wise. This consciousness is wholly invested in its own judgment, even before any concepts have been worked out, and it does not so much define as denounce. Madness is experienced as an opposition that is immediately felt, a blatant aberration. An abundance and plethora of proofs show it to be empty-headed and topsy-turvy. 1. From this still initial starting point, the consciousness of madness is self-assured, that is, confident that it itself is not mad. But this consciousness has launched itself into difference, without measure or concept, into the heart of the conflictual region where madness and non-madness exchange their most primitive language, and the opposition becomes reversible. In the absence of a fixed point of reference, madness could equally be reason, and the consciousness of madness a secret presence, a strategy that belongs to madness itself. Men on a river, on a vessel afloat. Oft see the land move, not their boat. 2. But as madness does not possess the certainty that it is not mad, there is in it a madness more general than any other, which assimilates to madness the most obstinate wisdom. The more I pare myself down, the more one thought holds sway. The world and its brother have all lost their way. 3. This wisdom may be thin, but it reigns supreme. It presupposes and requires a perpetual doubling of the consciousness of madness, which disappears beneath the surface of madness, only to reappear again on the other side. It relies on the values, or rather on the single, immediately stated value of reason, which it abolishes only to regain it immediately in ironic lucidity, feigning despair at this abolition. This critical consciousness claims to be so rigorous as to carry out a radical self-critique, and to risk all in an absolute combat whose outcome is uncertain, while secretly ensuring its own survival in advance, recognizing its own rationality in the simple fact of accepting the risk. In one sense, reason's engagement is total in this simple and reversible opposition to madness, but it is only total on account of the secret possibility of total disengagement. 2. A practical consciousness of madness, where the process of disengagement is neither virtual nor a result of some virtuoso dialectics. It emerges as a concrete reality in the existence and the norms of a group. but more than that, it is given as a choice, an inescapable choice, as one is either in one group or the other, within or without. But this choice is indeed a false one, as only those who are inside the group have the right to decide who is to be considered an outsider, accusing them of having made the choice to be there. The merely critical consciousness that those outsiders have somehow deviated rests on the consciousness that they have chosen a different path, and there it finds its justification, at the same time becomes brighter and obscure, turning into unmediated dogma. This is not the troubled consciousness of being engaged in the difference and homogeneity of madness and reason, but rather the consciousness of the difference between madness and reason, a consciousness only possible inside the confines of the homogeneity of a group considered to be the bearers of the norms of reason. Although it is social, normative, and has a solid base from the outset, this practical consciousness of madness is still dramatic, and while it implies solidarity inside the group, it also demonstrates the urgency of the partition. The ever-perilous freedom of dialogue is muted in this partition. All that remains is the calm certainty that madness should be reduced to silence. It is an ambiguous form of consciousness, serene in the confidence that it is the keeper of the truth, but worried at recognizing the obscure power of madness. Against reason, madness now seems disarmed, but in the struggle against order, and against all that reason can show of itself in the laws of men and things, it reveals itself to have strange powers. It is that order that the consciousness of madness feels to be under threat, together with the partition that it operates. But from the outset, the risk is limited, even falsified, no real confrontation will take place. Instead, what is exercised is the absolute right, with no compensation, that the consciousness of madness grants itself from the outset, by considering itself to be homogeneous with the group and with reason itself. Ceremony wins over debate, and what this consciousness of madness demonstrates is not the dangers of a real struggle between madness and reason, but only the immemorial rights of an exorcism. This form of consciousness is at once the most and the least historic. It considers itself to be an instantaneous defensive reaction, but the reaction does nothing more than reactivate the age-old anguishes of horror. The modern asylum, when one considers the obscure consciousness that justifies it and makes it necessary, is anything but purified from the heritage of the Lazar house. The practical consciousness of madness, which seems to define itself only by the transparency of its finality, is without doubt the densest form of that consciousness, its schematic ceremonies heavy with ancient drama. 3. An enunciatory consciousness of madness, which allows for immediate pronouncements, without any detours through the world of knowledge, this man is mad. Here there is no question of qualifying or disqualifying madness, but only of pointing at it as a kind of substantive existence. There before us, the object of our gaze, is someone who is undeniably, indisputably insane. Madness here has a simple, obstinate, and immobile existence, and no identification of its quality or judgment on its nature is required. This consciousness is not concerned with values, peril, or risk, but is on the level of being. It is nothing more than a monosyllabic nod that categorizes at a glance. In a sense, this is the most serene form of the consciousness of madness, as it is at bottom nothing but a simple perceptive apprehension. As it avoids any detour through knowledge, it also avoids the worries of a diagnosis. This is the ironic consciousness of the interlocutor in Diderot's Le Neveu de Rameau, or the consciousness at peace with itself, scarcely over its suffering, that recounts the dreams in Nerval's Aurelia, halfway between bitterness and fascination. However simple it may be, this consciousness is not pure, it experiences a perpetual backwards movement, as it at once supposes and proves that it is not madness through the simple fact that it is an immediate consciousness of it. Madness is only there, present and designated as an irrefutable self-evident truth, as long as the consciousness that designates it has already rejected it, having defined itself in a relation of opposition towards it. It is only consciousness of madness against the backdrop of a consciousness sure of its own sanity. However free of prejudice it might be, however distant from all forms of constraint and oppression, it remains a way of having taken control of madness already. Its refusal to qualify madness always supposes a certain qualitative consciousness of itself as something other than madness, and it is a simple perception only in so far as it is the surreptitious opposition. If others had not been foolish, we should be so, for said William Blake. But no mistake should be made about this apparent anteriority of the other's madness. Its ancient appearance is mainly due to the manner in which, beyond all possible memories, the consciousness of not being mad has spread a veil of atemporal calm. The hours of folly are measured by the clock, but of wisdom, no clock can measure 5. For an analytical consciousness of madness, unfolding all its forms, all its phenomena and modes of appearing. Doubtless the totality of these forms and phenomena can never be present at the same time to this consciousness. Since long ago, and forever perhaps, madness disguises most of its powers and truths in the unfamiliar, but it is in this analytical consciousness that it rejoins the tranquility of the familiar. While it may be true that the phenomena and causes of madness will never be truly mastered, it still is the rightful property of the look that dominates it. Madness here is the totality of its phenomena, even if only virtual. It presents no dangers, and no longer implies a division. It requires no more distance than any other object of knowledge. It is this form of consciousness that founds the possibility of an objective knowledge of madness. Each of these forms of consciousness is self-sufficient, and supportive of all the others. A solidarity due to the secret reliance of each upon the others. There can be no knowledge of madness, however objective its pretensions, however much it claims to rest exclusively on scientific knowledge, that does not, despite everything, suppose the prior movement of a critical debate, where reason confronted madness, facing it both as a simple opposition and in the peril of immediate reversibility. This knowledge also supposes a practical partition as an ever-present virtuality structural to its horizon, whence the group confirms and reinforces its values by this exorcism of madness. Inversely, it can also be said that there is no critical consciousness of madness that does not attempt to found itself or surpass itself in an analytical knowledge that would quell the disquiet of the debate, where the risks would be under control and the distances would be definitively established. Each of these 4 forms of the consciousness of madness thus relies on one or several of the others as constant points of reference, as justifications, or as presuppositions. But none can be totally absorbed into any other. However close they may be, their relationship can never reduce them to a unity that would abolish them in a tyrannical, definitive, and monotonous form of consciousness. By their nature, their meaning, and their basis, each has its own autonomy. The first instantly cordons off a region of language that acts as a meeting point for opposites like sense and nonsense, truth and error, wisdom and inebriation, daylight and fascinating dreams, the limitations of judgment and the infinite presumption of desire. The second, an heir to great ancestral horrors, unwittingly, unwillingly and silently reinvents the ancient mute rites that purify and reinvigorate the obscure consciousness of the community, enveloping a whole history that never speaks its name. Despite the self-justification that it provides on occasion, it remains closer to the immobile rigor of ceremony than to the incessant labor of language. The third is not of the order of knowledge, but of recognition, like the mirror in the Nevu Doramo or remembrance in Nerval and Artaud, always at bottom a reflection on itself even when it thinks it examines the other, or any otherness within the self. What it keeps at a distance, in its immediate enunciation, in this purely perceptive discovery, was its deepest secret, and in the simple existence of madness, which is there like an object offered and disarmed, it unknowingly recognizes the familiarity of its own pain. In the analytical consciousness of madness, the drama is appeased, and the dialogue silenced. Gone are the ritual and the lyricism, as phantasms acquire their own truth. The perils of the counter-natural become the signs of a nature, and techniques of suppression are all that is called for where once horror was invoked. Here the consciousness of madness can only find its equilibrium in the form of knowledge. Asterisk. Ever since the tragic experience of the insane disappeared with the Renaissance, each historical figure of madness has implied the simultaneity of these 4 forms of consciousness, with their dark conflicts and their constantly ruptured unity, At each moment what comes together and falls apart is the equilibrium of a dialectical consciousness of the experience of madness, a ritual partition, a lyrical recognition and finally a knowledge of it. The successive faces that madness takes on in the modern world receive what is most characteristic in their traits from the proportion and links that obtain between these four major elements. None of them disappears entirely, but on occasion one is more privileged than another, so much so that the others may fade into the background, leading to tensions and conflicts that operate below the level of language. It also happens that links are established between these different forms of consciousness, constituting large areas of experience that have their own structure and autonomy. These movements sketch the outline of a historical becoming. If we were to adopt a long time scale, from the Renaissance to modern times, it is probable that a vast movement would be discernible, where the dominant consciousness of madness moved from critical forms to analytical ones. The 16th century privileged the dialectical experience of madness, and more than any other period was open to all that was infinitely reversible between reason and the reason of madness, to all that was close, familiar and akin in the presence of a madman, and to the aspects of his existence that allowed illusion to be denounced so that the ironic light of truth might shine forth. Brandt, Erasmus, Louise Labe, Montaigne, Charon, and finally Renier all share a common concern, a critical vivacity and the same consolation in the smiling embrace of madness. That reason is thus a strange beast, noted Renier. 6 Medical experience itself created concepts and measures in keeping with the indefinite movement of this consciousness. The 19th and 20th centuries by contrast centered their interrogation on the analytical consciousness of madness, even presuming that this was the only domain of experience that would reveal the total, final truth about madness, and considering other forms of experience to be nothing more than approximations, rudimentary explorations, or archaic elements. And yet the Nietzschean critique, all the values invested in the partitions operated by the asylums and the great process of experimentation that Artaud, following Nerval, ruthlessly carried out on his self, are proof enough that all the other forms of consciousness are still present at the heart of our culture. The fact that their only formulation now is a lyrical one is not proof that they are dying away, nor that they are merely the prolongation of an existence that knowledge has long surpassed, but demonstrates quite simply that when kept in the shadows they still flourish in the most original and free forms of language. Their power of contestation is perhaps more vigorous as a result. In the classical age, on the other hand, the dominant experience of madness was of partition, dividing the two autonomous domains of madness. One side saw the critical and practical consciousness of madness, and the other the forms of knowledge and recognition. A whole region became isolated, grouping together the practices and decisions through which madness was denounced and offered for exclusion. All elements within it that were uncomfortably close to reason, and which threatened reason by a derisive similarity, were violently separated and rigorously reduced to silence. Such were the perilous dialectics of the reasonable consciousness, such the salutary partition contained in the gesture of confinement. The importance of confinement lies not in its value as a new institutional form, but in the manner in which it summarizes and demonstrates one of the two halves of the classical experience of madness, where the dialectical concern of consciousness and the ritualist partition of society are organized into the coherence of a social practice. In the other region, by contrast, madness becomes manifest, attempting to voice its truth and denounce its situation, and express itself through all of its possible forms, looking for a nature and a positive mode of presence in the world. Having tried in the previous chapters to analyze the domain of confinement and the forms of consciousness that the practice involved, our intention in what follows is to recreate the domain of recognition and knowledge of madness that was proper to the classical age. Who, with such instantaneous confidence, was recognized as mad? How did madness manifest itself in signs that could not be denied? How did it come to take on meaning as a nature? Doubtless this separation into two domains of experience is characteristic of the classical age, and is of sufficient importance in itself to draw our attention for a little longer. It might be claimed that there was nothing extraordinary in this division, nothing that could be strictly tied to a particular period of history. The lack of coincidence between the practices of exclusion and protection and the more theoretical experience that we have of madness is certainly a fairly constant fact in Western experience. Even today, the extreme care which our good conscience takes in defining the grounds of a separation of the mad in purely scientific terms shows quite clearly how much we fear their inadequacy. But what characterizes the classical age is both the absence of that fear and of any aspiration towards unity. For a century and a half, madness had a rigorously divided existence. The concrete proof of that springs out before our eyes. Confinement, as we have seen, was never in any sense a medical practice, and the rite of exclusion it leads to does not open onto a space of positive knowledge. In France it was only with the Great Circular of 1785 that some medical order penetrated confinement, and with a decree from the Assembly that the sanity of each internee had to be assessed on an individual basis. Inversely, before Haslam and Pinel, there was practically no medical experience born of or in the asylum. Knowledge of madness became part of the general corpus of medical knowledge, where it figured as simply one chapter among others, with no indication of the particular mode of existence of madness, or the meaning of its exclusion. This division without appeal made the classical age an age of the understanding for the existence of madness. 7 There was no possibility of dialogue, no confrontation between a practice that mastered all that went against nature and reduced it to silence, and a form of knowledge that tried to decipher the truths of nature. The gesture that expelled all that man would not recognize remained outside the discourse in which a truth comes to knowledge. The different forms of experience developed to their own ends, the one in a practice without commentary, the other in a discourse without contradiction. Entirely excluded on one side, entirely objectified on the other, madness was never made manifest on its own terms, in its own particular language. It was not alive with contradiction but rather lived split between the two terms of a dichotomy. For as long as the Western world was entirely devoted to the age of reason, madness remained subject to the division of understanding. Therein, no doubt, lies the reason for the profound silence that gives the madness of the classical age the appearance of sleep. Such was the force of the feeling of obviousness that surrounded these concepts and protected them from each other. Perhaps no other age was ever so insensitive to the pathetic nature of madness, despite the profound gash in the fabric of life at the time. This was because this very tearing meant that it was not possible to appreciate madness as a unique point, a focus, at once imaginary and real, reflecting the questions human beings ask about themselves. In the 17th century, even if people had been convinced of the injustice of a confinement, the essence of reason would not have been compromised, and inversely, uncertainty about the nature of madness, or where to draw its limits, was not felt as an immediate threat to society or the man in the street. The excessive nature of the division ensured the calm of both forms of interrogation. No recurrence risked bringing them into contact with each other, creating the spark of a fundamental question, from which there was no returning. Asterisk. And yet astonishing coincidences do appear repeatedly on all sides. When examined carefully, these two rigorously separated domains show some very close structural analogies. We identify quite easily, in the following pages, the consequences or causes of the retreat of madness brought about by the practices of confinement and the disappearance of the madman as a recognized social type, or, to be more neutral and exact, the corresponding forms, in the scientific and theoretical reflections on madness. What we described on the one hand as an event will reappear, on the other, as a form of conceptual development. However separate the two domains may appear, everything of importance in the first domain finds its counterpart in the second. Which is to say that the division can only be thought of in relation to the forms of unity whose appearance it authorizes. It might be thought that what we are doing here is little more than admiring the unity of theory and practice. Yet it seems to us that the division operated during the classical age between forms of the consciousness of madness does not correspond to the distinction between theory and practice. The scientific or medical knowledge of madness, even when it acknowledges the impossibility of a cure, is always virtually engaged in a system of operations intended to efface the symptoms or master the causes, on the other hand the practical consciousness that separates the mad from the rest of society, condemning them and making them disappear, is necessarily mixed with a certain political, legal, and economic conception of the individual in society. Consequently, the division is of a different order. What we find on one side, under the great rubric of internment, is the moment, as theoretical as it is practical, of the division itself, the reenactment of the ancient drama of exclusion, the form of the appreciation of madness in the gesture of its suppression, the part of madness that manages to express itself in its concerted annihilation. What we shall meet now is the theoretical and practical unveiling of the truth of madness on the basis of a being which is non-being, since this madness only expresses itself visibly through signs such as error, fantasy, illusion, and vain language devoid of meaningful content. Our concern now will be with the constitution of madness as nature from the basis of the non-nature that is its being. Until now, our concern was with the dramatic constitution of a being on the basis of the violent suppression of its existence. Now the concern will be with the constitution, in the serenity of knowledge, of a form of nature on the basis of the unveiling of a non-being. But as well as the constitution of this nature, the intention is to describe the single experience that provides the basis both for the dramatic forms of the division and the calm movement of this constitution. It is this single underlying experience, visible here and there, explaining and justifying the practice of internment and the cycle of knowledge which constitutes the classical experience of madness, and this is the experience that we can describe with the term unreason. Its secret coherence stretches out beneath the great divide that we have just evoked, for unreason is both the reason for the division and the reason for the unity that is be found on both sides of the divide. Unreason is the explanation for the presence of the same forms of experience on both sides of the divide, but also for the fact that they are only ever found on one side and on the other. The unreason of the classical age is that unity and that division all at once. It might be asked why we have waited so long before evoking it. Why name unreason at last, in the context of the constitution of a nature, with regard to science, medicine, and natural philosophy, while only alluding to it indirectly or by parallipsis when speaking of economic and social life, different forms of poverty and unemployment, and institutions concerned with politics and policing? Is this not a means of privileging conceptual becoming over the real movement of history? An adequate reply to such a question might be to note that in the bourgeois organization of the world during the mercantilist era, the experience of madness was never presented head-on, but was only ever visible in profile or in a silent manner. It would therefore have been quite hazardous to define it using perspectives which are so incomplete in this case while they are so clearly constitutive of other more visible, more readily legible figures. It was enough during the first part of our research merely to evoke its presence, and to promise a fuller explanation later on. But when the philosopher or physician is presented with the problem of the relations between reason, nature, and illness, then madness presents the full depth of its volume. The disparate mass of experiences that make up madness find here their point of coherence. It finally reaches the possibility of an expression through language. A singular experience appears at last. The simple, heterogeneous outlines, which until now were merely sketched, suddenly fall into place, and each element can interact with the other according to the law that is its own. This experience is neither practical nor theoretical. It is part of the fundamental experiences in which a culture risks all its values, allowing them to face contradiction, while forewarning them against it. A culture like that of the classical age, which had so many values invested in reason, risked both the most and the least in madness. The most, in that madness was the most immediate contradiction to everything that justified its existence, the least in that it disarmed it entirely, and rendered it totally powerless. This maximal and minimal risk accepted by classical culture in madness is precisely what the word unreason expresses, the simple, immediate converse of reason, encountered at once, and this empty form, without content or value, purely negative, where all that figures is the imprint of a reason that has taken to its heels, but which will always remain, for unreason, its raison d'être. The madman in the garden of species. We must now interrogate the other side. not the consciousness of madness involved in the gestures of segregation, with their unchanging rituals or their interminable critical debates, but that consciousness of madness that plays the game of division for its own ends, the consciousness that enunciates the madman and unfolds madness. What was a madman anyway? What were the mad, with their enigmatic madness among men of reason, the reasonable men of an 18th century still in its infancy? How could the madman be recognized, he who a century earlier was still so easily discernible on the social landscape, but was now forced to wear a uniform mask for his many faces? How could he be singled out without error, in his everyday proximity that with those who were not mad, and in the inextricable mix of the characteristics of his madness and the obstinate signs of his reason? These are questions asked by the voice of wisdom rather than science, by the philosopher rather than the doctor, and by the attentive troop of critics, sceptics, and moralists. For their part, physicians and savants would interrogate madness itself, and the natural space that it occupied, treating it as another ill among many, the upsets of the body and the soul, a natural phenomenon that developed both in nature and against it. What we have then is a double system of interrogations that seem to look in two directions, a philosophical question, more critical than theoretical, and a medical question that implies an entire movement of discursive knowledge. One of these questions concerns the nature of reason, and the manner in which it authorizes the division into the reasonable and the unreasonable. The other concerns what there is of the rational or the irrational in nature and in the fantasies of its variations. Two different ways of interrogating nature when examining reason, and reason through nature. If luck were to have it that in trying both, a common response emerged from their difference, and a single and unique structure were to be discernible, it would doubtless be extremely close to what was essential and general in the experience that the classical age had of madness, and we would be led to the very limits of what must be understood as unreason. Asterisk. The irony of the 18th century enjoyed taking up the old sceptical themes of the Renaissance, and Fontenelle is in a tradition of philosophical satire still close to Erasmus when, in the prologue to his Pygmalion, he has madness say, "My dominion is constantly strengthened. Men of today are madder than their fathers. And their sons in turn will be madder still. Their grandchildren will see more chimera than their eccentric grandparents." Point 1. And yet the structure of the irony is no longer that of Renier's 14th satire. It no longer depends on the universal disappearance of reason from the world, but instead on the fact that madness has grown sufficiently subtle to have lost all visible, assignable form. It is as though, by a distant and derived effect of confinement upon thought, madness has withdrawn from its former, visible position, and all that previously made up its real plenitude has been effaced, leaving its place empty, and rendering its certain manifestations invisible. There is in madness an essential aptitude for mimicking reason, which in the end masks its own unreasonable content, or rather, the wisdom of nature is so profound that it manages to use madness as another path for reason, making it a short cut to wisdom, avoiding its own